Buenos días. Buenos días.
Good morning. Hola, buenos días.
¿Nos escucha ahí, Milena?
Sí, yo te escucho perfectamente.
Perfecto. ¿Podemos hacer una prueba de video, por favor?
Claro que sí.
Perfecto. Muy bien.
Muchas gracias.
¿Tiene alguna presentación que va a usar?
No,
Sí.
no, estamos sin
Tú a
presentación.
ti y
Perfecto.
tú a
Gracias.
ellos. Ajá.
Bienvenida.
Gracias.
Te las pasamos nosotros, las que lleguen de Zoom o de acá, del público, nosotros te las pasamos, pero tú tienes tus propias preguntas por si no tenemos nada para pasarte. Hola.
También la tenemos 84 personas en línea. Entonces, ya nos vamos haciendo y ya que está listo.
Ok, perfecto.
Sí, sí, sí. Ya lo olvidé por ahí. Buenos días.
Buenos días, les invitamos nuevamente a acudir al auditorio,
Good
por favor.
morning,
Vamos a
and once
comenzar en
again, we
breves
invite
segundos.
you to come into the auditorium because we are about to begin.
Buenos días, bienvenidos a este
Good
segundo
morning,
día,
and be
segunda
welcome to
jornada
this
del
second
primer
day
foro
of the
sobre
first forum
recarbonización de los suelos
on
agrarios y
recarbonization of
descarbonización de los
agricultural
sistemas
soils and
agroalimentarios.
decarbonization of agri-food systems.
Agradecemos
We
la
thank
presencia del
the
público que
presence
tenemos
of
acompañándonos
the
aquí de
audience
forma presente en
in
el
the
auditorio.
auditorium.
El día de ayer
As
contamos con un público
yesterday, we
cercano a las
had
90 personas.
almost 90 people
Y hoy
in
vamos
this
empezando la jornada,
auditorium,
pero
and
seguramente podemos alcanzar y superar
today is
también
still early,
ese número.
but quite probably we will
Algunos
have
avisos rápidos para los
even
que están
a
aquí
larger
presentes
number
con
of
nosotros.
people. Some
En
household
primer
announcements
lugar,
for those
recuerden
of
mantener
you
sus
present
teléfonos
in this
celulares
auditorium.
en
Please
silencio.
keep
Se
your cell
portaron muy bien el
phones
día de ayer, no hubo
muted.
una sola llamada,
Yesterday,
una sola
you
interrupción, así que
really
gracias por ello.
behaved well.
Y
There
si
was
tienen que
not a
tomar
single
alguna llamada,
interruption. Thank you
recuerden
very
que
much.
pueden salir
Please,
del
if you
auditorio
have to
para
answer a
ello.
phone call,
Contamos
you
con un
can leave
servicio
this
de coffee
auditorium
break a
at
su
any time. We
disposición.
will have a coffee break
Principalmente para esos merecidos recesos que
available
tendremos
at
durante
all
el día, lo
times.
pueden hacer
especially for those breaks along the day, but you can have something from that coffee break at any time. And at the entrance of this auditorium, you will have headsets if you need the simultaneous interpretation service in both English and Spanish. Whenever there is a participation in English, the audio in the room is going to be in Spanish. However, if you want to hear the presentation in English, you can get your headsets. And we thank very much our virtual audience. Thank you to all of you who are following us through Zoom. I would like to update the figures because we're very proud. We've got 980 people already registered to have access to this forum. So we're about to reach the ceiling. However, this is the second day. And yesterday, along 400 people followed this forum in the day. However, everything will be recorded and the recordings will be available to you so that you can hear once again the information, or you can go back to it whenever it's necessary. And remember, we got a Zoom service for interpretation, and you can click on the icon or in the three dots to choose your language of preference. And once again, with regards to the questions and answers sessions, for those of you who are in the auditorium, you can write down your questions in the notepad that was given to you, and we'll give them to our moderators. If you are connected through Zoom, you can use the chat and the Q&A box in order to post your questions. Some challenges for today, main challenges, and we have to consider. Of course, the main challenge will be actions, agreements, commitments that will be made among all of us throughout the day. But we also have some logistics challenges that we cannot neglect. An important one is that today we're going to have several participations through Zoom, panel members that will be connected virtually. Their agendas are prepared to start at the exact time as scheduled. So please be very, very stringent with the time allocated to your participations if you're going to speak, because we cannot run longer for any presentation, but we will be telling you in advance so that you are aware of how much time is left for you. And we also have another minor additional challenge. We began yesterday with this tongue twister with recarbonization and decarbonization. I have heard that the organizers who gave this title to this forum want you to start playing with these terms at different tenses, and that will be another great challenge. But anyway, let's begin on time. To open up today and making the transition between what happened yesterday, everything that we heard of in this forum, and what we will hear about today, different subjects, but they are supplementary. We have the presence of Dr. Jelle Van Loon. Dr. Van Loon is representative to CIMMYT in Latin America, Director Associate of the Sustainable Agri-Food Systems Program at CIMMYT. He's an agronomist with a PhD in biosystems modeling. He's got more than 10 years of experience in agricultural research for the development in Latin America. He coordinates a cross-functional team and leads initiatives of research towards resilient food systems and rural development at the long term, including aspects such as linkages with the grower markets and responsible supply, development of capabilities, and community extension. His work explores multiple interfaces among adaptation, adoption, and scale-up from the social and technical standpoint of research for agricultural development. And with no further ado, I'll give the floor to Dr. Jelle Van Loon.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much.
Muy bien. Buenos días a todas.
Well, good morning, everyone, distinguished guests, experts, researchers, growers, and all of those who are enthusiastic and want to get a sustainable future. Thank you to all of you who are connected through Zoom. It is an honor to give you the warmest welcome in this second day of the Forum for Agricultural Soils Recarbonization and Decarbonization of Agri-Food Systems. Yesterday, we had the opportunity of immersing ourselves in a world of knowledge and experience, which showed the urgency and the potential steps that are needed to transform our agri-food systems. We were attesting to the results of long-term trials and studies, and experts shared with us their experiences on carbon capture and agricultural soils and showed successful projects of regenerative agriculture both in Mexico as well as in other countries. These findings reassert to us that regenerative agriculture is not only a term that is in fashion, but it is a necessity. And likewise, circular economy is a structural solution that can help us solve a climate crisis. Within this context, soil recarbonization emerges as a key strategy. The institutions organizing this forum, ICA, FIRA, and CIMIT, play a major role in this process. CIMIT, through scientific research and tech development, offers us the necessary tools. ICA, through articulating the actions of sustainable agriculture within the region, is joining us in a common effort, and FIRA, by providing funding and the proper financial framework, is giving us access to such projects. And in order to play with those words that give the title of this forum, decarbonizing our soils is essential in order to survive, to preserving our forests and preserving the soil potential to stock carbon. We will be able to reduce CO2 emissions and mitigate the climate change effects. Agriculture and its supplements, such as cover crop, agroforestry, and the use of new techniques are of utmost importance to attain this goal: avoid erosion, protect forests, and promote soil health are steps necessary to have a sustainable future. But there are still many other things to do. Yesterday, we said that we need collective action of every stakeholder involved, especially growers. And thank you so much for those of you who are with us today, because you are the crucial pillar for this paradigmal change. Cooperating through a regenerative agricultural practices and linked to bioeconomics, we can make major inroads and ensure food security, reduce poverty, and jointly build a more sustainable future. Today, I will invite you to continue building up this future together, sharing experiences, knowledge, and strengthening our cooperation networks. Together, we can transform our agri-food systems and ensure a more sustainable planet for future generations. So, giving continuity to these programs, in this second day, we will go deeper into the key topic that will shape up the future of sustainable agriculture. On the first hand, we'll talk about innovative funding for regenerative agriculture. We'll talk about new tools and financial mechanisms that will help us scale up regenerative agricultural practices so that more growers can have access to them. Number two, public policies and regulatory frameworks. We will analyze how public policies can provide incentives for the adoption of sustainable practices and create the proper environment for investing in regenerative agriculture, the role of youth and women in the transition towards sustainable agri-food systems. In this area, we will pinpoint the main role of the new generations and women in the joint creation of solutions. Emerging technologies for regenerative agriculture. We will unveil how digital and detection, remote technologies can help us promote higher productivity in agriculture. And then we will strengthen the sustainable supply chains. We will explore how to connect consumers with growers and create markets for those regenerative agricultural products based upon a framework of responsibility or co-responsibility. So these subjects, along with the ones that we talked about yesterday, are tracing a very clear roadmap towards the future where agriculture is going to be a driver for resiliency in this world. And I will invite you to participate as much as possible. Please ask questions, share your experiences. With your experiences, we can position ourselves better and we can understand better how to connect the needs of each stakeholder. Together, we can build up a more sustainable future for all. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Dr. Van Loon.
Thank you very much, Dr. Van Loon. And we will begin today's session with two panels. One, which is full of optimism and hope, talking about success stories, about what we expect our future to become. And another one, the carbon bonds, which was a topic that we mentioned yesterday and created a lot of interest. So today we'll deepen into it. For the first panel, full of optimism and hope on success stories, I will ask the different panel members to please come into the stage. And of course, thank you so much to our moderator. I will introduce her.
Sofía González Pinzón.
Sofía González Pinzón has a bachelor's degree in public relations with a master's in marketing, both by Valle de Mexico University, as well as a diploma certification on high leadership skills and also social media. She's got 35 years of experience in institutional communication and public relations sectors such as the banking system, education, energy, and the last 18 years she has been working in the agricultural sector, out of which almost 6 years have been at CIMMYT, participating in projects such as spreading out information on the program of conservation agriculture, the secretariat of the Maize Initiative for Mexico, and currently she works at the team of linkages with the private initiative. Sofía has also worked as a teacher at institutions like UVM, the Universidad de la Comunicación, and Universidad Iberoamericana. So for this very successful panel of success stories, Sofía will take the floor now.
Bien, muchas gracias.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you, everyone.
Pues para mí es un honor tener la
for me, it is an honor having the opportunity of moderating this panel in which we will have the participation of two women farmers. They are leaders and they are promoting regenerative agriculture, sustainable agriculture, two companies which are allies, and they are very dear to CIMMYT and to all consumers. You will hear later on why consumers really love these two companies. And I will ask our panel members to come forward to the stage, please. I would like to ask Ms. Elisa Muñoz Rodriguez to come forward.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Brevemente les voy a platicar de Elisa.
Briefly, I'll talk about Elisa.
Perdón. Elisa Muñoz Rodríguez es
Elisa Muñoz Rodríguez is a chemical engineer, and since 6 years ago, she started working in agriculture at her family's land, Domingo Muñoz García and María Guadalupe Rodríguez Gallardo. Are her parents. The lands are located at Palo Verde community at Benjamo, Guanajuato. She is considered as a very intelligent, committed person, full of passion for whatever she does. When she decided to start working at her family land, she decided to increase yields and improve the quality of the crops, considering as a crucial factor to integrate engineering principles to optimize the results, which is well aligned with her academic training, because being a woman in agriculture is really a great challenge due to the cultural and educational barriers of her community. She decided to accelerate her learnings to adapt herself into an environment which requires working in an efficient, fast, and assertive manner. The challenges are very heavy, and they depend on many difficulties such as price, economy, etc. However, despite all odds, she decided to continue working very hard in order to achieve the highest quality and the highest yields. Elisa is considers herself to be fortunate and blessed for having a profession that does not only fulfill her as a woman, as a person, but also contributes to feed many people. Elisa, it's a pleasure to have you here. We love having growers in these events, especially if you are a woman grower. Now, I would like to ask María Eugenia Rico González to please come forward. Thank you. María Eugenia. María Eugenia Rico is an innovative grower from Valle de Santiago, Guanajuato, and she is a true pioneer in sustainable agriculture with 18 years of experience in the field. She has been able to combine her love for the land with a deep commitment towards the future. Her work is not only a task, it is her way to leave a legacy to our children, inspired in the desire of giving them a healthier and more productive field, a place where the work is respecting and regenerating land. María Eugenia grows maize and sorghum in the spring-summer crop season, as well as chickpea and barley in the fall-winter crop season. And she has embraced innovation through the project called Growing a Better Mexico, in which she works actively. Her journey in conservation agriculture began years ago, hand in hand with engineers of the International Center of CIMMYT, who have given her the support and the necessary technical support to transform her way of working the land. With the support of CIMMYT, María Eugenia has implemented water efficiency management practices, comprehensive fertility, pest control, weed and disease management, as well as conservation agricultural techniques. This commitment has rendered fruits. She has reduced by 20 and 25% her production costs, while protecting and reviving her soils. Currently, she applies conservation agricultural techniques in almost 90% of her plots, thus transforming her land in a model of sustainability for the region. María Eugenia is truly unique due to her vision, a combination of passion and love for the field, and a relentless commitment for innovation. She wants not only to maintain the land, but enhancing it, leaving a positive fingerprint that will serve as an inspiration to our children and the future generation of growers. Her history is a reminder that true change of agriculture comes from those who love the land and are willing to take care of it for those coming afterwards. Thank you very much, María Eugenia.
Ahora, desde
And now,
Colombia, vía Zoom,
from Colombia,
nos acompaña Milena Zambrano. Milena Zambrano es ingeniera industrial con más de 15 años de experiencia en cadenas de suministro de bienes de consumo masivo, como responsable de clima y abastecimiento sostenible en Mars Pet Nutrition Latinoamérica. Milena busca ayudar a los objetivos del negocio para lograr un planeta sano, minimizando el impacto ambiental a través de estrategias que generen cadenas de suministro más limpias y sostenibles, impulsando también proyectos clave con pequeños agricultores de diversos países de Latinoamérica. La sólida experiencia de Milena en la gestión de la cadena de suministro,
her sound experience, her passion for sustainability, and the sector's practices has lead her to successfully complete projects both for the company and local communities throughout strategic alliances with collaboration in a meeting point with industry, governments, NGOs to lead to positive and long-lasting results. Milena was recently contesting in the Procurement Award 2024 for the category Sustainability in the project The Earth for Coming Generations, promoting regenerative agriculture practices to create sustainable supply chains benefiting more than 100 Mexican farmers, being Mars a congruent company with its vision. Mars' vision to incorporate in this journey every stakeholder across its value chain. Plus, Milena was leading in the Sustainability Summit in Latin America in July 2024, where leaders from this organization were presented along with projects to meet sustainability objectives of Mars, their impact, plus opportunities to promote this business in a positive and efficient way. Thank you very much, Milena, for joining us in this scenario. And along with this group of successful women, I would like to ask this gentleman, Alfonso Pedrero from Quelanova. Alfonso, thank you very much. He is leader of responsible supply for Latin America in Quelanova. He is an agronomist engineer from Tecnológico of Monterrey, Campus Querétaro, and he has collaborated with input companies for agriculture machinery, agricultural producers, creating strategies for supply, investment, and sustainability in supply agricultural chains. He is currently on a master's degree of sustainable technologies, and he is a fellow of cohort Mexico 24-25 of Kirchner's Foundation for Impact. Welcome, Alfonso.
Bien, pues muchas gracias.
Well, thank you very much. Let's begin this discussion. The mechanic will be as follows. We will ask you a series of questions. I will ask you that all the topics are very interesting, and I think we could spend hours talking about them. I will ask you if you could limit your answers to maximum 3 minutes in order to continue with the flow of this program. So you have 3 minutes to share all the information regarding the question. So I will give you the floor And the first question, Elisa, we can begin by you if you're okay. So, Elisa, could you share which are the agricultural practices that you have implemented in your different crops to reduce carbon emissions? Yes, hello. What we are doing right now is to incorporate crop residues before these. What I do is I cure with beneficial bacteria and organic fertilizers these residues. We apply these before, and then we incorporate everything. With these, we can prevent emissions to grow than other people that burned these residues. Since my father was the lead worker, we always incorporate these residues. As we know, organic matter is always important to have better plants, and also we have tried to use some organic products like diatomeas, earth, grounds, soils, also beneficial insects. And this is some of the practices from previous years. Thank you. And all of these practices
sido por conocimiento de ustedes, se las ha compartido a algunos agricultores.
These practices, you learn them by other farmers in the region or some technicians that were advising you. Well, yes, one was like recommendations from the engineers, and others were due to the previous experience my father had, and I research and I try to incorporate. This is not done mechanically, but it is part of our common practice. We always incorporate crop residues in the same soil. And do you have feedback from your neighboring farmers? Well, I am sorry to say that right now we are in the middle of a complex situation. Most of my neighbors, they sell all the stubble to do forage. Very few people in my region where I work, very few people do the same. Very few incorporate all the crop residues. Usually they sell it all for forage, and other people, well, they burn. I'm sorry to say, even if you ask them not to burn, reinforcing the benefits of that they will have a better crop next cycle, that they will harm the environment. They don't see it in their way of living. Yes, it needs a cultural change. And although they can see with their own eyes the results because our production is there on the field, it's very difficult to convince them. Yes, okay. Yes, it's complicated. Yes, well, it is a matter of insisting and insisting. Yes, we insist. And like we, because of a situation, we decided not to grow wheat, and we do things very slowly. But when they are in a rush to begin the next cycle, then they need to prepare their land because the rain is coming. Well, for them, they remove the stubble, some of them burn it, others don't, and they prepare the soil for the next cycle. That's the way most of people work, sorry to say. And what about their production results? No, they aren't as good, and not even with that. I know they will change eventually. Thank you very much. My pleasure. Thank you, Elisa. So now I would like to ask Maria Eugenia a question. Maria Eugenia, how do you see access to technology and resources as an influence in your efforts to have a more sustainable production? Well, certainly, yes, the change in technology that I have seen in agriculture, certainly, precision agriculture, the use of drones, that for me is completely new. And what I have done, I think, has yielded good results. Everything I'm doing, I will leave to my son, who is an agronomist. And this is a new generation that is pushing forward with all these technologies available, and it will be up for them. In my time, I think we have had good results, and certainly with the training that we receive from technicians and engineers, they are always motivating us, because, you know, I was afraid of the things that I didn't know, because I didn't know that some technologies existed, or I haven't used them in the field. So I have worked hard to implement this, and certainly we have been benefited on this. I can see the difference. We don't use tractors and that, and with that, that is our contribution to reduce carbon emissions. Perhaps you, like institutions that you know everything about this research, you have a more scientific method. Not for us. For us, it's all empirical, but this is the way I contribute, and this is the way I take this step forward to continue with innovation. Well, and now that you mentioned that you are not using tractors as much as you did, can you see an impact in your cost? Yes, I began with conservation tillage about a few years back. I wasn't familiar with agricultural practices, but I attended some meetings, some lectures, and I learned about the benefits. My starting point was that I didn't have the machinery to begin being a farmer. So it was a huge challenge to have the machinery to begin, because I literally started from scratch. And throughout the years, as I said to the agronomic engineers, is that this is a change of mindset, a change of culture, a change for caring for the environment, and I will leave these to future generations. We are not taking anything with us when we part. This is all for the next generation. So I had to focus on the cost, because at first I didn't see the field as a company, as a business. So if something would help me save 20-25% cost of work, that would leave more for us to profit. But it doesn't mean that I should say I will implement conservation tillage and my profit will be higher in the next cycle. No, I know this takes time, and this has been my journey. Since I began, I have gained, I don't know, half a ton, or perhaps 300 kilograms of yield per hectare, but this is a little by little gain, like step by step win. So conservation tillage, many people say it's only for 1 year and they are not convinced. And no, I think this is a concept that gradually we need to adapt to, because otherwise we are depleting the plots. And that was going to be my question. Can you tell with your plots and plots from farmers that do not follow conservation tillage? Yes, that's right. You can see the benefits there. together. And this drives me forward, implementing it in my land. And do you promote this with your neighbors in your region? Yes, as Elisa was saying, they are hard to change. And I will add to her answer the fact that I am a woman also, or that we are women, they wonder if we are able to do that. And when I hear my workers, they say, the lady boss, do you think she has good results and all that? And I know they see me because I've been here for 8 years practicing conservation tillage, and they see me, they're still working. So maybe they are wondering if they should change their mindset, implement it, and instead of hoping for results 1 year to the next one, they will realize that this is a long-lasting journey. And now, Milena, before asking the question, and here on site and online, we want to be more in tune with what is Mars. Perhaps not so many people know what is Mars, and I'm sure everybody loves Mars. So before answering the question, could you tell us about a bit Mars? Yes, thank you, Sofia. First of all, I would like to thank CIMMYT for the invitation. I am so happy to share this space with you as a speaker and with all the audience. And now regarding the question about Mars, Mars is a global family company with a pipeline of snacks, foods, plus products and services for pets. Some of our brands are well known in the world, and I think that well known by you. This is chocolates and candies, which are Snickers, M&M, Turin, plus Lucas. And also we have our division for pet services. I work in the pets division. We work for a better world for pets with food manufactured for them. We have leading brands in the market that I'm sure that you are familiar, like Pedigree and Whiskas, and another division of Mars like Royal Canin and Eukanuba. So in a nutshell, this is what Mars is, and these are the flagship brands that represent us across the globe. Thank you, Milena. So, yes, I would like to refer to the commitment that Mars did last year when they disclosed their commitment to be net zero carbon by the year 2050. But before that, they were already on a decarbonization journey. What was behind this decision, and which are the efforts you implement in your path to the year 2050? Yes, of course, Sofia, as I mentioned, Mars is a global company, and as such, we measure our carbon footprint, and approximately our carbon footprint is the size of a country like Finland. That is why we should do our part to contribute to this task that at some point the United Nations asked the world to keep the temperature rise to 1.5 degrees Celsius. And as you know, this is really a challenging scenario right now. And also a few years back, we worked on Ipsos regarding a study where we consulted more than 14,000 people in the 7 largest economies of the world, when on average 70% of grown-ups think that the focus of companies to fight against this climate change should be greater or equally as to fight economic means. And we realize that 9 out of 10 Mexican people think that large companies like ours have the responsibility on the work of climate action. And to reach our net zero goal and accelerate this, we divided this in 6 pillars of work related to transition to 100% of renewable energies, redesign our supply chain to stop deforestation, optimize our recipes, improve logistics optimization, incorporate climate action like the DNA of our business, and last but not least, and clearly linked with this panel's topic, is the pillar for scale work with the initiative of agricultural practices friendlier with the environment. So these are our pillars, and we try to include initiatives that will enable us to reach the net zero carbon goal in 25 years. Thank you, Milena. This is a huge challenge, and thank you very much for this information. And now I would like to ask Alfonso Pedrero, and just as Milena, if he could briefly present Kelanova. I dare to say that this is a company that all of us like. And then I will ask you the question, Alfonso, please. Of course, certainly, and thank you. I would like to thank CIMIT for inviting us to be members of this panel. I am honored to share the panel with women leading the transformation of agriculture towards sustainability, and also with a woman from responsible supply chains. And Kelanova, it's a company stemming from 100 years legacy, and we are a global snacks power. Last year, Kellogg's company decided to focus their efforts in the snacks market. This was a decision of the cereal business in North America. So we have Sprinkles, Rice Krispies, Corn Flakes, and Zucaritas. And currently, with this change, we have become more ambitious in our strategy for sustainability. Thank you, Alfonso. So I think that, yes, we all have had a bowl of Choco Krispies and Zucaritas. So our childhood is linked to Kellogg's. Thank you. Thank you, Alfonso. And Alfonso, could you please share this sustainability strategy, how it is linked with Kelanova's needs? Of course, in Kelanova, we want to experience the values of our founder. That is why we have a sustainability strategy that we call the Promise for Better Days. We want to create better days for our consumers in the communities where we operate, the farmers, members of our supply chain. This is through 4 key pillars. One is hunger, where a company has the commitment to make available food to 400 million people. Additionally, with the global strategy for better days, we want to have a positive impact in 4 billion people. We believe that's the impact our products have, and we have the pillar for well-being, where the company wants that our products are part of a healthy, nutritious diet, and also the delight eating good, nutritious food has in our bodies. And also, we insist that there is a place for everybody at our tables. We have a pillar for inclusion. This is a milestone, and our quota is 50% men, 50% women beginning this year. And across agriculture and supply chains, Kelanova has that it is the DNA of our products, corn, wheat, and all the ingredients at the end is what we transform for the consumer.
Esto no puede
And
suceder sin un planeta
this
próspero. Para tener un planeta
cannot
próspero,
happen
nosotros
without a
trabajamos igual en
prosperous
muchísimos ejes,
planet.
desde la
And we
optimización
work
logística de
across many
empaques,
axes
pero de
from the
manera muy
logistics,
puntual y con
packaging,
mucha inversión
selection,
en un
but
portafolio de
punctual
proyectos de
and
agricultura
investing
que
in a
dependiendo de
pipeline
las
of agricultural
condiciones de
projects
los
that
mercados
depending
van
on the
desde
market
el
conditions,
poner
they
a
go
disposición de los agricultores
from
capacitaciones para que conozcan
training
nuevas tecnologías
for farmers
de
so they
agricultura
learn
sostenible,
about new
nuevas técnicas
technologies for
o
sustainable
incentivar
agriculture
porque
or
se adopten
incentives
prácticas sustentables
to
en el
adopt
campo.
sustainable
Uno de
practices
estos
in the
proyectos
field.
que
One of
nos da
these
siempre mucho orgullo
projects
mencionar es
that
el que
we
llevamos de
are
manera
always
conjunta con
proud to
CIMIT,
mention is the
maíz
one that
amarillo
we
en
carry
México,
along
en
with CIMIT,
donde la estrategia de
yellow corn in
sustentabilidad a
Mexico,
través de
where the
este proyecto
sustainability strategy
nos ayuda a
under the
crear la
umbrella of this
suficiencia de
project
abasto
help us
para
to
nuestras
create
marcas como
enough
cornflakes,
supply for
Sucaritas,
our brands
que
like
usan el maíz
cornflakes and
amarillo
sucaritas
para
that
poner a
use
disponibilidad
yellow
proteína
corn
vegetal a nuestros
as a supply
consumidores.
of
Y
plant
de
protein for
esta
our
manera,
consumers.
nosotros
And
operamos
in
en un
this way,
ambiente
we
que cada vez se ha vuelto más incierto
are
y damos
operating
las
in
oportunidades a los
uncertain
agricultores que en
environments,
mercados
but
muy
we provide
complicados
opportunities
puedan
for
aprender
farmers
aquellas técnicas
that in
que
the
aseguren
middle
su
of
rentabilidad a
complicated
futuro.
markets, they learn techniques
Entonces,
to assure
algo que
their
nosotros
future
reconocemos
profitability.
a través de una encuesta
Something
que
that we
aplicamos
recognize
anualmente
through
a
a
nuestros
yearly
agricultores, que
survey
se aplica
to
de
our
manera mundial,
farmers.
representando
This
miles de
is
agricultores
a
y casi
survey
multimillones de
across the
hectáreas.
globe with
Es que
thousands of
entre el
farmers
50 y el
and millions of
70%, dependiendo de la
hectares, is
región,
that 50 to
ya han sido
70%,
impactados
depending
por
on
un
the
fenómeno
region,
de clima
have
extremo
already
que
been
ellos
impacted by
consideran
an
que está ligado
extreme
al cambio climático.
weather event that they feel is
Entonces,
linked to climate
pues,
change.
la estrategia de sustentabilidad nos ayuda
So
a crear
our
las condiciones
sustainability
de un
strategy
abasto en el
help us to
futuro, seguir siendo un
create
negocio
conditions
comprometido
for
con
a
nuestras
secure
comunidades
supply in the future,
hacia
committed with
adelante
our
y
communities
también pues,
moving
conseguirlo,
forward.
la
And
consecución de los
also
compromisos que hemos hecho de
we
manera pública, que son una extensión de los valores de nuestro
we
fundador, en donde
meet
buscamos
these
impactar de manera
commitments
positiva a los
based on the
agricultores dentro de
values
nuestra
of
cadena
our
de suministro.
founder, creating a positive impact
Y
in our
ejemplo de esto,
farmers.
pues,
And as an example of this,
también es nuestros objetivos de descarbonización,
also
tanto de
we
nuestras propias
have
operaciones y
objectives for
reducir nuestra huella hídrica,
decarbonizations
como
in our
el comprometernos a
operations,
hacer lo
reduce
mismo en la
our
cadena de
water
suministro,
footprint,
bajo
and we
un
are committed to do the same
compromiso
across
que
our
está
supply
trabajando hacia
chain
net
through
zero
a
2050.
commitment that is working to a net zero 2050 scenario.
Perdón. También muy
Sorry,
interesante
sorry.
todos los retos que se
Very
pone que la
interesting,
NOVA
all the
y que
challenges
alcanzan,
que la
en
NOVA
particular
has and
nos da
how
mucho
they
gusto, todos nos relacionamos
overcome and
con la
meet
agricultura y
their
los
objectives, all
productores.
related to agriculture and
Bien, pues
farmers.
pasemos a
So
una ronda
now,
de preguntas,
now
de
we'll
segundas preguntas
have
para
a
cada
round of
participante. Y
question number
regreso
2
entonces
per
con
participant.
Elisa.
So,
Por
Elisa,
favor, ¿nos puede decir qué
could
desafíos
you
enfrentas para
tell us
adoptar
which are the
técnicas más
challenges you
sostenibles en tus
find to
procesos
adopt more
producción
sustainable
de
techniques
maíz
in
y
your
cómo los estás
production
superando?
processes
Pues
for
mira,
corn and how
no
you
tengo ninguna
overcome them?
limitante
Well,
porque
I don't have any
digo, no
constraint.
soy impositiva, pero al
Well,
final
I
del
am
día,
not an impulsive person,
en las
but
tierras se hace
at the end
lo
of
que
the
yo quiero.
day, in my
Entonces,
land,
la limitante no la
things
tengo
are done the
porque
way I
yo
want
soy
to.
la que
There is
decido
no
en su momento
constraint
qué poner,
because
qué
it is
aplicar,
up to
cuándo
me
hacer
to
y en qué
decide
momento
what to
hacerlo.
apply, when to do it, how to do
Entonces,
it.
obviamente
So,
los
well,
procesos o lo
obviously,
que se va a aplicar,
the
previamente
processes
yo
or
lo
whatever is
estudio, lo
going to be
analizo
applied, I
y pues digo, va.
research on it, I
Entonces, para
analyze
mí ha
it,
sido
and I
el único
decide, and
reto
it's
que ha
go.
sido es
So the only
que
challenge so far
yo no he tenido
is
una fase de experimentación previa,
that
sino lo que
I
hago es que
skip
leo
a
y aplico
previous
y
trial
y
phase.
lo
I
único es
research,
que
I
si en la
apply,
primera tierra me funciona,
and if it
en
works
el
on the
primer terreno me
first
funciona,
attempt, on
lo
the
hago
first
espejo para
plot,
todos los demás.
I do a
Pero la limitante
mirror
no la tengo.
in the remaining part of the
Porque
land.
yo no voy a
So
hacer lo
there
que
is
mi
no
vecino
constraint because
dice,
I will not do as
teniendo
my neighbor
digamos,
says,
haciendo las cosas de una
like
forma convencional.
doing the continue to do
no la tengo.
things
Realmente
in
no
a
tengo una
conventional
limitante.
way. So there is no challenge,
sea,
no
yo
constraint.
¿Y sueles aplicar primero
And
una
you
parte del terreno?
usually apply
No,
only in a
yo
small
aplico,
part
no sé,
of
en
the
la primera
land.
tierra, por
No,
ejemplo,
well, I don't know. On the
vamos a
first
aplicar algunas
on the first
bacterias
land,
o
let's
algún tipo de
try some
fertilización
bacteria
diferente,
or some
por
different
ejemplo, una cuestión de
fertilization,
nutrición. Entonces, si veo
different
que lo que hice en
nutrition.
esa tierra me funcionó, lo hago
And
espejo para todas.
if it works,
de la forma
I
que yo
reply it
Y a
like
veces
a
ni
mirror in
siquiera
all the
me doy
land.
tiempo para eso,
And
simplemente
sometimes
preparo
I don't even have
y
time for that.
y
I
pues
just
vámonos
prepare
para todo igual.
and
No
let's go.
no
All in a
no
single
me
stroke.
detengo mucho
I
tiempo en
don't
pensar.
dwell too
Y bueno,
much
me ha
in
funcionado.
thinking.
Y
And so
la
far
parte
it has worked.
de la parte
And
sostenible, digamos,
for
pues es lo mismo, ¿no?
sustainable,
O sea, yo
well,
soy
I
quien
think it's
decido
the
qué es lo que se
same.
tiene que hacer. No
It
me
is
baso lo
me who
mismo, como
decides
decía
what to do.
la señora, es que
As
es muy difícil para
she was
nosotros, por
saying,
ejemplo, como mujeres,
well,
el
yes,
clásico
as
comentario de
women,
que,
it is difficult for
oye,
us
tu
because
patrona no estará
they
loca
have this
porque
comment.
está
Is your
haciendo las
lady
cosas
boss gone
diferente
crazy or what
que
is she
nosotros,
doing
¿no?
things
Y sí
different?
le funciona,
And
y aunque
does it work?
vean y se enteren que les está
And
funcionando,
even when they see and
porque
they
tenemos una
realize
mayor
that it
calidad
works
en nuestro
because
producto, porque
we
tenemos una
have
mayor producción,
higher quality in
de
our
verdad, y
product,
que los
because our
terrenos se ven
production
completamente
increases
diferentes,
and the
es
land
muy difícil
looks completely
que
different, it's
mi
very
compañero
hard
lo acepte.
that
Inclusive
a
a mis
neighbor
amigos, por
man
ejemplo,
can
mis
accept
amigos,
it.
los
Even
campesinos, los he
my
invitado,
friends,
oye, vamos a una
farmers,
plática, mira, va a
I
venir
have
tal ingeniero,
invited them to
o por qué no
lectures
aplicamos
from
estas
an
bacterias, o por qué
engineer,
no
or I
hacemos
tell them,
este
why
tipo
don't
de
we apply this
labranza,
bacteria? Why don't we
y
try
me dicen,
this
sí, sí, lo
practice?
hacemos.
And they say, yes,
O,
we'll do that.
o de plano me dicen,
Or
no,
they
mira, es
just
que mi
say,
papá me
no, you
enseñó de
see,
esta
is that
forma,
my
y
dad
pues tú
taught
haz
me like this,
como tú
and
lo
you
quieras
do
hacer.
as you
Es
please.
muy difícil convencer
I
a la
want.
gente, realmente
So
que
it's
son muy
very difficult
cerrados.
to convince people.
Y
They
yo
are
lo único también que
close-minded.
pienso es que nosotros tenemos
And
que hacer,
also I think that
nosotros
we
somos un
should
granito
do, because we are
de
like
muchas
just
personas.
a grain of
Entonces,
too
estamos
many
haciendo las
people.
cosas
We
diferente
do things differently
porque yo pienso que esto a un mediano plazo va,
because I think that in the
el camino ha
midterm,
sido largo y
the
sinuoso
path
y
has been
complicado.
long,
Nos la hemos
sinuous,
jugado.
and complicated.
Como empresa nos la jugamos día con día.
We are
Pero yo
there
pienso que
risking
esto en un
everything
tiempo a
every
mediano
day,
plazo va a
but I
tener muy buenas
think that in the
repercusiones.
midterm
No
we'll
solamente
have
en
a
la
good
cuestión
return,
ambiental,
not only for
sino
the
también como
environment,
empresa, yo pienso
but
que
also
vamos a
as a
tener mejores
business. I
rendimientos
think that our yields
en
will
cuestión de que
improve,
nos paguen mejor también nuestro
and
producto
also
terminado,
our products will
porque
have
vamos a
better
tener una mejor
prices,
calidad, va a
because
ser un
our
producto más
quality will be
limpio
better, it
y
will be
porque
a
el
cleaner
consumidor
product,
es
and
más
because
consciente de lo
the
que
consumers
compra.
are more
Entonces,
aware of what they buy.
creo que el camino va,
So
creo que
I
vamos por muy
think
buen camino.
we're on the right track.
Entonces, yo también tengo poco
And
tiempo en la agricultura
yes, I haven't been for so
y
long
es
in
los
agriculture.
yo trabajaba en un tema de petróleo.
I
nada
used
que
to
ver con la
work in the
agricultura
oil
y
and gas company,
entonces,
completely opposite to agriculture. So
me ha gustado porque
I like
me
it.
ha permitido también seguir innovando.
I like it
y
because
eso
it
para mí ha
has
sido
allowed me
muy
to innovate,
y
and
pues
this
ir en
has been
contracorriente
wonderful
pues
for
también me
me.
gusta.
And swimming against the
O
current,
sea,
I enjoy that.
es parte de
It's
de
part
que
of it's
y es
part of
parte
this
del
process,
proceso.
and it is
Sí,
part of
hacer la
this
diferencia
process.
siempre va a ir, vamos a
Yes,
hacer.
being
Ujú.
different.
Lo nuevo siempre
Ajá,
da
Yes,
miedo y
da miedo, pero lo estamos haciendo y lo estamos haciendo muy bien, creo. Sí.
muy bien. Sí, pues sí, como dices, el reto
Okay,
es
so
grande. No darnos por vencidos e insistir y
and
insistir y
we have
seguir
to
invitando.
insist
Muchas
and
gracias.
keep on inviting them.
Va mi siguiente pregunta a
My
María
next
Eugenia.
question
María
is
Eugenia, ¿consideras
addressed
que
to
la
Maria
agricultura
Eugenia. Maria Eugenia, do you believe that
representa a largo tiempo,
sustainable
como más o menos
agriculture
ya
represents at the long run,
Lisa,
as
una agricultura más
Lisa
rentable?
already mentioned, a more profitable type of agriculture?
Practicar una agricultura sostenible va a ser
Practicing
más rentable a
sustainable
largo plazo.
agriculture will be more
Sí, sin duda
profitable
alguna
at
así va a
the long
ser.
run. Yes,
Como ya les había comentado,
without
en la
any
otra
doubt. As I said before, at the long run, it will be more profitable because we will be cutting back on costs. We use less fertilizers. It is just based on a soil test and what the soil really requires. As well as in the efficient use of water, which is very important for the field. We have been implementing these practices in our plots, and definitely the engineers of Simit and Heineken have been supporting us all the way down, and we have increased the surface area of our fields under this kind of management, and with no doubt at all we will have benefits at the long term. We know some plots that have been under no tillage or conservation tillage for over 20 years, and they are yielding pretty well. So I have almost 90% of my land under no tillage conditions, and I do believe that it will be quite profitable at the long term. Thank you. Maru, you always demonstrate that commitment when you speak about environment and about the legacy that you want to leave to the next generation also. Right now, your question was, or your answer rather, was answering a question regarding profitability. You still go back to giving the best legacy possible for the next generations. Congratulations. Yes, indeed. At the beginning, I did not thank you for allowing me to participate in this kind of events, but it's very important because it helps us open our eyes. And you know, the environment is very important for me because of my personal situation. I was in the middle of everything, and I had to do something. I had to work for my family, and I was there, just right there in the middle of the field. So yes, I appreciate this opportunity. Thank you so much. Can you please give us an example on how Marx is giving priority to agriculture as an important part of decarbonization? And how do you manage to do it? As I said before, one of our way to reach this target zero carbon 2050 is related to friendly environmental practices, agricultural practices. And if we analyze our carbon fingerprint in Mark, it comes in a great deal from agriculture. It is the most important source of this carbon fingerprint, and that's why we are concentrating our efforts in it. We understand the importance, we're aware of the importance of having successful programs that will help decarbonize our soils. We're very, very proud, extremely proud of having in Mexico new flagship projects in Mexico of this project called Land of the New Generations. This project began in 2023 in alliance with Simit. In this project, we share practices that improve soils health through comprehensive or integrated management practices, how improving soil health and also lowering GHG emissions. We were able to supply 7,000 tons of maize to our plant at El Marqués, Querétaro City. So it is truly important for us to continue improving agricultural practices and to empower small landholders, because empowering them in Mexico is of utmost importance, and keep on promoting conservation agriculture is one of the targets that we set at the very beginning. And it was a commitment that we made along with CIMIT's team. This alliance began in the first year under an agreement that included groups of smallholders. And so we just created this synergy, and this is our commitment, establishing sustainable supply chains. In this year, we have seen unbelievable results and a great participation by the growers. Of course, this is not an isolated effort. It's not just CIMIT and Mark. Indeed, this has to be a work where many other companies take part. Companies of the same size of Mark, of Gelanova, of many others, linking efforts all together to aid this process. Obviously, the government is a crucial player, also the NGOs, institutions like CIMIT and their technological support, as well as their teachings. This has been a highly satisfactory year, but also a year full of learnings and challenges. And now we understand that we need many other companies that can help us drive forward this project, beautiful project that we have along with CIMIT. Thank you. Yes, Land for the New Generations is a program of which we are also extremely proud and highly satisfied. This alliance that we entered into with you, the commitment of Mars with the Mexican field, is highly satisfactory for us at CIMIT as well. Thank you. And I will go back to Alfonso. Alfonso, can you please share with us how the supply chains benefit by decarbonizing the tasks, the activities that you do at Gelanova? Yes, of course. I believe that in this part, I would like to give a context. It is important to understand how a company seeks decarbonization. One of the main commitments that we have made with this initiative, the science-based targets in most companies, and we are inviting our partners to do the same, is to commit ourselves to net zero. There are very important milestones, 2030 and 2050. And the next step is the regulatory framework. Nowadays, we already have got carbon taxes in Mexico in some states. The manufacturing or the transformation industry is being charged by the emissions being released into the air, into the planet rather. So looking towards the future, decarbonization, I believe, will bring about the next benefits. First of all, there is an opportunity of participating in the development of a new economy, a carbon-based economy, which is made up by two important markets, the conventional markets of carbon credits, which has been evolving throughout these years, and as of the net zero guideline was created, where companies using the land, the forestry, the agricultural and the industrial sectors are committing themselves. So towards this flag guideline, or the science-based targets, follows these lines. For instance, first, if a grower decides to ask for a carbon loan or a carbon credit, that credit cannot be part of a supply chain. So this gives rise to a secondary economy where those of us seeking to comply with these net zero targets will have to make the proper arrangements. What's the value of decarbonizing the supply
futuro, y
chain,
que creo que
which
ya
will
es muy
be the
relevante.
cost of
Otra parte,
recarbonizing
muy
agricultural soils,
importante,
etc. This is a
bueno, en
very
esta parte de
important part.
renovaciones,
Another important
dos
part,
pequeñas cifras y comentarios.
I would like to talk about
Cuando
two
hablamos de
figures
descarbonización,
with two
el
comments.
potencial
Whenever we
que
talk
Science
about
Based Targets nos dice
decarbonization, the
es que
potential of the
aproximadamente
science-based
podemos lograr el
target says that
8% de las
we
reducciones
can
que pertenecen al
achieve
sector
8%
de
of
la
reductions
tierra y la agricultura. Pero hay otro
belonging to
concepto muy
agriculture
importante
and
que
the
va a jugar un
land.
papel
There is
clave y es
another
en donde
major
realmente
concept
existe el
that
potencial
is
de alcanzar
key,
nuestros objetivos,
and that's where
que
we
es la
have the potential to
recarbonización de
achieve
suelos.
our targets,
En esta
which is soil
recarbonización del suelo, si
recarbonization.
nosotros contamos
With
nada más
soil
recarbonizar los suelos
recarbonization,
agrícolas,
if we are
aproximadamente
only
es el
thinking
11%
in
del
agricultural
potencial
soils, it will
que
represent only
tenemos para
11% of the potential
alcanzar la meta de 1.5
that we
grados.
have to
Y si
reach that
contamos
target of
adicionalmente
1.5
la contribución de los
degrees.
sistemas
And if we
agroforestales, podríamos
include
reducir hasta el
the
24%.
agroforestry systems,
Entonces,
we can
esto,
increase it by
junto con
4%.
prevenir la deforestación,
Now,
que es un
along
compromiso que ya todas las
with
marcas
preventing
comerciales tenemos también,
deforestation, which is a
es
commitment
lo
that
que nos va
all
a hacer
our brands
alcanzar
have
nuestra meta hasta
already,
2050.
we
¿Qué otro
will
beneficio hay en la
achieve
cadena de
this
suministro? Y
target
creo que lo
by
vivimos
2050.
en una
Which is
época
the
sin
other
precedentes,
challenge of
es
the
la
supply chain?
transparencia.
I believe that this
El
is an
consumidor
unprecedented time.
se ve
Transparency is
beneficiado, pero
required,
también
accountability, and the consumers
la
are
parte de proveeduría, los
benefited by
transformadores, los
this, but
agricultores,
also
se benefician de
manufacturers,
que cada vez es más público
and
esta parte de
agricultural.
las prácticas, quién
The
está haciendo
agricultural
qué,
district per
cómo
se,
lo
the
está
farmers are also
llevando a
benefiting
cabo
from it.
y sobre todo qué efectos tiene esto en la empresa.
How are we doing
Nosotros
things,
como
and which
personas que
are the
trabajamos dentro del
impacts
departamento de
on our
sustentabilidad en una
companies?
empresa,
Us
tenemos
working
muchas
in a
veces contacto
company,
con una
in a
encuesta que se llama
department
CDP,
only devoted to
en
it, we
donde
work with a
que muchas
CDP
compañías,
company.
Telanova publica su respuesta cada año.
Telanova
Podemos conocer más de las
publishes
ambiciones
its
climáticas de
results every
nuestros
year, and we know very
iguales,
well
de
about
las marcas,
our
e
climate
igualmente de las estrategias que están tomando
ambitious
nuestros proveedores.
plans of
Entonces,
other
ahí
companies, our peer
hay mucha
companies.
información
And we have found
acerca de
plenty of
cómo cada
information
quien tiene un
regarding the way
approach
in which each
a la
one of us has
sustentabilidad,
a
pero
different
en cosas
approach to
muy comunes.
sustainability. But
Creo
we
que
have
la cadena de
many
suministro en
points in
general se
common. I
beneficia de
believe
esta
that the supply
transparencia
chain is
al
benefiting from
obtener
this
una seguridad de
transparency
que todos
by
estamos yendo por el mismo
understanding,
objetivo.
by
Y
having the
finalmente,
certainty that we
creo
are
que
all
hay una
pursuing a
cuestión muy
common goal.
aterrizada de
And
agricultura
on the other hand,
en la
there
cuestión de la
is
calidad de
a
los productos
good
agrícolas que
point in
salen de
agriculture
prácticas
because
regenerativas.
we are all seeking
En
for
la parte
higher
ciencia, algo
quality
que
products coming
hemos,
from regenerative
que estamos
agriculture.
siguiendo en la investigación científica,
As we
es el
base
uso de
ourselves
microorganismos en la
on
agricultura, el uso de prácticas de
scientific-based
reorganización, como
agriculture,
tiene un
we know that
impacto
the use of
en los microorganismos del
microorganisms are
suelo,
beneficial
pueden
because they
llegar a
also have
tener
an
un impacto
impact in
también en
soil.
las características
Microorganisms,
de
they
los
can also have an
productos
impact
terminados
in
del campo.
the end
Un ejemplo
produce.
muy de alto nivel
A good example
existen evidencias de rutas
is that there is
metabólicas en
evidence of
donde los
metabolic
flavonoides, que
pathways where
son
flavonoids,
moléculas que para el
which are
consumidor son muy interesantes,
molecules
son
that for the
antioxidantes
consumer are very
y
interesting because
tienen
they are
evidencia de ser
antioxidizing
anticáncer, se
metabolites
incrementan o
and
regulan
they
parte de
help to prevent cancer,
de la
are
interacción con microorganismos de la red.
upregulated as they
Entonces,
interact with
el
root
aumentar la disponibilidad
living
de estos
microorganisms.
químicos en los
So
alimentos los
the
pone en una
idea of
nueva
using these
categoría y es una
chemicals
oportunidad
into
de
the food
diferenciación
products
para los
make
agricultores
them
en su
belong to a
producto.
different category, and it is a premium and a point of
Muy
differentiation
interesante, muchas
in
gracias. Muchas gracias
those
por
produces.
compartir con nosotros todos
Thank
estos
you very much
acciones que
for
llevan a
sharing
cabo.
this
Bueno,
information
pues
with us and the
buscando
actions that
ser,
you undertake,
tratar de ser lo
and
más
trying to be
apegados a
as
nuestros horarios para antes de
trying
cerrar
to follow our agenda as stringent
el
as
panel
possible,
en el
and
que
in order to
estamos
close this panel,
actualmente, le voy a pedir a cada uno de
I would
nuestros
like to ask
participantes que
each one of the
nos comparta
participants to share
un mensaje de cierre,
a
qué
closing
tarea
message,
nos dejan, qué
which is the
invitación nos
homework
dejan,
that you
cuál
leave
es
us. Leave us a message, a
para
peaceful thought, an
el término
invitation.
de este foro, por
Please
favor.
help us close this
Gracias.
forum,
Pues bueno,
this panel.
un honor estar aquí con ustedes compartiendo al final.
It's an
pero bueno,
honor
un
for
agradecimiento
me
para
to
el
be
CIMIT.
with you sharing.
Y
Thank you
algo
very
que yo
much to
quisiera
CIMIT.
compartir con ustedes es que
And something I would like to
nosotros
share
como
with you is
agricultores
that
estamos
we
bien
as farmers
comprometidos en
are
sacar
fully
adelante
committed,
nuestro trabajo.
to do our job.
Estamos tratando de hacer nuestro mejor esfuerzo.
We're trying to do our best
En el caso
efforts.
particular de mi empresa, hablando como empresa, de
The
tener un
very
mejor
particular
producto,
case of
más
my
limpio,
company of having a cleaner
de
product,
mejor calidad, de
a
mayor
higher
valor
quality
nutricional,
product with
adicionando
a higher
algunas cosas que
nutritional
pueden ser
value,
benéficas para nosotros.
adding
Sabemos que el
other
proceso que
products that
estamos
can
llevando no lo
help
vamos a obtener
human
de un
health.
ciclo a otro.
We know
El
that
proceso
our
es
target
largo, sin
won't be
embargo,
accomplished from one
estamos
crop
haciendo,
season to
cada ciclo
another.
estamos haciendo las cosas
Every crop season, we
mejorando y
improve
experimentando
something. We
para
experiment
tener un mejor
at every
resultado.
crop season in order
Ahora
to
yo solamente les
achieve better
invitaría
results.
también a
Now,
ustedes
I
como
would
los
just
grandes
like to
consumidores,
invite you
es que de
as
igual forma
consumers
que nosotros estamos teniendo el compromiso
to
por
do the
tener un muy
same,
buen
just as
producto,
us
que
are
también
committing
tengamos
to
una
have a good
equidad de
product.
igual forma
Please
en los precios que nos
commit
están,
yourselves also to
en
be
lo que están
fair with the
comprando
prices
nuestro
that you are
producto.
paying for our products.
Nosotros como empresarios
We,
estamos
as
cuidando
entrepreneurs,
cada uno de los
are
detalles de
taking
nuestra
care
empresa
of each one of
y
the
tratar de tener una mayor
details
utilidad,
in
teniendo
our
procesos
company.
limpios,
We try to
tratando
get
de
better
ser
profits,
creativos.
but at the same
De
time, we
igual
try to be
forma,
creative and
el
have cleaner
producto lo tienen
processes.
ustedes
Likewise,
y
the product
tenemos
is in
y
your
necesitamos
hands, and we
también
need
que el gran
your
consumidor
support as well. We need those large
aprecie
consumers
el valor que
to
nosotros
appreciate
estamos
the
dando
value
y
that
ese
we're
valor
contributing with.
lamentablemente es un precio.
Unfortunately, this
Necesitamos que
value
esos
is
precios mejoren
translated into
porque es la
price.
única
We
forma
need
que
better
nosotros también
prices,
podemos seguir
definitely, because
adelante
this
y que
is
no
the only way in
solamente
which we
sea
can
Elisa
continue
Muñoz o
moving
María
forward.
Eugenia los que
And
estén
it's not
sentados
just
aquí,
Elisa Muñoz or
sino que
Maria
esto sea
Eugenia sitting
uniforme de
here
tal
in
forma
this
que
kind of
pueda ser
fora,
un foro en el que ustedes puedan
but many more
obtener
people should
un
have
mayor grano, no
access to this
solamente de
kind of
2 o de 3 o
agriculture
de 4,
in
sino
a
que sea
way,
un
in such a way
unísono
that
para
you
que
can
la
have many
viabilidad
more
del
grains
negocio de la agricultura realmente sea viable y
of
sea
the
un
same
negocio.
source with the
Ese es el único mensaje que yo les
feasibility
pudiera dar,
of
porque
many
el
other
compromiso
people,
lo tenemos,
for
el
many other
compromiso lo
people
tenemos con el
being
medio
open
ambiente, el
to
compromiso lo
be
tenemos
part
con la
of this
producción,
business,
pero
because
también
we are committed.
necesitamos
We are fully
el
committed with
incentivo
production, with the
que es una
environment,
equidad de
but we
precios.
need some incentives, you
Ese
know,
sería
and
mi mensaje para
definitely having
ustedes.
fairer
Muchas gracias.
prices will be a great incentive to us. That's my
Pues creo que nos
message to you.
llevamos una gran tarea.
I think that we're
Este,
taking back home a big
para
homework.
mí, el mensaje que dejaría es
The
llevarnos esa
message
tarea
that
y
I would like
empezar.
to
Yo
leave
creo
you
que desde el
with is
granito que
to
podemos poner desde la
take
casa.
this
Sin
homework
duda
and
alguna, el
start
producto que
doing
vendemos a las diferentes
whatever we can,
empresas lo hemos
each one of us
trabajado
at
de la
home.
mejor forma de
The work
entregarles un
done by
producto
large
de
companies has been
calidad
great. We
y
have
yo
tried
creo que
to do
las
our
empresas
best
lo saben
in
y así lo
delivering
reconocen porque
to
cuando
you
menos
the best
en lo que estamos de programas de
possible
certificación, creo que
quality product.
nuestro trabajo sí se ve
It has been
remunerado
recognized. I
con
know
un
you know that
pago.
we have
A lo
good
mejor
products,
precisamente lo que dice Elisa, a lo
and
mejor necesitamos mejores
perhaps what
precios, pero
Elisa
yo creo que
mentioned
ese incentivo que
is very well
recibimos
said.
a la
We
hora de
do
entregarles un
need
producto
fairer
que sea
prices,
trabajado con
but
calidad,
you know, whenever
sí
we
lo hemos
deliver a
visto,
product with
sobre
high
todo los que
quality,
tenemos la
we
ya
have
certificación.
received the
Y en cuanto a
satisfaction
lo que
of getting
estamos aprendiendo aquí
higher
hoy
prices,
de
especially those of us
descarbonizar y
who
carbonizar,
are certified.
pues sin duda alguna es la tarea que nos
And
llevamos
now the
a
task
casa
is what
y
we
todos los
have heard
que
of here
ya
in
tienen
this
tiempo
forum,
trabajando sin duda alguna van
decarbonization
a
and
contribuir a que
recarbonization.
hagamos un trabajo mejor.
So all of us together
Muchas
back
gracias,
home
Marta.
will try to do a better job in
Milena,
this
¿nos puedes
regard.
dar un mensaje, por favor?
Thank you. Elena,
Claro
can
que sí,
you
yo creo que
give
mi
us your
mensaje de cierre
closing
es
message?
una
Yes.
invitación a que
My
nos
closing
unamos los
message is
diferentes
rather an
sectores,
invitation
llámese
so
sector
that
privado,
different sectors can
público,
get together,
productores,
public, private
productoras,
sector,
ONGs,
growers,
para que realmente hagamos la
NGOs,
diferencia
so that we
y
can
comencemos a
truly
trabajar
make a
muchísimo más
difference.
en este tipo de
Let's work
proyectos que
harder,
sabemos que son
let's work more
beneficiosos
with
no
this
solo
kind
para
of
nosotros
projects
en
which
este
are highly
momento,
beneficial,
sino para
not
las
only for
próximas
us right
generaciones.
now, but also for the
En Mars
next
realmente sabemos que
generations.
proyectos
At
como Tierra
Mars,
de
we
las
know
próximas
that
generaciones prueba que la
projects such
sostenibilidad
as Land for
nos
the Next
llevará a los
Generation
resultados que
are
queremos,
an
no solamente en el
evidence
mediano,
that
pero mucho más en el largo
of
plazo.
what the society
Y al
wants,
tiempo
not
estamos
only for the
logrando
short
también
but medium
impactos sociales
and
positivos
for the
que
longer
queremos
term
realmente
as
para
well.
nuestras próximas
We are
generaciones.
achieving highly
Por último,
positive
quiero dejarlos
results
con
at
una
the
frase
societal level,
textual
and we want that
que
for the
hace
next
parte
generations.
realmente de
And
nuestro
finally, I would like
ADN
to
que nos
close
representa
with
dentro de Mars.
what
Y es que el mundo que
forms
queremos
part of
mañana
our DNA
empieza
in
con las
Mars,
formas
the
en que
world that
hacemos
we want tomorrow begins with the way in which we do businesses today. That's why Mars is today here with you, and that's why Mars has this project called Land for the Next Generations and many other projects that are aiming towards the same objective, which we're considering quite seriously, being environmentally friendly, having a better future. Thank you so much for inviting me. It has been a pleasure to be with you. Thank you, Milena. Alfonso, thank you so much as well. Thank you for the sustainable supply program that you have with you. Please, your closing message. Yes. Well, on my side, I believe that one of the most important tasks that we can have as a company and in our cooperation with CEMET as well is to help and to make aware other links in the supply chain on the commitments that we are making and how we can implement in a competitive way the work that has to be done in the marketplace, because no single company can fight by itself to improve the conditions versus this climate change. The whole industry, the whole sector has to work together. And finally, I would like to make tangible the commitment that Kilanova has with agriculture and with the sustainability and profitability of farmers. Lastly, I wanted to talk a little bit about resilience and mitigation. Quite briefly, I would like to say that. And this, we mention it to growers whenever we have events. Those growers that do not apply sustainable agricultural practices in 5 or 10 years, they will have to look for a different job because the market is changing rapidly. We cannot control which kind of demand we'll have in the future. We cannot envisage prices for the future either. However, we do understand that sustainable practices replacing fertilizers and using other techniques like, for instance, crop residue, cover-up, etc., will help improving the production. Thank you. We're very happy because we accomplished several targets and we are complying with the time limits. We're being very punctual. And also we accomplished some of the targets that Dr. Van Loon mentioned in his opening speech, which is share knowledge with you and the participants through Zoom. Also, the lessons learned. Once again, I'm sorry that I'm insisting in this, but emphasize the major role that women and youth have in agriculture. And I'm sorry, Antonio, but we're very happy to have so many women in this forum, in this panel. And with no further ado, it has been an honor for me to be the moderator of this panel. Thank you so much. I wish you the best success in the remaining time of this day. Thank you.
Pues muchas gracias por este panel y gracias, Sofía, por el maravilloso trabajo de cumplir con estos tiempos.
Thank you so much for this panel, and thank you, Sofia, for being on time. You are making my job so much easier.
My job is easier thanks to you.
You have seen,
well, as we said,
this was a truly inspiring panel,
and it is reflecting a challenging outlook, and it has several options.
Voy a retomar una expresión muy de mi tierra y que además el origen, aunque después se haya utilizado en
give a
otros ámbitos
saying
mucho
from
más
my land,
globales, tiene un origen campesino. Sí se
and
puede.
it
Es
comes from
cuestión
growers
de
themselves.
voluntad.
We can do it.
Continuamos.
It
Vamos
is
a
just a
continuar
matter
ahora
of
con el
willingness.
panel, perdón, de bonos
Let's
de carbono. Como
continue
decía
with the
ya ayer,
panel
salió
called
este
Carbon
tema
Bonds. As
acá
I said
en
yesterday,
los
we
diferentes
talked about
paneles
this
y
topic,
causó
and
realmente pues mucho interés. Así que creo
it
que va a ser
created a lot of
panel que muchos
interest.
ya están esperando.
It is a
Y
panel
para
that
ello
many
les
people
voy a
are waiting
presentar
for.
al
And
moderador
to
de
this end, I
este
will
panel.
introduce the
Nos acompaña
moderator of this panel.
Moderar toda esta plática sobre bonos de carbono, el señor
As
Erick
a moderator
Rodríguez
of this panel,
Maldonado.
we have Erick
Él
Rodríguez
cuenta con más de
Maldonado.
15 años
Erick
de
has over
experiencia
15
trabajando en
years of
instituciones
experience working in
financieras de desarrollo. Cuenta con
financial
experiencia también
institutions
en
for
emisiones de
development.
bonos
He has
verdes,
experience
sistemas de
in
análisis de
green bond
riesgos ambientales y
emissions,
sociales, sistemas de
environmental and
comercio
social
de
risk
carbono,
analysis
programas de eficiencia
systems,
energética y energías
trade,
renovables, uso de la
carbon
cooperación
trade
internacional para el
frameworks,
desarrollo
energy
sostenible y
efficiency and
planificación
renewable energy
estratégica de
programs, the
banca
use of
verde.
international cooperation for
Tiene
sustainable
formación
development and
académica
strategic
en
planning
economía
of
por la
the green
Universidad
banking
Tecnológica
system.
de
He
México, una
has
maestría en
a
economía
bachelor's in
internacional por
economics
la
by
Escuela
Universidad
de Negocios
Tecnológica
y
de
Derecho de
México, a
Berlín
master in
y otra
arts
maestría en
and
estudios en
international
liderazgo en
economics
sostenibilidad por la
at
Universidad
Hochschule für
de
Wirtschaft
Cambridge. Erick,
German
bienvenido. Dejo el panel
University and a
en tus
master
manos.
in sustainability leadership studies by Cambridge from UK. Erick,
Muchísimas gracias.
you have the floor.
Un honor para mí estar aquí. Qué gusto. Y bueno,
It's
pues
an honor
llamaría a
for me to
nuestros
be with you.
panelistas también a que nos
Thank
acompañen
you.
aquí al
Thank you
foro.
to the panel
Por favor,
members.
a Cliserio González, por favor, y a José Luis Castro, si nos
And thank you
acompañan.
so much to José Luis Castro. Can you come, please, forward?
Buenos días a todos.
Y José Luis, no sé si nos acompaña. Tal vez haya un pequeño retraso con José Luis.
José Luis, maybe he's delayed.
Y, bueno, pues si no, yo creo que podemos ir empezando el panel. Me voy a mover para acá.
Okay, we can begin with this panel. I will just move a little
Muchísimas
bit.
gracias. Como bien decían, bueno, pues los mercados de
Well,
carbono han
thank you
estado
so much.
llamando
As we said,
poderosamente
the
la
carbon
atención
markets have
en tiempos
been
recientes, a pesar
awakening
de que
a
no
lot
es un
of interest
instrumento que sea nuevo,
later
tal vez ya
in recent years.
desde hace varios
And
años ha
this
estado
is nothing
presente, pero sin
new.
lugar a
We
dudas
have
hemos visto
had
un
them for
dinamismo
several years.
importante
However,
en los mercados
there
y una
is a
vuelta
very interesting dynamics
otra vez a ver
happening in these
los mercados de
markets.
carbono como un instrumento que
And
pueden
once again,
dinamizar
we are
las
considering
reducciones de
carbon
emisiones que
markets as
necesitamos
instruments
en
which can
nuestro
help us
planeta y
reduce
especialmente un poco en
the
agricultura. José Luis, ¿qué
emissions,
tal?
that reduction that we badly
Ha
need.
sido pues importante estos mecanismos de bonos
And
de
these
carbono en
mechanisms
años
of
recientes
carbon
pues
bonds
para impulsar el
have
desarrollo,
been
¿no?
of
Hace muchos años yo escuchaba a la
of
gente decir
great
que los bonos de
importance.
carbono
Several
eran
years
como los
ago,
ovnis,
I've heard
¿no? Que
people
todo el mundo
saying,
hablaba
oh,
de ellos, pero
carbon
nadie
bonds
nunca había visto
are
uno.
like
Y ahora ya
UFOs.
tenemos
Everybody
contacto
talks about them,
alienígena,
but
¿no?
nobody has seen
Ya
them.
cada
Now
vez
we
vemos
have
que sí es posible.
already entered into
Y por
contact
eso
with
mismo que
outer
estamos en
space
este
life.
panel es un gusto
Well,
recibirlos
this is the
aquí.
same. It's a
A
pleasure
dos de
for me to
nuestros
have you,
invitados que son expertos en este
two
tema
of
y que
our
están en la
guests
línea de
who are
batalla, justamente eso
experts
es lo
in
interesante, yo
this
creo,
topic, and they are
con el uso de
really
estos
in the
instrumentos. Entonces me va a permitir
front flanks
presentarlos brevemente.
of this
Cliserio
battle. I
González
will
es
briefly
agrónomo
introduce you.
con más de 20
Cliserio
años de
González is an
experiencia en
agronomist
producción y
with 20
comercialización
years of
sostenible
experience in
de
sustainable
agrocommodities en
marketing
América
and
Latina.
production of
Tiene amplio
agro-commodities
conocimiento de la
in Latin
producción y
America. He has a
procesamiento
lot
de
of
cultivos
experience in the
como café
production
y
and
cacao.
processing
Sus
of
estudios de
coffee
posgrado se enfocaron
and
en
cacao,
sistemas
among other crops. He
agroforestales
has
como
been
proveedores
working
de
also
servicios
with
ecosistémicos,
agroforestry as
incluida la
a
captura de
producer
carbono en
of
Centroamérica. También está
sustainable
involucrado como
products.
consultor en el desarrollo
He
e
has been
implementación de
working as a
programas
consultant in
rurales
the
en
development and
México y
implementation of
Colombia.
rural
Bienvenido,
systems in Mexico,
Cliserio.
Colombia. Welcome.
Y también nos acompaña José Luis Castro, quien cuenta con más de 25 años de experiencia en campos ambientales. Es conocido por fundar empresas exitosas como Ítaca Environmental. Como director ejecutivo, dirigió áreas de servicios
As
clave como energía,
CEO, he
paisajes
has
sostenibles
directed
y
key
desarrollo con bajas emisiones de
projects like
carbono.
sustainable
También
landscape
lanzó
with
Mide
low
Solar
carbon emissions. He also launched Mire Solar for solar projects and Cairo Solar for distributed solar generation in Mexico. In eco-securities, he managed international projects and the nitrous acid program, and then he oversaw transformation processes in the negotiation table of carbon credits. Currently, he is CEO of Canopia Carbon with nature-based projects to mitigate emissions of greenhouse gases. Welcome, José Luis. So I would like to say a few words as an introduction to this topic, and then each of you will present. And just to give you the context, in our planet, we are undergoing a climate emergency that puts at risk the prices of agricultural commodities. In this crisis, we also have agri-food systems with double impacts. On one side, they contribute to 1/3 of greenhouse gases emissions, but they are also one of the most impactful sectors from climate change, and it is one of the sectors that less funding received to mitigate the effects of these greenhouse gases. Currently, the food production activity causes almost 90% of the world's deforestation and on average uses 70% of fresh water in the world. There is also a drastic reduction of availability of ecosystems, and this is an important driver. All of this in the context that the food demand is foreseen to be duplicated by between 2020 and 2050. It might seem like so many years into the future, but they are around the corner. So the mobilization of private resources to fund the transition to these models. These carbon markets can be efficient mechanisms channeling these resources, although they certainly have challenges that are critical in the matter of transparency, quality, integrity of these credits that could be reflected in their prices. Like some important figures of this sector in Mexico, carbon bonds, 80% of carbon projects in Mexico are for forest. When in Mexico we talk about carbon bonds, it is forest carbon bonds. They are concentrated in 10 states with 85% of these bonds generated in these states. There are 7 developers that have been developing half of the market, and 95% of these carbon credits are certified with CAD, Climate Action Reserve, or the carbon bond standard, and we know that there are 5 verifiers which are the most active in our country. So this is the context in Mexico and the carbon market. And now I would like to give the floor to Cliserio González so he can present. Thank you, Eric, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, I represent Bumitra. Bumitra is a company. We have been in Mexico for 2 years now. We were created in Silicon Valley, California, as a high technology developer applied to agriculture and livestock. We developed an AI model that allows us to calculate carbon on soil without the need to being there on the field, on site. This is based from information coming from over 100 satellites, deep learning, considering databases of soil analysis. So if I may, I would like to present our actions globally and some images of the project we have in Mexico. In Mexico, this project began a little over 2 years with 800,000 hectares, and now we are around 1.8 million hectares. And this is the advantage we have with AI, that allow us to create scale in the scope of our projects. I am not sure how many hectares it is for forest carbons here in Mexico, but I am certain we are almost on the same acreage with this project in Mexico. I will stand up. I don't feel at ease on the chair, and this is the pointer, the clicker.
Déjenme primero la domino y ya después me arranco.
Let me see how I can control my slides, and then I will begin. No, I think it's not working, the clicker.
Necesito cambiarme allá.
Okay, so perhaps from this other side.
Creo que no estaba prendido.
No, I think it was not on. Perhaps that was the reason. Yes, we got it. Okay, so as I was saying, I come from Bumitra. Part of our actions is to remove carbon in greater scale. And this phrase is to bear in mind. We are talking about that we are trying to solve a gigaton problem, which so far in every sequestration carbon project or greenhouse gas mitigation project, we are working with technologies or methodologies at gigaton scale. So it doesn't make sense, or of course it makes sense, but there is a lot to be done. Under this vision, Bumitra, following the approach of our methodology, we want to reach to carbon sequestration to this gigaton scale. And we are in a rush. The climate change is a gigascale problem. According to the IPCC, we have the urgent need to sequestrate carbon more than 40 million gigatons and more than 9 billion hectares need urgently adaptation measures. This is what we have in front of us. Now, as I was saying, Bumitra was created in Silicon Valley. This model of artificial intelligence is unique. It is patented. We are the owner of these rights, and it has helped us to work in different countries developing projects, but we only work with soils. We don't work with forest carbon. We work with agricultural and livestock soils carbon sequestration. We implement sustainable practices through methodologies developed along with Berra in order to accelerate mitigation of greenhouse gases at a global scale, and we empower farmers from an economic perspective, but also through capacity building, learning how to use tools. What we do adjust to these sustainable development goals from the 2030 agenda, including the 17th goal. It's important because for the generation of projects we partner with stakeholders whenever we conduct a project. We have a global network of projects. This is about Mexico's project. It includes all border states, Baja California Sur, Sonora, Coahuila, Chihuahua, Nuevo León, Tamaulipas, Durango, Zacatecas. These are the states encompassed by this project. We began with 800,000 hectares with livestock activity. This is regenerative livestock and feedlots. The common denominator is that they have different sustainability practices across the different stages of breeding, feedlots, and slaughtering. So we have a demand of hectares to open the second stage of the project, and we are surpassing 1.7 million hectares. At the same time, in the rest of Mexico's territory, we are working on a project in the center-south region. Our initial horizon is 700,000 hectares. This includes all all the states that are not included in the first project, all the way south to Yucatan and Chiapas. We also began a project in Costa Rica with Corfoga and the Ministry of Agriculture with 700,000 hectares. We agreed to these 3 months ago, and in Colombia, this project has been listed in the Berra platform also for 3 days. It is also 700,000 hectares. In South America, in the South Cone, we have a project that we began in March 2023 between Argentina, Uruguay, Paraguay, and the south of Brazil with 800,000 rangelands hectares. In India, we have 200,000 hectares with sugarcane, with small farmers, and this is an important factor for Bumitra, small farmers, smallholders. And in Africa, between Kenya and Tanzania, we have 200,000 hectares of pasture land, along with Masai Mara ethnia. Additionally, we are exploring other crops in Latin America like cocoa, coffee, sugarcane. We have some tests on carbon sequestration in soils. The results are favorable. And I think in 2025, we will begin with sugarcane projects in Latin America and also in other markets we are exploring. We work in the voluntary market or certified carbon market, but we are considering exploring under Article 6.2 of the Paris Agreement, the compliance market, which is a direct negotiation to countries that have adhered to this article and whose countries are part of our projects, such as Mexico, Costa Rica, and Colombia, to mention a few. And we also have a collaboration agreement with Mongolia to conduct developing projects in their pasture lands. This is where we are standing. This figure needs to be updated. I think we are over 3 million hectares in our projects, more than 50,000 farmers in our membership of Bumitra, 4 continents, and 15 million carbon tons removed. This technology is proprietary, is patented. I call this our black box. We have inputs from more than 100 satellites. These are data that nourish or feed this AI model that based on big data and prediction of deep learning, we have as an output 3 variables, which is the remote measuring of carbon, soil humidity, 1 meter depth, nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium at 30 centimeters depth. This is what feeds our AI model. And this algorithm is proprietary, is patented. We only feed data coming from this multi-spectral matrix, and we have these 3 outputs. Soil carbon can be monitored every month, how it accumulates in the soil, 30 centimeters depth, and we calculate carbon delta every year. Soil humidity could be monitored every day, 1 meter depth, and this can be used for a strategy for water use, and NPK. This could be a weekly model, 30 centimeters depth, and the idea is to reduce the use of synthetic fertilizers or opt for a biofertilization. This information is available to farmers through a platform. This is our homepage. Every Bumitra partner has a user and a password for logging in the platform, and with this we can manage the project across all optics. In this section, we feed all the information of the exploitation, animal heads, acreage, and every variable, and soil humidity. This is how it is shown on the map. And the farmer or the member in the region uploads the polygon information. This is the only thing we need. The system takes it, begins measuring. It has a backtracking and a forward tracking analysis on predictions of soil humidity. And based on a color code, we can see where the best humidity conditions are 1 meter deep into the soil. Also, the users have other information like market information. And this information with NPK data, we created an index for plant health, which is plotted here. And with these, breeders can decide where the better grasses are located. So we generate capabilities to use this tool, and also that they can have complementary information like weather alerts or weather information. And here we have an icon for it, like a telephone icon. This is an AI bot and breeder. The bot's name is Mitra. And whenever there is a question on which practice to implement, the user can ask this AI model. Also in Spanish is available on what to do, and this Mitra bot has a specific answer to that question. Bumitra has developed technology for this purpose, and this has been recognized. And I'll show you how. So how carbon sequestration works. This is a raw graphic on how carbon sequestration is shown in the model. In the x-axis, we have time horizon, and in the y-axis, the percentage of sequestrated on-site carbon. As you can see, there is a plot on carbon sequestration. There are some peaks and valleys, and these are all positive values. It means that this plot of land has a positive carbon sequestration rate that could vary with ups and downs across time. In some cases, the sequestration could be higher, others lower. And the fact that the plot is lower, it doesn't mean that there are leaks. No, it means that less percentage was sequestrated. There are leaks, but these leaks are towards the negative axis. In this case, it's a positive sequestration. This is a raw data plot on how the system receives it. And once the information was digested, that we can say that in a year, this plot had a capture of 1.8 tons. Next year, 1.9 tons. It decreased, but still positive. And this is how we generate carbon credits with the accrued delta year after year. These are transformed in carbon credits, and basically is 1 ton of carbon per hectare. These are one of our partners across the globe, and they are part of Bumitra's dispersion. Alquería in Colombia, Mercy Corps in Africa, and also the Amazon Foundation, the World Economic Forum, etc. We have more than 100 partners between NGOs, government bodies, and intergovernment bodies, private public organizations that accompanied us throughout the implementation of this program. And I think I had a different presentations because I am missing some images. I wanted to show you some images on how you can tell where the project is implemented, because we were talking about practices to implement. In the case of our projects in the north, these are sustainable practices for conservation of soil, water, rotation of pasture lands, electric fences, the trend to substitute agrochemical products in livestock, adaptive genetics for animals. And in the images, you can clearly see the pastures under this regenerative livestock management, and the opposite, and an image speaks more than 1,000 words. So why Bumitra has been successful implementing projects? Well, first of all, we have an online platform completely transparent. Every user has access to the information anytime. Greater profit for farmers. This is key for Bumitra's success. No member pays a single peso. For us, it's important to guarantee breeders that they will not pay a single peso or enrollment fees for being a part of the project. Their participation has 0 fees, and the business chain, the business model of Bumitra is a short. It is a property owner. It's an on-site implementing partner. What is this? Our partner here in the north of Mexico is ProNatura. Perhaps you are familiar with ProNatura. They are in charge to work with breeders. They associate with us, and it is 3 partners: Bumitra, ProNatura, and breeders. I am being told I am running out of time. We have small holders, indigenous communities, community land, ejidos in Querétaro. These are minority groups. We were acknowledged as one of the most influential companies in 2024, and the CEO of Bumitra was named most influential people in the world, and Forbes was mentioned as one of the most brilliant minds of young people under 24. And last year, Bumitra won the Earthshot Prize in the category of Fix Our Climate, and he is a bit more. He is the CEO of Bumitra. This is all I have to share with you. This is how we do it, what we do it, and I want to conclude by saying that we bring breeders to the market, to carbon market. We measure and we introduce them to the market. We have a market niche and we trade all the bonuses. We have a good supply for customers, and this is my contact information. Thank you very much.
Muchísimas gracias. Muy interesante la labor de Bumitra.
Thank you very much, Cliserio. Very interesting the work Bumitra has. I'm certain we will have many questions at the end. And José Luis, you have the floor. Thank you.
Prefiero estar sentado si no les molesta.
I think I'm okay sitting down. Briefly, I would like to give an introduction of what we do in Canopia, and without diverting to another topic, I would like to share a project, a new project with over a year, and how it links to carbon markets. Canopia Carbon began in 2021. We are in our 4th year by February, and in this very short time, we have managed to create a platform, not digital, but a platform for technical and legal capabilities in Mexico. For 40 people working in Canopia, spread across different states. We have our investor, Mercury Energy. They are dedicated to trading of agricultural commodities, and they were pioneers investing in carbon markets. With all this support and the team that we have 30 projects in operation in Mexico. As mentioned, most of Mexico's projects are for forest carbon. Most of them are for enhanced forest management, encompassing all the forest management programs
muy poquitos de esos
authorized by
proyectos y más
SEMARNAT.
bien lo que
We
nos hemos
have
concentrado es
a
a
few of
proyectos de
these projects,
restauración
but
forestal.
we
Como saben,
concentrate in
una
projects
gran
of
cantidad
forest
de bosques, la
restoration.
mayoría de
As
ellos
you
en México
know,
tienen
a vast
algún
number of
tipo de
forests in
degradación
Mexico have some type of degradation.
y en este caso la
And
regeneración
in
climática, que tiene un
this
protocolo muy
case,
hecho para México, pues identifica que hay
the
un potencial de
strategy for climate
restaurar estas zonas
action
forestales para incrementar la tasa de captura de carbono. Entonces ahí
determine
es
the
donde nos hemos
potential for
concentrado
restoration of
principalmente.
forests,
Tenemos
and this
proyectos
is
en la
our
península de
focus
Yucatán,
mainly. We have
Oaxaca,
projects in
también
Yucatan
en Chihuahua.
Peninsula and Oaxaca,
Y
also Chihuahua.
pues entrando al tema que quiero
And
puntualizar el día de hoy, y que
focusing
está muy
on
vinculado a
today's
otros tipos de
topic,
proyectos como los
linked to
que
other project
presentaba
types,
Cliserio, pues obviamente el
like the
tema
one
forestal está
Cliserio
bien, pero
presented.
la mitad del
Forest
territorio
carbon is
mexicano
okay,
es
but
semiárido,
half of Mexico's territory is
sufre estrés hídrico,
semi-arid,
bueno, creo que todo el país sufre estrés
underwater
hídrico.
stress,
Y
although
entonces
I think all the
cuando
country is
tratamos de empezar a hacer
underwater
proyectos
stress.
en
So
otras áreas
when
del
we
país donde
try
no
to
necesariamente
undertake
estamos en zonas
projects in
tropicales,
different
nos
areas, not
enfrentamos con la
tropical
realidad
areas,
de que el
we
carbono,
are face to
los
face
precios
to
actuales
the
del carbono no
reality
son
that the
suficientes
carbon
para
and
hacer una
carbon prices
restauración
are not
que permita que
sufficient
se capture
to
carbono
undertake a
sin este
restoration
foro de
allowing
suelos.
to
Pues es muy difícil,
sequestrate
¿no? Si en las
carbon.
áreas no tienes agua,
It's very
la
difficult
biomasa
because in
crece
arid
muy
areas there is
lentamente.
no water.
Entonces, el
Biomass
tema del suelo se
really
vuelve
grows
fundamental.
slowly, so the soil
Pero aún así,
part of
no es
it becomes
suficiente el
critical.
carbono que se
But
puede
even
generar, a veces
so,
no es
it's
suficiente
not
para
enough. The
restaurar
carbon that can be
en escala
generated is
pues
not
estos
enough to
ecosistemas, ¿no?
restore
Entonces,
in scale
desde hace año y
these
medio,
ecosystems.
nuestro
So over
inversionista,
half a year ago, our investor,
emitieron es
they
como un vehículo de inversión que se
issue
llama,
like an investment
se me fue el
vehicle.
nombre, Miguel, Silvania.
It's called
Lo pueden ver
Sylvania.
en línea, es pública
You
la
can
información.
Google it
Es un
up.
fondo de
It's
500
public
mil millones de
information.
dólares.
It is a fund
Que
of
500 mil, no,
500
500 millones,
billion,
pero luego pienso en inglés y en español.
$500 billion, $500 billion.
Half a billion, ¿no? Que tienen para empezar a invertir
Or
en
$500 billion,
proyectos basados en
he
naturaleza en
corrects
todo el mundo,
himself,
y
that
nosotros
have
siendo
to invest
pues uno de
in
los
nature
brazos que
projects in
tienen
the
en
world.
México,
And
bueno, su
us
brazo
being
más bien en
one of
México,
their
nos dijeron,
arms in
tienen que
Mexico,
ver
their arm
cómo
in Mexico,
canalizar parte
they need to
de esta
see how
inversión
to
a
channel
proyectos nuevos,
this
pero no
investment to
pueden
new
ser
projects,
proyectos,
but these
15
cannot
proyectos
be
grandes, ¿no? Porque pues,
small
probablemente
projects. They have to
requieren
be
ciertos
large
tickets de inversión
projects because they
específica,
need a
que de
specific
no
investment
cumplirse, pues sale más caro el
caps,
caldo que las
and
albóndigas, ¿no? Entonces,
otherwise the
nos dimos cuenta
remedy will be
del
worse than the
portafolio que teníamos de
disease.
proyectos
So
forestales,
from
pues
our pipeline of
no
forest
necesitábamos
projects,
esos niveles de dinero. Y
we didn't
nos dimos
need
cuenta
those
que
levels
todos
of
los proyectos
funds,
de ARR, es
and
decir, de
we
aforestación,
realized
y
that
restauración, sobre
all
todo
the
en
three
zonas
R's
áridas,
projects,
semiáridas,
reforestation,
cuesta muchísimo dinero por hectárea
regeneration,
restaurar, pero
remediation,
que
cost a lot of
no
money
solamente
to
hay beneficios en
restore 1
carbono, sino
hectare.
también puede haber beneficios en
But
agua,
we
¿no?
learned
En
that
reducir estrés hídrico,
benefits are
hacer
not
más
only
disponible el
for
recurso hídrico,
carbon, but also
y también
benefits are to
en
reduce
temas de
water
biodiversidad.
stress and
Hace
also
unas semanas acaba de
help
terminar,
with the
o hace una semana, ¿no? Acaba de terminar
biodiversity. A week
la
ago,
COP en Cali, y todo este
COP
tema
ended
de
in
créditos de
Cali,
biodiversidad, créditos de
and
naturaleza,
all
está
this
empezando a crecer
topic
de
of
manera exponencial.
nature
Todavía
credits,
pasos iniciales,
biodiversity credits,
no
it's
podemos
on
decir que hay un
baby steps,
mercado
but
para
it
nada,
will
pero hay mucho
scale.
interés
We
del
cannot
sector
say there is
privado,
a
sobre
market,
todo
but there is a growing
de
interest from the
industrias
private sector, mainly
vinculadas al
from
uso
industries that are
de recursos
linked
naturales,
to the
¿no? Y
use
me
of
refiero ahí
natural resources, and I am
agroindustria,
talking
el sector
about
minería, ¿no? O sea, todo lo que
agribusiness, the
es
mining
sectores
sector,
extractivos que tienen
everything on
potencialmente
the
o han tenido en el
extractive
pasado un
sectors
impacto
that
ambiental
in the past
importante,
have had
están
an
viendo estos
important
nuevos créditos de biodiversidad
environmental
de naturaleza
impact
como un
are
mecanismo para
considering these
llegar a
new
cumplir
biodiversity
este
nature
concepto
credits
de, de pérdida
to
neta,
meet
de ganancia neta
these.
positiva, ¿no? O sea, es volver a invertir en una restauración. Entonces,
This
cuando uno
is in
logra
order to have a
empezar a
good
poner estos
restoration.
ingresos juntos,
So
entonces puedes
when
hacer
you
proyectos mucho más grandes en
add
escala
all
que
these
tengan
resources,
múltiples
you
beneficios.
can
Y esto es lo que
add
se me
up the
perdió
scale and yield.
lo tienes. Gracias.
more benefits.
Entonces, lo que se nos ocurrió
So,
hace año y medio, después de estar viendo
what
diferentes
we
modelos que
thought
existen en el
about
mundo, pues fue
after
estos bancos de restauración.
considering all these options
Esta nota aquí me
was
gusta mucho, ¿no?
this restoration
Es bien
bank. I
difícil hoy en
like
día,
this
escuchamos
quote.
tantas notas
It's
negativas, o sea,
difficult
cada
today
semana hay
because
una
we
crisis
hear
ambiental en algún lado, hace
always
2 semanas en
different
Valencia no
negative
termina, o sea,
news, like
es una cosa
the
impresionante, donde es
flooding
mucho
in
más fácil
Valencia,
imaginarnos
more
todo
bad
lo que
news
va a
where
salir
it is
mal o
easier
pudiera
to
salir mal,
imagine
que ponernos a
everything that
imaginarnos
could
cómo
be
podría
wrong
salir
than
bien,
imagine how could
porque
it be
pues esa es la
right.
naturaleza humana y
Because this
construir y
is the
diseñar algo
way
distinto
nature is,
toma
and to
mucho tiempo y
build and
mucho más
design
esfuerzo, ¿no?
something
Entonces,
differently
Takes
takes
a long
longer.
time
bancos
and you
de
have to make
restauración
lots of
son
effort. So these
diseño de
restoration
proyecto
banks
ligeramente
are
distinto a lo que
a
hemos visto
project
en
that has
México,
been designed in a slightly
influenciado
different
mucho
way
por
to
los
what we
bancos
have
de
seen in
conservación en
Mexico,
California,
with a
que
huge
probablemente algunos de
influence
ustedes han
of the conservation
escuchado.
banks existing in
Desde
California.
1980 más o
Maybe
menos,
you have heard
estos
about
bancos
them
han sido un
since the
mecanismo
80s.
del gobierno de
These
California
banks have
para que las empresas
been
que
a
tienen un
good
impacto
mechanism
ambiental
used by
puedan
the
competir.
Californian
Tienen dos
government so
opciones
that
allá, ¿no?
those
O
companies
hacen su
that have
mínimo
environmental impact
sometido
have
impacto
two
ambiental y por
options.
lo tanto un
Either
programa de
they
vigilancia ambiental
work
para
with
mitigar esos impactos
a
o
program of
hacen
surveillance,
análisis de
environmental
impactos y
surveillance to
ponen
mitigate
el
those
dinero en un
impacts, or
banco,
to do
que se llama un banco
they
de
or to
conservación,
do an
que es
environmental
básicamente una estructura
analysis, and
pues,
they
legal
work
y
with the bank. The
organizacional
bank
que
is a
toma
legal
ese
entity
dinero y lo invierte en un programa de
and take that
actividades para
money
poder hacer
to
esa
invest it
mitigación.
in
Ha sido
a series
en
of
Estados Unidos y en
actions in
California ha sido
order
un
to
mecanismo
mitigate that
sumamente
environmental
interesante
impact.
porque reduce
This has
costos de
been a
transacción
very
para todos,
interesting
para
mechanism
el
for
regulado que tiene que
California,
cumplir y para el gobierno que tiene que
because on the
supervisar.
one
Entonces, en
hand,
vez
the
de estar
companies
yendo
have to
a
comply with
supervisar
this
cada
mitigation
proyectito,
of their environmental
supervivencias de
impact, and
árboles y si
also
hiciste todo y si
the
después de 1, 3,
government
5
gets enough
años
funding to do all
tu
the
restauración sigue
projects
andando, pues aquí
aiming
todo está
towards
concentrado y hay un
lowering
mecanismo mucho
or
más
mitigating
estructurado
the
para
environmental
reducir esos
impact. This
costos.
is a very
Entonces, con
well-structured
base
mechanism to reduce
en
costs
esa
and to mitigate
experiencia
environmental impact. So
con una
based upon
experiencia
that
más nueva
experience
en Colombia, que seguro han
and
escuchado
the
los bancos de
newest
hábitat,
experience in
tienen
Colombia, maybe you have
2018
heard
cambió la
about
ley en
the
Colombia
habitat
y es
banks
básicamente lo
in
mismo, tienen otro nombre, pero es
2018.
básicamente lo
The
mismo.
law
Entonces decidimos
changed
nosotros
in Brazil. It is
montarnos
basically
en
the
esa
same
idea y decir,
mechanism
bueno,
with a
¿qué podemos
different
hacer en
name. So
México? Pero que no
we thought
solamente sea
about
un
it
banco
and
de
we said, what can we
compensación
do in
directa de
Mexico?
impacto, sino
But
que podamos
maybe this
incluir
bank should not
múltiples
only have
resultados ambientales
direct
en un solo territorio.
mitigation
Entonces,
of the
son
environmental impact,
herramientas
but truly
integrales
help the
diseñadas para generar
resources in a
resultados
given region.
ecológicos,
So we have designed this
como el
project in
aumento de
order to
disponibilidad de
provide
agua,
good
el incremento de
environmental
productividad,
conditions like
muy
increase
importante no
in
solamente el
water
tema
availability,
agrícola,
increase in
sino también incluso
productivity, not
forestal,
only
¿no?
for the agricultural
Incluso
production, but
pecuario,
also for forestry
porque
and
bueno,
also for
si no hay biomasa para
livestock
alimentar al ganado, pues
production.
simplemente no
Obviously,
hay
you need
negocio viable, ¿no?
enough feed
Y lo que
to
pretendemos aquí es que se
raise
cumpla con los requisitos de
cattle.
mitigación de
And
impactos
of
ambientales,
course, we
pero
also
que
want to
garantice la
mitigate
sostenibilidad
the
económica a
environmental
largo
impact of
plazo
these companies, but at the same time, we want
estas
to
acciones, ¿no?
obtain
Entonces,
long-term sustainability of these
¿qué
actions.
problemáticas tienen estos bancos?
Which are
Por un lado
the
es todo lo que es
problems or the
empiezan
issues
a
of
vivir muchas
these
empresas, que
banks?
es la interrupción de sus
Many
operaciones
companies
debido a
have
problemáticas
suffered an
ambientales,
interruption in their operations
escasez de
due
agua,
to
exceso de
environmental
agua,
problems. For instance, water scarcity, excess of water.
terrenos o incluso caminos, ¿no? Que de repente llueve mucho y ya no tienes
Some
acceso.
road
Entonces,
accesses
tema
have
de
been
resiliencia
impaired because
climática
of
es algo
heavy
que cada vez se está
rainfall.
viendo,
And
que
this
está afectando mucho
impact
más las
of
operaciones de las
adverse climate
empresas.
conditions, which
Yo
are
creo que
being
aquí algunas
affecting
empresas que no son
some
los que entrar
companies.
en gran detalle saben muy bien cuáles son sus riesgos climáticos
We know
y en
about
general
those
es algo que
companies who
muchas veces
run
escapa.
major climate
No es
risks
algo que
events.
solo ni un gobierno ni una empresa pueda
And
hacer, ¿no?
you
Es
can
algo que
escape
tenemos que
from
hacer
it.
todos juntos porque el nivel de
And
inversión
not the
que se
government,
tiene
not
que
a
hacer en
single
aumentar
company
esa resiliencia climática es algo que
have
escapa
a
los presupuestos
solution.
de cualquiera,
We have to
¿no?
work all
Entonces,
together
pues es una
because
problemática
the
que estamos
budget, the
queriendo
funding
atender. La
required
segunda es
to
la
mitigate
pérdida de
this
ingresos
climate
por
change impact is
incapacidad de
huge.
operar.
On the other hand, you're losing because you cannot operate anymore. Your operations are being impaired. We'll give you an example of a company in San Juan del Rio, Querétaro City. This city is full of industry, and they have been suffering from severe climate change events in the last years. There has been a very dry, long season followed by heavy rainfall, and everything is flooded. So that's where we're concentrating right now. And on the other hand, we also have to prepare sustainability strategies. It is clearer and it is more important nowadays, the commitment of companies regarding ESG subjects, not only because you have to report your environmental impact every year, but because the risks, the environmental hazards identified based upon the new reporting standards, companies realize that if they do not invest now, tomorrow they'll have serious problems that may affect their profitability. So how can we have more cost-effective solutions? I'm going to rush because we have time constraints, so there are several problems. And our proposal is to have integrated management of this territory using cross-functional teams. We enter into alliances usually, so these banks have this purpose. In one single landscape, we want to provide carbon credits, and at the same time, we want to have good results in terms of water use efficiency and productivity, higher productivity. At San Juan del Rio, we're using methodologies based upon volunteer companies that want to comply with the targets. We want to capture more carbon in the soil, but also through biomass production. So that funding from different environmental results will help us maintain such an intervention a long time. Like, for instance, in San Juan del Rio, we're already working with 12,000 hectares, and the job was done in 2 stages, including agricultural land, non-agricultural land, forestry land, livestock land, and that's where we have been working at. I'll go faster. There are a series of alliances that we still have to enter into. We're working in 2 banks at 4 states in Mexico. So we require lots of alliances. One of these allies is CIMIT. CIMIT has been supporting us with their know-how in terms of regenerative agriculture, but there are also other organizations like GIZ, Biofin, UNAM University. We want to use science-based data. It's important for the organizations that have formed alliances with us in this project. So I will stop here.
Excelente, pues muchísimas gracias, José Luis.
Thank you so much, José Luis. I think that both of you have presented feasible options that can be implemented in terms of businesses, solutions. Also, they are carbon-centered. They also provide additional benefits in other areas that are also suffering from the environmental crisis that the world is suffering. Let's go into the questions. We already have some questions, but to start warming up, I would like to ask you from your standpoint, and I believe that in your presentations you touched upon these subjects, but thinking on the solutions that you have shown us, which are the main barriers that you believe the carbon credit or carbon bonds market have in Mexico? Do we need a financial solution that will help us increase the carbon capture and at the same time reduce costs? Which are the barriers that you consider most important? Which are the claims, let's say, that you have heard of in order to expand this market further? Whoever wants to begin is fine.
Mencionar algunas para nosotros como empresa.
I would like to mention some. For us as a company, we work with a novel approach,
El análisis de carbono en el suelo.
AI applied to carbon capture in the soil. It is rather complicated even for science. During my PhD, I worked with a conventional soil carbon testing. We were walking in zigzag, preparing a mixed sample to send it to the lab with a very well-known methodology. Now, with the technology available, there has been some resistance to change. In order to understand that artificial intelligence enables us to do those calculations based upon big data and deep learning, we've got huge databases with soil test results in Mexico. And what we can do is to calculate in situ the carbon results based upon the polygons that they give us. We already have carbon results for the whole country, but in a very accurate manner. If you give me the polygon, I will calculate the exact carbon quantity in that polygon. Maybe next to it, that grower does not use sustainable practices, but the other grower does. So we work on customized basis, on individual basis. This is a novel approach, so that's why it has been kind of difficult, you know, because people somehow doubt about it, and they say, wait a little bit, let's see what happens first, etc. However, we have done many expert analysis, and even Vera, the certifying entity, took time to validate our results. Let's say that this is not a barrier that is impairing the process really, but it has taken longer for growers to accept it. And growers really like this project because it is non-invasive. That is, we do not go into their farms physically. The use of technology allows us to work at a mass level without any cost to the grower. But at the beginning, you know, this resistance towards what is new, rather novel, has been an impairment. I would like to talk on the supply side. To give you context, the global market issues certificates by 750 million tons a year. That is a little bit more than 1% of the global emissions that we've got every year. In the last years, the volunteer market has been criticized due to huge greenwashing that has been done. The figure, 750 million versus 3,500 last year. In fact, this is a mere experiment that should be scaled up. So let's get concerned when we have 10% of the emissions, we say. What we are doing right now is promoting the demand for such credits, for such bonds. The world should not allow to leave companies not paying the carbon for the carbon that they produce. It seems that the new legislation is going to change. At least in Mexico, the Secretariat has decided to change this, and we have helped in lobbying and making some changes, amending the act. In Mexico, we will have more or less 250 million tons available for this purpose, and there will be a flexible mechanism in which companies which do not have sufficient credits to cover for their emissions will be able to buy carbon credits, carbon bonds in order to cover their deficit, and that will ideally create around 25 million tons of certificates of bonds on demand. Of course, there are still many details to be taken care of. How much am I willing to pay for those bonds? Is it going to be easier for me than to pay a fine for those emissions? Well, there are a series of details, but I believe that at least the agricultural and livestock sector in Mexico will have different frameworks to work with a good offerings in the new portfolio. We will have almost 150 options already regulated, and that's a lot. So there are lots of options, and it's always difficult to explain this to people. You know, you go to the growers at their communal lands and we start explaining to them, and they believe that we're selling them mirrors. They don't believe what we are telling them. And once they start getting the money for their bonds, then they change immediately their mindset, and they said, gosh, I'm getting money for this. You know, we can solve that, but what we cannot solve is a liquid market when there is no demand at all. That would be a terrible barrier. And quite honestly, it seems that if the Mexican government does what they are planning to do, they will send an impressive and very important message to all actors in Mexico so that everybody starts investing in this. Great. Something that you mentioned caught my attention. It's not a limitation, but it will be quite powerful to have a legal framework to provide incentives for regenerative agriculture and livestock. We've got an act of sustainable rural development. We have to update that act, and also the Livestock Act. It has to be amended as well. If we have a sustainable livestock act, it will be really great. What I mean that we need budget underlying these acts so that investment can be made. Sustainable works would be like, for instance, sustainable practices at the soil, at the farm level, works in order to better take care of water. That will require, for instance, investing in electrical fencing or other infrastructure. And that, if we amend those acts and they have budget individually, then we will be helping the growers and livestock raisers a lot. Okay, so we're running out of time, but we've got two questions for the panel members from the audience. How do you measure carbon in the soil, and which is the methodology that you use? How do you interpret the results, and who does the interpretation? There are very few methodologies available in the marketplace that measure carbon in the soil. BM42 by Berra is the most widely used. I think that you use that. Now, you know, there is an impairment with Berra, a challenge, really. They've got so many projects. They are the oldest company. They have such a backlog of projects that it has taken a long, long time for them to work with it. There is no perfect methodology. There is a new Berra methodology. It came out last year, BM47, which is of dynamic baselines, because there was a lot of criticism with regards to the projection of baselines based upon assumptions, future assumptions. We've heard that even at the Guardian magazine. There is a scientific process where a lot of peer reviewing has been done, and that area is a carbon market. Indeed, everybody gives an opinion. It's not perfect. BM42, BM47 are not ideal. There will always be implementation issues. For instance, in Mexico, trying to apply BM47 is really difficult. We are not a U.S. Forestry Service. We don't have such information. That methodology was prepared in the USA, for the USA. So the type of challenges is huge. In here, we've got the soil inventory, right? But it's not like in other countries where they have plenty of data. So if we have to move towards more semi-automated processes or automated processes of satellite information linked to what is happening in real terms at the field level, we have to invest a lot in sampling processes, especially at the forestry area. I'm not a soil expert, but at the forestry level, a satellite will not tell you what is happening below the canopy. There are so many things that are happening below that they say, oh, there is a leader. Yes, but the leader means thousands and thousands of points that you have to interpret. And sometimes we go to a region and we say, what's this tree species? Even local people don't know. There are many things that we can do with technology. Yes, it can be helpful. It is another tool anyway. And we need well-trained people at local communities. Those people will be able to measure their soils, measure their trees, and maybe this is the answer to that question, right? Yes, there are new standards, but I will invite you to explore them. There are new standards which have highly competitive, like for instance, X-carbon. It is a new standard coming from Colombia. They're doing incredible standard analysis. There is another new ecosystem standard analysis that is also working very well. So Vera is really having a huge backlog of their projects. We have to work with other methodologies and other tools. They take 2 years to respond. Okay. Few seconds just to give your answer, please. In Mexico, do you already have a project where you are already paying for capturing carbon to the growers? Yes. The audit that we conducted in the northern region of Mexico took place a year and a half ago. And we will be paying in the first 6 months of 2025 for those carbon bonds. We don't have any other observation coming out from those audits, but I definitely agree with the comments regarding Vera of my colleague. Yes, they're taking too long to work. And we are expecting to pay for the first stage of the project conducted in the northern region of Mexico in the first half of 2025. So thank you so much. Thank you for your participation. I congratulate you also for all your efforts. I would like to invite our audience to go into your platforms and get more information. And I would dare to say that if they have any doubts, you will be here in this event and they can approach you later on. Thank you to CIMIT. Thank you to the organizers for the opportunity of having you here. Thank you. Let's continue with our agenda.
Pues damos paso rápidamente a
So let's continue with a very, very brief break so that you can stretch your legs, have some coffee, etc. But 11:30, please come back so that we can hear the presentation from Oxford University, please. Thank you.
Doctora Laura Fritsch, can you hear us?
Yes, hi, hello.
Hello, Dr. Laura, welcome.
Thank you.
Your audio and video is okay.
Great, thank you. Hi, Ramiro, good to see you.
And then he goes and introduces you, and it just follows the procedure. Okay.
Great, sounds good.
All right. Ready? Yeah, ready. Okay. Okay. Thank you. Gracias. Thank you.
No worries.
el programa, porque como están viendo tenemos conexiones
continue
en vía
with
Zoom
our
desde diferentes
program because as
países.
you can see,
Y les
we
recuerdo
have
también
people
tanto a los que
connected
están en la
online
sala
from
como a los
different
que nos
countries. And I
escuchan
want
por
to
Zoom
remind
que
you
cuando hagan
here
sus
on
preguntas,
site and
no olviden
the audience
indicarnos
in
a quién en
Zoom, whenever
específico
you
va
ask a
dirigida
question,
o si
please
es una pregunta
indicate
genérica
who
para el
is
panel,
your
pero por favor sí
question
háganos esa
for
especificación.
or if it is open to
Cambiamos
members of the panel.
de temática.
And now,
Tenemos
changing
ahora un bloque
gears,
temático
we have
dedicado
a
al
different
financiamiento.
section
Este
dedicated to
bloque se
funding.
compone, como
This
veíamos los bloques del
block
día de ayer, de una conferencia
is
magistral y un
comprised by a
conversatorio, pero pues
keynote
para que no se aburran
speech
y
and a
estén bien
discussion
atentos,
panel.
hemos invertido el orden.
But
Vamos a
we
tener
have
ahora el conversatorio.
inverted the
Después
other.
tendremos otra
Today,
actividad
first
diferente
we'll
y
have the
la conferencia
discussion
que va
panel,
asociada a
then a
este conversatorio la
different
tendremos un poquito más
activity,
tarde.
and the
Entonces es para
keynote
que no se nos
presentation
aburran y
will
estén
be
prestando
later
atención.
along the discussion panel.
Les presento al
I would like
moderador
to
de
introduce
este
the
conversatorio
moderator for
sobre
this discussion
financiamiento
panel
para impulsar la
on
recarbonización de los
funding
suelos
to
agrícolas
promote
y la
recarbonization of
descarbonización de los
agricultural
sistemas
soils and
agroalimentarios.
decarbonization of
Nos
agri-food
acompaña el
systems.
señor Jorge
Joining
Antonio Rosas
us is
Estavillo,
Mr.
que es
Jorge
director de
Antonio Rosas
agronegocios de
Estavillo,
HSBC. Anteriormente fue director de
Director
financiamiento
of
estructurado en Sociedad
Agribusiness
Hipotecaria Federal en
HSBC.
Ciudad de
First, he
México.
was in Sociedad
Trabajó como
Hipotecaria
director de
Federal
administración
in
en la
Ciudad de México.
Contraloría de
He
la
was
Zagarpa,
a
así
managing
como director
director at the
general de Planeación y
controllership of
Estadística de la
Zagarpa
Secretaría de
and
Hacienda de
also
Gobierno de
general
Sonora.
director of planning
Durante
and
14 años
statistics
ocupó
from
distintos cargos
the
en los bancos
Ministry
Santander,
of Treasury at the
Bancomer y
government of
Banca Patrimonial
Sonora
Banamex.
State. He
Entre
also
otras
has
actividades
held
y desde hace
position
32 años
in
es expositor en
Santander,
varios diplomados del TEC de
Bancomer,
Monterrey
and Banca
en áreas de
Patrimonial
finanzas,
Banamex.
participando
Also,
también
he
en
is
programas internacionales en
keynote
Sudamérica,
speaker
en
in
países como
different
Ecuador,
diplomat
Guatemala y
courses
Perú.
at Tech of Monterrey
Bienvenido,
in
Jorge
the
Antonio.
area of
Te
finances,
dejamos a
and
cargo
also
del
he has
conversatorio.
participated in
Muchas gracias,
international
Camino, y gracias por
programs,
la invitación
Ecuador,
a todos.
Guatemala, and Peru.
Bueno,
You
viene la
have the floor.
parte
Thank
interesante,
you.
la
Thank
parte
you
del
very
dinero,
much for the
parte
invitation. And
financiamiento
now
de lo que
we'll talk
estamos
about the
tratando.
interesting part,
Y
which is
primeramente
money, funding.
voy a llamar
But first,
a
I
los
would
dos
like to
invitados que
call
tenemos para este conversatorio.
both
Tenemos
of
vía
our
remota
guests
a Laura Fritz,
for this
que ella es
discussion.
cofundadora
Remotely,
de
we
Residual y
are
profesora
joined by
investigadora de
Laura
la Universidad
Fritsch.
en Oxford,
She is
donde desarrolló
co-founder
el primer
of
curso de
Residual and
maestría en administración de
researcher
empresas sobre mercados de
professor
carbono.
on Oxford
Ella es
University,
asesora del
where
CIMIC
she has
y
developed the
cofundó
first
OCA,
master's degree
de
course
Carbon
in
Insurance Company,
business
la primera empresa
administration
de
on
seguros de
market
carbono
on
integral como
carbon
parte
markets.
de Lloyd
Also,
de Londres.
she's an advisor
También
of
fue
CIMIT,
investigadora
co-founded
doctoral
OCA,
en
the
el Alan
carbon
Turing
insurance
Institute
company,
del Instituto Nacional de
an
Ciencia de Datos e
insurance
Inteligencia
company as
Artificial
part of
en el Reino
Lloyd's
Unido.
London, also was
Bienvenida,
on her
Laura, a
PhD
este conversatorio.
dissertation, a researcher in Alan Turing Institute. Welcome,
Presencialmente
Laura.
también tenemos
And
a
on
un
site
colega,
here
Rafael
we
Gamboa.
have our colleague,
Rafael
Rafael
es
Gamboa.
director de agronegocios
He
de Banca
is
Miffel.
agribusiness
Es
director from
doctor en
Banca
economía
Miffel.
por la
He
Universidad de
has a
California en Berkeley y
PhD
cuenta con maestría en
degree
economía de la Universidad
in
de
economy
Western
from
Ontario y una
Berkeley
licenciatura en economía por el ITAM. Tiene más de
University
17
of
años
California, and a
con
master's degree in
experiencia en
economy
el ámbito
by the
financiero,
University of
sector
Western
público y
Ontario,
privado,
and a
y ha
bachelor's degree
desempeñado
in
cargos de
economy
gran
by
responsabilidad
ITAM.
como
For
subgerente de finanzas
17
públicas
years,
en el
he
Banco
has
de
been
México,
working in the financial
director de
environment in the
riesgos
public and private
análisis en
sector
Protego Asesores,
as
titular de la unidad de
risk
banca de desarrollo de la Secretaría de
analysis
Hacienda, director de finanzas
lead
públicas en
of
BBVA
the
y
Bank for
también fue
Development
director
at the
general
Ministry
de
of
FIRA.
Treasury and
Bienvenido,
also Director of
Rafa,
Public
a esta
Finances
conversación.
and was General Director of FIRA. Welcome to
Básicamente lo que
this
vamos a tener
discussion panel.
es una
What
charla
we'll
en
have
la cual
is
nos
a
van a acompañar
conversation
con una traducción para
and
nuestra
we
invitada
have
foránea.
live
Nosotros vamos a tener
interpretation.
la conversación aquí
We will
en
have
español.
our
A ella le van a
conversation
traducir
here
las
in
preguntas que les vamos a
Spanish,
llevar a
and she
cabo
will
y
have
luego ya nos
translation.
van a
She's
traducir
listening
también
to the
para que
translation.
la
And
audiencia,
then when
que
she
también
presents,
tenemos
we'll have
remota,
live interpretation
nos traduzcan al
here
español.
in the
Sí,
speakers
sin
here in
más
this
preámbulo, pues
auditorium.
vamos a tener
So without
estas
further
preparé unas preguntas,
delay,
sugerencias pues, que tenemos para
I
nosotros.
think we will begin. I have
Y la
prepared
primera pregunta,
some questions.
Rafa, si estás
And
de
the first
acuerdo,
question,
la vamos a
Rafa,
hacer,
if you
de
agree,
manera remota.
it will
¿Cuáles son las
be
principales
for Laura.
barreras que se enfrenta
Which
el
are the
mercado de
main
crédito de
challenges
carbono en
the
este país, en
carbon
México,
credit
para
market
potenciar su
faces
uso como
in
herramienta
Mexico
financiera que
to
ayude a desbloquear el
potentialize their use
potencial
as a
en la
financial
reducción o
tool
captura de
in
emisiones
order
de
to
CO2.
unblock
Por favor,
the
la
potential for
pregunta.
sequestrating carbon. Laura? Laura, were you able to hear the question?
Hello? Hi,
Hola.
hello. Hi, could somebody please just translate the question for me?
Repito la pregunta. No, o sea, no la traigo en español. Pues. O si quieres, Rafa, empezamos contigo. Si quieres, Laura, pues la siguiente pregunta ya la hago en traducción para preguntarle a Rafa aquí internamente. ¿Cuáles son las principales barreras que enfrenta el mercado de crédito
I
de
will
carbono en México
repeat
para
the
potenciar su
question.
uso
Which are the
como
main
herramienta financiera que
barriers?
ayude a desbloquear el potencial de reducción captura de emisiones de
Which are
CO2?
the main
Por favor.
tools to overcome the barriers Mexico has to
Hola,
fully
¿se escucha? Sí,
leverage
¿verdad?
the carbon
Buenos
credit
días.
market
Primero que
here
nada,
in
muchas gracias
Mexico?
por la invitación,
Hello.
tanto a FIRA como al CIMIT
Hello,
como al ICA.
thank you, CIMIT, for the invitation and
Quisiera
ICA as well.
comentar
I would
que
like
en
to
términos del
share
financiamiento,
that in terms of funding,
voy a tratar de
I will try
concentrar en las dos
to
partes que conozco un poco más, que es la
focus
parte de
on what I know best,
financiamiento vía
which is
bonos de carbono
funding through
y
carbon bonds.
en segundo lugar la parte que
And
aspiro a que se
second,
desarrolle la
what
parte
I wish
de
to,
bonos de carbono
what is my
y
aspiration to
sobre
develop,
todo
which are
me concentro en
carbon
la
bonds,
parte agrícola.
focusing on
Me
the
concentro en la parte
agricultural
agrícola porque
sector.
como ya
In this
se
sector,
señaló
because of
en
we
esta
have heard,
mañana, pues es realmente una que ocupa una extensión de tierra muy
there is a wide
significativa
extension
a
of
nivel
land
mundial y
across the world,
las prácticas que se puedan realizar en
and the
esta área pues tienen un
practices
impacto
that can be
significativo,
undertaken in
como
this
dijo
area
Erick, de
will have a
abstención de la
significant
generación
impact,
de
as
gases de efecto
Eric was saying,
invernadero
because
y
they
pues
represent
por otra
one-third
parte
of
es
the
de
source
las
of
actividades
emissions
más
of
afectadas
greenhouse
por el cambio
gases.
climático, ¿no? Entonces
And this
tiene
is
mucho
one of the
sentido
area
concentrarse en
that
esta
has
parte agrícola
had the hardest
y
impacts on climate change.
en términos de estimular
And
el
as
que se
for
adopten prácticas
stimulating
sustentables
the adoption
o
of
sostenibles,
sustainable
pues está
practices,
precisamente el que el
well,
financiamiento a estas
funding
actividades pues, llegue en términos más atractivos
should be
y
more
por ende
attractive.
pues los
Thus,
bonos verdes
green
o bonos
bonuses
ambientales
or
pues son una
environmental
forma de
bonuses
poder hacer llegar
are a
el
way
financiamiento en mejores condiciones.
to
Digo, en la parte de financiamiento pues también
are
está
a
el
way
tema
to deliver
regulatorio
funding.
que
And
impulsan
also we
diversas
have the
autoridades
regulatory
y
framework
que
promoted by
pone
different
requisitos
authorities,
realmente mínimos que se tienen que
and
cumplir.
they
Sin
have
embargo,
actually
para
really
potenciar el
very
cambio, pues
few
más bien requieres
requirements.
el
But
estímulo
in order
hacia
to
ese tipo de
potentialize
prácticas
change, we
sostenibles.
need to
Y aquí, pues el CIMIT y FIRA
stimulate
han tratado
sustainable
de
practices. And
orientarlo
here,
de manera
CIMIT
importante
and
en la parte
FIRA
agrícola.
have tried to
Y pues
focus
en
it
ese
in the
sentido, en
agricultural
Banca nos
sector.
sumamos a
And
ese
in this
esfuerzo
sense, at
y
Banca
emitimos un
we
bono
are
verde el
contributing to
año
this
pasado,
effort. And last year,
siguiendo
we
los,
issued a
los criterios que
green
había ya
bond
desarrollado
following
FIRA
the
para sus bonos
criteria that
verdes
FIRA had
y
developed for their green
pues tuvimos
bonds.
una buena aceptación en el
And we
mercado,
had good
lo cual pues
market
nos permite
acceptance.
tener
And
recursos para financiar
with this, we
actividades
have
que vayan
resources to
hacia
fund
prácticas
activities
sustentables,
for sustainable
principalmente
practices,
a
mainly
créditos en agricultura protegida
to
que elevan la
credits for
productividad,
protected
reducen el uso
agriculture,
de recursos
increase
naturales
productivity,
y
reduce the use
tienen
of
pues, más
natural
controlados los
resources,
desechos
and have better
químicos.
control of
Entonces,
chemical
ese tipo de actividades pues, la
disposal
hemos podido
activities.
seguir financiando
These
con estos recursos. Sin embargo,
we have been funding
pues
with
el
these resources.
estímulo o los
Nonetheless,
incentivos para
the
los productores
incentives or the
realmente
stimuli
son muy
for
marginales porque el
farmers
mercado de
are
carbono tampoco
truly
aporta
marginal
muchas
because
ventajas
the
al
carbon
emitir un
market
bono
is
verde
not
vis-a-vis un bono no
contributing
verde.
with
Entonces, pues se necesita algo
advantages
más para hacer que los
like
productores
a green
transiten hacia
bonus
prácticas sostenibles
vis-a-vis
y en ese
carbon
sentido los
bonus.
bonos de carbono
So
pues son
the
una gran
incentives for
promesa.
sustainable
Para
practices,
llegar a esos
carbon
bonos de
bonus,
carbono
carbon
como
bonds
una
are
fuente
a
de ingreso
great
adicional a
promise.
los productores que
To
los estimula a
consider
cambiar,
them like
pues
an
hay
additional
una
source of
cantidad de
income, like
retos
the
importantes,
incentive
como ya lo
to
dijeron
promote
los
change in
compañeros
farmers,
del panel
there
previo,
are
¿no?
a series of
Hay
challenges, as we
que
heard from the
enlazar a
previous
muchas
panel. We would
entidades
need
para que se
to
puedan hacer.
link
Entre otras
different
cosas, el desafío de la
activities
medición
in order
de la
to
captura de carbono
overcome
es
the
muy
challenge on
relevante.
how to measure
En ese
carbon
sentido, pues
sequestration.
estas
This is really
nuevas
important.
tecnologías que lo
And
puedan
in
hacer
this
de
sense,
manera
these
barata
new
como el monitoreo satelital
technologies
son una promesa
that can
importante. Sin
enable
embargo, creo yo
this
que
activity
lo
at
que
very
más
low
ayudaría
charge
es que
with
la
this
ciencia
satellite
esté
monitoring. But I think
realmente
what's
en conjunto con
important
este tipo
is that science
de mediciones de
works
tal manera que se tenga
along with
credibilidad
these
de que
measurements in
efectivamente se está
order to
capturando
provide
el carbono
credibility,
y para ello pues creo
endorsing that
que el
carbon
lugar en
is
el que
truly
estamos
being
con el CIMIT es
sequestrated.
pues
So
un
the
gran
position
lugar
we
y que
have
nos
along
puede
with
aportar
CIMIT
esa
is a great
credibilidad
position,
para
and we
poder
hope you
pues
can
transferir
provide
este tipo
this
de
credibility in
bonos
order to
a
transfer
empresas como
this
las que
type of
presentaron
bonds
previamente
to the
como Kellogg's
companies
o
that
Mars
we have,
y
like
que
Kellogg's or
ellos
Mars,
con base en eso
and
puedan
that based on
certificar que
this,
su
they can
cadena es
certify that
limpia
their
o está más limpia hacia atrás
value
y de esa
chain
forma poder
is clean, or
pues
in a
tener
backtracking exercise, it's
productores que
cleaner.
transiten hacia
And in
prácticas
this way,
sostenibles, ¿no?
farmers
Yo
will
empiezo por ahí. Gracias.
initiate this journey with sustainable
Muchas gracias,
practices.
Rafa.
Thank you, Rafa.
Can I jump in now? Would that be okay?
Yes, go
Great,
ahead.
great. So I'm assuming, because I still haven't had the question translated to me, that the question has to do with barriers to financing of carbon projects in Mexico today. Presuming that that is the question, I'm going to focus my answer specifically on durable carbon removals because of obstacles to financing these higher CapEx projects. I think this is particularly relevant to this community, as the most scalable solutions within CDR today are related to agriculture, namely biochar, bioenergy carbon capture and storage, and enhanced rock weathering. The long-term offtake agreements really are the backbone of debt access because they make banks able to underwrite the financial risk of the project. These can even be negotiated ahead of the financial investment decision for the project, but after a site is selected and early de-risking is done via high-quality LCAs, PDDs, or ex-ante ratings. And that's why high-quality design of the project itself and de-risking is so important. And essentially today, kind of the brokerage of these credits very much still work like an old school commodities market, where a few players still take up, like 10 players take up 90% of the purchase volume in 2023. But when it comes to financing, thinking about the kind of main 6 or 7 risk categories of the project upfront is incredibly important because you can end up with either a 40-year asset or a 40-year liability. On a really high level, the main risks that I've seen projects fail on are first, technology risk, because especially on the kind of engineered side of the carbon removal market, a lot of these technologies are still emergent. So there's uncertainty about their scalability, their efficiency, and long-term viability. And some of these technologies have not reached commercial maturity, leading to potential investment losses. The second category being permanence and reversal risk, where we still see a decent amount of performance variability within specific categories. Take biochar, for instance. Depending on the type of throughput, the temperature of pyrolysis, and the end use of the actual physical biochar in the soil, we still see a big amount of variability in the durability of that biochar. Third category, I would say, is MRV risk, MRV for some of these verticals is still quite complex, and ensuring that the carbon remove is properly accounted for and stored still remains a technological challenge. So some technologies relevant to this conversation, particularly enhanced rock weathering, even though the actual underlying scientific risk today, I would say, is relatively low, the cost and complexity of MRVing is still what caps scalability potential and needs to move down that cost curve. Then there are kind of significant regulatory and policy risks on this kind of high-end engineered carbon solution world. The volume today is still done entirely via the voluntary carbon market. If you look at the Japanese emissions trading scheme as an example, they've already started to include durable removals within regulated markets, and with the EU and the UK, it's only a matter of time as it spreads to other regulated markets, which makes the underwriting of those projects and the financing of the project a lot easier, because you're essentially de-risking the same project as being able to be sold into these two different markets. Then this links to market demand risk. Like I mentioned, it's still an extremely concentrated market, and there's still some uncertainty in terms of long-term pricing, because these buyers like Microsoft, JP Morgan, Google, Meta, etc., are still willing to pay prices that encompass the cost of R&D and not the large-scale long-term price for those categories. Then we also have project development and execution risk, again, because a lot of these technologies and projects at that scale are still quite new and capital intensive. There's still some kind of uncertainty on the actual execution of these carbon removal technologies at scale. And then finally, and I think perhaps most importantly, is reputational. Because even though, if you look at the Oxford Carbon Offsetting Principles, which is the backbone for a lot of SBTI's thinking on carbon removal markets today, carbon markets today, the durable carbon removal portion of the pie needs to scale. But the fact of the matter is that the vast majority of the volume today is on the avoidance side or in the kind of less durable nature-based solutions side. And 2023, we saw a lot of scandals, especially on the avoidance side of this equation, and the reputation of avoidance credits kind of trickled over to carbon markets more broadly. And when it comes to financing, addressing a lot of these risks at the point of project design is incredibly important. And the way you do it is via getting kind of a long-term offtake agreement, which gives the project developer essentially guaranteed future revenue streams, conditional on delivery.
Muchas gracias,
Muchas
gracias, Laura.
Thank you, Laura.
Por tu intervención.
Laura, for your participation.
Definitivamente, los
Certainly,
comentarios que se han hecho
all
el día
the
de ayer y el día de
comments
hoy,
we heard
para las
yesterday
empresas
and
se
earlier
requiere
today,
capital.
for
Requiere capital,
companies, they
financiamiento,
need
incentivos
capital or
de
funding
gobiernos
or
para que
government
puedan
incentives,
desarrollarse estos
so
programas.
these projects can
Bancos como
develop.
MIFEL, bancos
Banks
como el
like
que represento,
MIFEL,
HSBC,
like the one I
ya
represent,
tenemos
HSBC,
áreas
we already
estratégicas
have
en el tema
strategic
sustentable,
areas
sostenible,
on
para que
sustainability
nuestros clientes transiten
in
en
order for
esta
our customers
nueva
to
medida hacia empresas
go
más
through this
sustentables por sí
journey
mismas.
forward more
financiamientos,
sustainable businesses.
pero,
We have
Rafa,
fundings, but
importante la pregunta que
Rafa,
ahorita platicábamos hace un momento.
the question was
¿Cómo
important.
traducimos
And how
a
can we
nuestros
translate
clientes el financiamiento
for
y no
our
hacerlo como
customers
un
this
cargo más
funding
que fuera
instead
solamente un
of
pasivo,
it
sino
being
cómo ellos mismos
a
a su vez
liability for them?
aprovechan
How
esa
can they
disponibilidad de los
leverage
mercados que
this
están
availability
abriéndose
of
para tener
these new
beneficios hacia
opening
sus
markets
clientes
to
también.
render benefits to their own customers?
Sí, pues precisamente
Yes.
siento
Thank
que
you. Well, I
bueno,
think
ya
that
habló bastante Laura de los
as
desafíos
Laura
en la parte
presented all the
el
challenges
poder lograr que
on
recursos de bonos de carbono puedan
how
llegar
to achieve that resources of carbon bonds can trickle down to farmers. And I think that is type of challenges we need to overcome from a technology perspective with simple low-cost technologies for farmers to use. To the degree that this carbon bond income could reach our farmers, we could have an additional payment source, we as banks, to have customers with better purchasing power, strengthening the practices that from the technical optic, like CIMIT and other institutions could disseminate, like those that are better for accumulating carbon sequestration. And I think in terms of funding, this can help us to provide this credibility and risk mitigation, as Laura was saying, to the degree that it is clearer how practices will have this healthy effect on the environment, well, that we can really have funding. We, as financial intermediaries that we are, we fund ourselves in the market and we channel these resources to come to businesses. We can identify which businesses are, in fact, undergoing these practices, sequestering carbon, but we need them to showcase or show these practices that are easy to recognize. That is why we need institutions to provide this endorsing, this credibility, institutions that will have a long life because carbon accumulation is achieved after so many years, institutions that can conduct these measurings in a credible way, even if they are gradual across time, and even if there are few carbon accumulations, but an important extensions, because again, the carbon recovery is low, and for income to be significant, you need broader extensions, and they have to be distributed amongst several farmers so to have this credibility will really help a lot. And we, as issuers of green bonds, we have had the advantage that one of the requirements are certifications on environmental scoring points. And I must say that these certifications are not as rigorous as one would like, but they help us to identify projects that are certified in order to have better conditions in the funding. And if there was a CIMIT certification or along with ICA and FIDA, well, maybe perhaps we could provide more certainty and find cheaper funding to guarantee these practices. That's just one idea. Thank you.
What challenge do we have in Mexico for the next years?
I'll speak to kind of the carbon market more broadly, and kind of Latin America, Mexico being kind of one of the potential players. I think the next years, we're going to have to shift from small scale carbon project development to larger industrial scale carbon development. And the financing mechanisms and the challenges for those different scales of projects are quite different. So if I start with kind of a smaller scale project, so if you want to get from 0 to pilot project of up to, I don't know, 20,000 tons of throughput a year, It's one type of financial institution that would be kind of willing to finance that kind of project, depending on where it is. So in the case of Brazil, for example, where I'm originally from, and I have a little bit more context on the financing ecosystem, a lot of these deals look like blended finance deals, where the Brazilian National Development Bank puts in some of the capital for these decarbonization projects, and then you stack it with private capital. There are a lot of American and European funds that have LATAM more broadly within their investment mandate for these projects and are able to either finance it entirely or partially. And that's how you traditionally finance the first pilot, up until the point you get to the long-term offtake agreement that I mentioned in my question earlier. Once you can fetch that long-term offtake agreement, which if you take Microsoft as a buyer today is buying to 2037. So these are quite long, kind of 10-year plus contracts that can be taken to a bank. Like, I don't know, the project finance team at JP Morgan has done it for enhanced rock weathering and securitized it. And then the project can raise debt on the back end of that contract. And that's how you finance the scaling. So I think the question really depends on the point at which you are. But I do see the scaling of this forever being a blend of public and private, either equity or debt.
Thanks, Laura. La siguiente pregunta es,
Thank you, Laura. And is that we know that we are
los desafíos que se tienen en el
we
materia
know that
sustentable,
companies
sostenible,
want in their processes regarding sustainability, companies such as Bimbo, bread company, a leading company in Mexico, they are already requesting a certification from their suppliers. So it is rather by convenience or because they are willing to do it. So that's what we do, going from the bank towards companies. Rafa, please tell us, do you believe that the current projects that we are having in Mexico comply with the standards? For instance, with the gold standard or with the verified carbon standards, which are two certifying companies. What do we need so that we can get that credibility in Mexico?
Bueno, no conozco a detalle en sí los programas.
I don't know the details of the programs that some companies are requesting, so I cannot speak concretely about a given example, but I know that the use of carbon bonds in agriculture in Mexico is not creating a great volume, despite the interest shown by the company that you mentioned and companies that were with us in this forum. It is important to have a supply chain that can contribute to carbon removal in the environment.
La tecnología básica de
However, the basic technology of those plants that capture carbon and put it into the soil, but how can we create credibility?
Promover esas prácticas en su cadena de suministro.
How can they promote those practices in their supply chain?
Vuelvo a mi punto, la credibilidad viene de
to the point I mentioned before, credibility can come from those measurements.
Reales, las mediciones, digo, tienen siglos.
Actual measurements.
Bueno, ustedes me podrán precisar. Tienen muchísimos años de hacerse de manera muy creíble, nada más que son costosas.
Measurements have been done for many years, however, they are very expensive for growers. If they are more affordable, for instance, like satellite monitoring systems, well validated by good technologies that have the right matching between, for instance, conventional measurements and satellite technology, then relating
agrícolas, ¿no?
those
En eso,
measurements with good
pues,
agricultural
CIMIC,
practices
FIRA
will
tienen
be
mucha experiencia y
truly
por ende
important.
creo,
CIMIT
y
has a lot of
insisto,
experience in
que
this, and
son de las
therefore
mejor posicionadas para
they
poder
are the best.
llevarnos
They
a
are among
esa
the best
certificación
institutions
que puede hacer
that
esta
can lead
vinculación
us
entre
towards this
prácticas
certification, serving as a linkage
captura de carbono
between
que le dé la credibilidad a los
agricultural
compradores de
practices
bonos de
and
carbono
carbon
y
capture.
ser una
So that is a
forma
credibility that we can
hacerle
give
llegar
to
recursos a los productores
carbon
para
bond
que transiten
buyers,
hacia esas prácticas,
so
¿no?
that growers can have enough
En la
money,
medida en la
enough
que se
funds
esté, pues
to
realmente las instituciones
do
financieras le vamos a dar el
those
financiamiento directo a
agricultural
los
practices,
productores
and
para que
the
realicen su
financial institutions
producción,
that
pues
will
vamos a
give
ver
the
otra
loans
fuente de
directly to
ingreso
the growers in
que
order to
nos va a
work
hacer
in
más
this regard,
atractivo a este
will
tipo de producción
also be
que una
attracted to this
producción
kind of
tradicional,
production,
¿no?
because it will
Creo
be
yo.
much more attractive to us
Muchas
than
gracias, Rafa.
conventional
Y,
agriculture.
bueno,
Thank you,
quisiera la misma
Rafa.
pregunta.
I would like to ask
No sé
the
si,
same question.
si la traducción fue la correcta, pero
Hopefully,
quisiera, Laura,
you heard
que
the
nos
translation, Laura.
comentaras desde el punto
Yes,
de
okay,
vista
great.
de una
So,
extranjera, viendo
from
a
the
México como
standpoint
un
of a
país
foreigner
donde
considering
participas
Mexico
como asesora en un instituto como
as a
el CIMIT,
country that
¿cómo
you
podría
work
generarse un
at
flujo de
as
créditos
a
de carbono
consultant at
en México?
CIMIT, how can we
Desde tu punto
have
de
a
vista, por
good
favor.
flow of carbon bonds in Mexico? Please, your personal opinion.
I think that today, let's split the conversation between carbon bonds and voluntary carbon market. And I think I'm going to both address your first question and your second question in one. So as it pertains to the quality of the underlying projects themselves and certification via certifiers like Gold Standard and Verra for nature-based solutions and Puro, Isometric, et cetera, for engineered carbon removals, these are extremely important because today there's a lot of data that shows that the risk profile correlates with price. So doing the project properly pays off in the long run when it comes to income streams coming out of these carbon projects. But you should think about these certification processes as almost just the low bar, the minimum that you should be doing for a project to be perceived by especially international buyers as credible forms of carbon removal, so that there's a high chance that that certificate that represents 1 metric ton of greenhouse gas avoided or removed actually did its job. And then on top of that layer of certification, because certification is just binary, things are either a credit or not a credit. But on top of that layer of certification, today there are companies that are carbon ratings companies, which function essentially like at how S&P and Moody's works for the bond market, but within the voluntary carbon market, namely B0 and Silvera as the 2 largest ones. So they go in and do a risk-based analysis of the project and then give it a rating, exactly like the bonds rating. So it goes from AAA down to D. And if you were to look at how price correlates with these ratings, if you can get one of the top 3 ratings, so AAA, AA, or A, it comes with a 200% price premium on the credit. So actually doing the project well is financially incentivized by the more sophisticated buyers of these credits. And a similar kind of thinking then translates into the bond space. And in the long run, this is optimal because we really shouldn't be thinking of credits as just binary because they have very different underlying risk criteria. And in Mexico or anywhere else in the world, when designing a project, having high quality project design and de-risking from the outset is really how you can unlock these longer term offtake agreements with the carbon buyers and then have the bonds underwritten, whether it's going to be entirely a Mexico government bond or related to other kind of international bond markets.
Muchas gracias, Laura.
Thank you, Laura. Thank you so very much. And they are telling me that we are about to run out of time. Would you like to close then this conversation? Rafael, since you're here, please, you begin, and then Laura, we would like you to please close this panel with your final comments. We would like to invite you, HBC Mexico, to share your experience, Laura, and also working with the sustainability area. We'll be in touch with you later. Rafa, please, your final comments.
Pues evidentemente ha sido una
Well,
muy buena
obviously,
panel y toda la
this has
organización
been
del
a
evento.
panel very well done, along with all the organization of this event. I congratulate the organizers for having this forum and the idea of preparing it, because now we have more clarity on where to go towards really having sustainable practices that can become a reality. On the other hand, how can we get funding into the hands of growers? Well, it's crucial to have more detailed information regarding the quality of the different projects that can be conducted in order to get these carbon bonds as an additional source of income for them. Talking about this obviously leads us to thinking about how to mitigate risks and to have better prospection for those credits. So I celebrate this kind of fora because they help us work hand in hand towards that aim. CIMMYT, we ask for your support. Please help us in this kind of operations because you can contribute with a lot of credibility. Thank you. Laura, please go ahead.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for hosting me today, and apologies for the translation mishaps. I think in sum, I see carbon markets more broadly and CDR specifically as the biggest wealth transfer opportunity of our generation that's still to be actualized. What often keeps Western funds from investing in LATAM projects is often Forex risk. But in the case of carbon projects, most of the buyers today are American, and a substantial portion of this revenue is dollarized. And in the case of biomass removal technology, so biochar, BECCS, biooils, bikers, and enhanced rock weathering, for example, I think that Mexico and Latin America more broadly has an enormous advantage because of the size of the agricultural, paper and pulp, food processing and mining industries. And I believe that these industrials must lead the scaling of the carbon market. And today, ultimately, they're sitting on massive untapped opportunity to unlock these solutions. But high quality project design is really the only way to get us there. Yeah, thank you so much for having me today.
Muchas gracias y bueno, cerramos con.
Thank you very much, and we will close really with this golden message. Thank you very much, Rafa. Thank you so much, Laura. This is a topic that we will be talking a lot for a long time. Thank you so much. Thank you also to the banking institutions present here today.
Pues como les comentaba al presentar este conversatorio, vamos a retomar.
When we started this conversatory, we will talk once again about financing later on with a keynote speech. But now, in order to start blending our subjects so that you do not get bored, we will switch topics. Well, in fact, these 2 days we have been talking about the same subject, but from different angles. It is a very good time also to do the great work of the interpreters, translating everything that is being said from Spanish into English and vice versa. The technology can really be tricky sometimes if we are not aware of it. But thank you so much to the interpreters for all the work that they have been doing. Thank you. And now we'll go from CIMMYT and from Oxford to Brazil, and from Chile and to Chile. We will have a session with two keynote speeches together, talking about public policies and sectorial policies. We will hear about examples on how in these two countries they are working in this area. And to begin, our moderator will be Alejandro Dávila Topete. Alejandro is a veterinarian, physician, expert in husbandry from UNAM. He has a master's in public policies. He has been a consultant to FAO in the project called Assessment and Policies Analysis and Assessment, especially for the diagnosis of the rural and fisheries sector of Mexico 2012. Later on, as an independent consultant, he conducted several studies of design, diagnosis, and assessment of the programs of the Ministry of Agriculture, Livestock, Rural Development, Fisheries, and Food. He also offered technical assistance in strategic planning and preparation of the rules of operation, as well as establishment in the criteria for establishing priorities in the assessment of the national policy for climate change. He participated in the characterization studies and dimension or sizing of bovine spectacle sectors and horses in Mexico. Currently, he is an official of the Inter-American Institute for Agricultural Cooperation, ICA, working in the topics of rural agri-industry, localized agri-food systems, the economic dynamic movement of rural territories, and he is a project coordinator working with the Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Development, among other works, right? Go ahead, Alejandro, please.
Bueno, pues, ¿quiere escuchar? ¿Ahora? Sí. Pues muchas gracias, Camino.
So thank you so much.
Al ICA, al CIMMYT, al
Camino, thank you to ICA, CIMMYT, FIRA for organizing this first forum for decarbonization of agricultural soils and decarbonization of agri-food systems. During these almost 2 days of event, we have had in this forum, in this stage, several people, several actors of the agri-food system, researchers, growers, funding entities. We are still missing some actors, some players that we will be hearing about today. However, a comment that has been repeating itself during these conversations is the role of the state. Cliserio, I don't know where are you, but Cliserio had said before that it is necessary to prepare a good regulatory framework, laws that can regulate the topics that we're talking about today. And this is precisely the time to talk about this point. We have heard already about the experiences of other countries. Now we'll talk about those experiences from Brazil and Chile, and we'll take those lessons learned and we will learn from the execution or the implementation of these public policies in those two countries. The first talk will be given by Santiago Cuadra. Santiago, I will introduce you now. Santiago Cuadra is a researcher from Pesquisa Agropecuaria in Brapa company. He has a bachelor's in meteorology by Sao Paulo, master's also in the same subject, and a PhD by Isosas University in meteorology. He has experience in science, climate change, and weather change. He is also an expert in regional climate modeling in the interaction biosphere, atmosphere, hydrosphere, and biophysical models of agricultural productivity. He works in the conduct the biophysical agricultural models, measurements to mitigate GHGs, and the impact of climate change in Brazilian agriculture. Santiago Cuadra will talk about public policies for the recarbonization of agricultural soils and decarbonization of agri-food systems. The Brazilian experience, Santiago, it's a pleasure to have you here. You've got 40 minutes to present. And since we are remotely connected and there is not really a good way to tell you silently the time that you have available, I will have to interrupt you, right? Just 5 minutes before you have to finish your talk, all right? At 5 minutes and at 2 minutes left. And Santiago will also present in English. The work of these interpreters that have been with us has not yet finished. Santiago, we will hear your presentation in English, and we appreciate the great work done by interpreters. Please, I would like to remind you that we will hear directly this translation in Spanish. Okay, Santiago, you've got 40 minutes for your presentation. Okay, the microphones and the camera are yours. Go ahead.
Can you hear me okay? Sí, se te escucha bien, Santiago.
Santiago, more or less.
So thank you again for the opportunity. And now I'm going to bring some experience here in Brazil. And the idea is try to bring in not only the question of mitigation, decarbonization of the agriculture in Brazil, but also adaptation. And I'm trying to explain why both are connected, especially here for Brazil. So, of course, the climate in agriculture, it's directly correlated. It's easy to understand that the climate impacts directly the agriculture, but not so easily to understand that agriculture also affects the climate. Here in Brazil, we have a lot of agriculture, animal production, forest, and pest and disease that are directly impacted by the climate. And some little but background of Brazil, something that you have to account that Brazil, because of their size and the latitudinal variation, here in Brazil, actually, we have very different climates. And this is the above ground biomass here in Brazil. And you can see also that the biomass of natural vegetation, of course, the biomass produced along the years by the crop systems, extremely variable around the country. So, in general, the globe, for the major crops, a lot of variation of the food production is related to climate. Here in Brazil, by global studies, they account that between 15–17% of variation of food production is related to climate. But by our experience, we are pretty sure that it's at least 75%. The problems that we have here from the going to the most important, have problems with gusts, have problems with hail. We have problem with frost, especially from the middle of Brazil to the south. We have many problems with extreme rainfall events. And the major problem in Brazil, at least half of the problems of it's relating to the drought events. This is the economic loss in the last years associated with climate events for different sectors. We can see here that agriculture and livestock accounts mostly 19% of total variation. And especially importantly, to explain that here in Brazil, we have a very relatively low area of irrigating protected cultivation that could reduce those impacts. So bring to the US numbers, we have almost 13 billions of loss per year associated directly with climate. And then we start to see a problem that these the different regions in Brazil, and those are the trends in temperature in the different regions in Brazil in the last decade. And you can see clear here that temperature it's already increased a lot in all Brazilian regions. And if we took the number, let me try, sorry. And if we took the previous insurance payments in the last years, and for the medium to the large farmers, and the government insurance paid directly for small farmers in the last years, we can see clearly that the costs for the private sector or for the government, it's growing exponentially in the last years with and all these insurance are only relating to climate events over food production, okay? And this is the today realities and what it's projecting realities in Brazil. This is the CMIP6, the past round of IPCC scenarios for Brazil. And we made a study of how much the water depth is going to increase in the future. And you can see here that some regions we are expecting to almost say 100% of increase of water depths in the next decades. And now bringing for the most up-to-date scenario from CMIP6, this is the global scenario of GWL of 1.5 degrees at global scale. And we can see clear also that probably in the entire country, we are going to increase the water depths in the next decades associated with climate change. Then we need not only in the future, but we need now to start initiatives to reduce our vulnerability. We need to bring more extensive agenda for adaptation in Brazil. But as I said, agriculture also impacts the climate. And this is very important for Brazil because we have a lot of importance of agriculture in our economy. So basically, if you bring our emissions, the net emissions in Brazil in the last decades, the last years, we can see here that the land use change and deforestation account for the most of our national emissions, but the agricultural sector is the second most important sector, more important including that the energy sector here in Brazil. And one important thing that we can see here that even though we could reduce deforestation, even though in the last years a little bit of increase, but we can see here that the amount of emission associated with agriculture is almost constant along the years. So what do we can do here in Brazil? We first could say that the start of the implementation of mitigation and adaptation agendas are not limited by the lack of solutions. We, of course, that we have a lot of new solutions for new problems that we still need to do, but we already have many solutions that need to be implemented, and this could decrease a lot of national emissions. I will bring 3 examples for the 3 most important greenhouse gas. For instance, for CO2, we have for some decades know that no-till systems associated with crop rotation and crop diversification could increase the carbon sequestration. For the methane emissions, we have, thanks for the last decade, we reduce, at least in Brazil, 8 billion of spend per year of nitrogen fertilization, especially for soybean. But other crops are increasing also. For instance, in the last year, 34 millions of doses of biological inoculants are applied for soybean, and another 2 millions for grass crops like corn and wheat. So if you bring both solutions together, no-till system, crop diversification, we can see here, for instance, for no-till systems, conventional tiller systems and no-till systems, and depends of the crop rotations that we could reduce a lot of the net emission of associated with, especially with CO2 and methane emissions, just by adopting better practice of soil and crop rotation. So about the methane emissions is pretty important in Brazil, especially for the production of rice, that it's irrigated system, and livestock production. And here, for instance, this some experiments made by Embrapa, we could reduce a lot, at least by half, the methane emissions just by managing the amount of irrigation and then suppress the irrigation along the cycle. This could reduce the total CO2 emissions per hectare per year, as you can see here. Depends of the system. So so we can do to incentivize those adoptions and to incentivize the scale of these mitigation actions. We could say that we could separate, it's not exactly separated, but we have 3 major pathways. First one, it's the national determined contributions, that it's the argument in the country, the regulated carbon markets and the voluntary carbon markets. And then I'm going to bring some examples here in Brazil. So the Brazil needs to reduce 53% of greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. It's our argument. And of course, if you can see here by our profile of emissions, that we are not going to achieve that percent of reducing if we keep the level of deforestation, especially in the tropics. So here it's, for instance, the Amazon, and this is still have a touched forest, and this is the deforestation. So the first thing to achieve that, it's to reduce, especially the illegal deforestation in Brazil. The second, the regulated market in Brazil have some initiatives that start in the last years. Probably the major successful, it's we call RenovaBio. RenovaBio, it's our national biofuel policy. And we have already commercializations today almost 3 millions of number of invoices issued by this policy, and we already mitigate almost 1 million tons of CO2 just by implementing this policy. This is pretty new. It's some law that was published last year, and we didn't start yet the actions. But the federal government has national programs for conversion of degraded parcels, and we have a goal to recover and converting 40 millions of hectares that has already degraded to less degraded parcels or crop and forest productions. And of course, that we have also some more regulations that have no direct incentives. And we could see the regulation of the European Union that should be implemented by this year, but probably is going to be implemented by next year, where everything that's going to be exported to European Union has to be deforestation-free products. So we have to prove that that commodity comes from deforested area. And lastly, the voluntary carbon markets, that it's a lot of discussion today. We could, of course, reduce a lot of our emissions and bring some monies to implement those agendas. And Brazil has a lot of potential to participate in those agendas. Some estimation says that almost 15% of the entire world's carbon offsets could be coming from Brazil natural climate solutions. One problem of voluntary carbon market is to unlock this market. It's that it's very difficult. It's not an easy task to estimate the amount of carbon that it's accumulated in the soil by change or by the efficiency of the package that's implemented. This is because, for instance, in Brazil, we have a lot of variation of soil conditions. The systems are pretty varied, so still be a big challenge. And we have to implement a lot of technology to measure, report, and verify those increase of carbon in the soil, and those reductions depends of the practice adopted by the farmers. It's really not an easy task. So we have to mitigate, we have to adaptate, we have to decrease deforestation, but we still have to increase our national productions. Some projections say that by next decade, we probably have to increase 45% of cotton production, 45% of corn, 30% of soybean, wheat, and coffee, just for example. So we have no solutions, but we have to increase our efficiency, and we have increased the temporal use of land in Brazil. So by conclusion, we have no mitigation without adaptation. The idea now is to bring some experience here that in some of technology that try to develop to connect those agendas. Okay, so why we cannot separate the mitigation adaptation agenda? So let's see here. For instance, one graphic here that shows how to mitigate the carbon emissions. So to mitigate the carbon emission, we have to increase the time of the cover crops of the years, try to not have any time of the year without a cover crop. And of course that we can see clear here that the benefits of incorporate those systems is going to, for instance, reduce soil erosions, thermal regulations. They increase the nutrients and recycle the soil, increase the infiltration of water in the soil, they increase the water retention in the soil. So by adopt those systems, of course, that we are going to make it more resilient, and of course that we are going to adapt those systems will be more adapted to the climate. And of course, that if we adopt some packages that the crop are not adapted for the climate, or if we are going to acclimate that are so streaming, of course, that doesn't matter how much you plant. If the crop does not revenue the yield, of course, that we could not mitigate it because we are going to have to spend data. So here we have developing some evaluations for those systems, and we have in the last decade trying to measure in how For instance, those better systems decrease temperature in the soil, the soil health, the soil carbon, the reduction of soil evaporations, the better infiltration, and reducing the soil loss. And of course, to increase the root profile, it's pretty important because one system that has very deep deepening of root systems, they're going to increase the carbon, especially in the deep, where the carbon will be lower recycled. And of course, that those systems will be more resistant, for instance, to a drought event. So we here in Brazil are responsible to do for the government, and also the private sector follow our risk evaluations. And nowadays, there is no differentiations between farms about the risk. So basically today, the risk assessment for crop insurance or for the farming to get the money in the bank, we do the same risk evaluation for those different farms. And we are trying now including depends of the level of management of the farm, to reduce the risk analysis and to increase the subsidies. If the farms has systems, of course, that protect the soil and increase the water and the carbon fixations. One last remark, very important, that usually it's not accounted for, and for instance, in this conference is not so discussed. We have to take in mind that the land use change and the food systems should account their impacts on the biogeochemical effects that we are discussing here. But we have to get in mind also that the land use change and the depends of the system that you adopt, we are going to have also a direct impact of the biophysical impact. And this impact direct, for instance, the surface runoff, those impacts the temperature and the climate also. So we have to get in mind that. For instance, here we have an example of how, even though after deforestation, land use still matter. We see here a map of a region, and this is a satellite image of temperature. You can see here the natural vegetation, and those are parceland and those are croplands. And you can see clearly here that the land use affects not only the greenhouse gas emissions, but is going to affect also directly the climate and directly the temperature, especially near surface. And here in Brazil, the Amazon forest, they play a very important role. That almost 35 or 45% of the entire precipitation that it's happening in the Amazon, they come back to the atmosphere back as evapotranspirations. And because of the Andes here in Brazil, there is a deflection of the wind directions. And most of the water, most of the vapor in the atmosphere that comes to the mid latitudes. And here we can see the maps here, where this is the agriculture. And we can see here that this is the major producer in Brazil. That is clearly we depend of this water vapor that is transporting through the Amazon to the mid latitudes, and that's at the end the precipitation in these mid latitudes. So the problems of deforestation in the Amazon is not a problem only for the Amazon, but it's the problem for the Cerrado and the mid latitudes in Brazil. And the problem, it's going to cause a lot of problems also in the entire food production in Brazil. So thank you. I lost a little bit the time of presentation. I'm not sure if I'm ahead of the time, or
Santiago, muchas gracias por tu presentación. Muy
Santiago,
interesante
thank you very
estos
much for
últimos
your
conceptos que
presentation.
compartiste, no hay
The very last
adaptación sin
concept
mitigación y
that you
viceversa.
shared, very interesting,
Me
no
llama mucho la
no
atención
adaptation without mitigation,
esta gráfica que nos
and
muestra sobre
the
emisiones
graphic,
y
the
que se
plot
ha
you
logrado
presented on
reducir las
emissions
emisiones en
and how
cuanto
you have
al cambio del
managed
uso de
to
suelo, ¿no?
decrease
Ya se ha
emissions
logrado mitigar
when
de
you
cierta
change
manera
the
la
land use,
deforestación.
somehow you
Sin
have
embargo,
mitigated
en
deforestation.
el sector
Nonetheless,
de
in
la agricultura,
the
pues es
agricultural
constante, ¿no?
sector,
Se ha
this is
podido
a
mitigar del
constant.
todo o no se ha podido lograr
Not
reducir las
everything
emisiones.
was
Antes de
able to
darle la voz
mitigate,
a
and the
nuestra siguiente
emissions have
panelista, me
not been
gustaría
able
que
to
nos
mitigate.
comentaras desde tu
And
punto de
before
vista
giving
qué
the
hace
floor
falta
to
en
our next
Brasil
speaker,
para
I would
lograr
like
la
to hear
reducción de estas
from you
emisiones.
what
¿Son acaso las
is
políticas
needed in
públicas que no han sido
Brazil to
exitosas
reduce
o es acaso
emissions,
que la
perhaps public
participación de los
policies that
productores
are
no es
not
la que se
successful,
espera?
or
Si
perhaps
nos
the
podrías comentar
farmers are not
brevemente que desde tu
participating as
perspectiva qué
much
hace falta
as
para lograr esta
expected. In
mitigación.
your words, what is needed to
of
achieve
course,
this mitigation?
I show the total emission by the agriculture sector, and we have to take in account that during this period, the total production of Brazil at least probably we increase 200% of the production during the period. It's not so say that it's not that we are less, we are more efficient in producing foods and reduce our emissions. Those constant of total emission are associated with decrease of emissions by tons of substance, because we probably increase 300% during the period. So it's not that we are not adopt solutions and decrease our emissions in the agriculture sectors, but we still increase the production. So this is why in the last decade the total amount it's almost constant. It's associated with the reduction per hectare or per ton, but the increase of the area and increase of production.
De acuerdo, muchas gracias, Santiago.
Okay,
En el
agreed,
siguiente
Santiago.
sección
Thank you very
de
much. In the
preguntas,
next
tal vez
Q&A
conversemos un poco
session,
más sobre los
perhaps we
indicadores
can
ya precisos
talk more
para medir los
about
efectos de las políticas públicas, pues, en
indicators
esta
to
reducción de las
measure the
emisiones. Muchas
effects
gracias,
on
Santiago.
public policies to reduce
Me voy a
emissions. Thank
permitir
you,
ahora dar
Santiago.
paso
And
a
now
la
I would
presentación
like
de la
to
ingeniera
give the
Javiera Herrera, a
floor
la que le
to
damos la
Javiera
bienvenida
Herrera
a este foro.
from Chile.
Ella es jefa
Welcome
de
to this forum.
Departamento de
She is head of the
Sustentabilidad de la
Sustainability
Oficina de Estudios
Department
y Política
at
del
the Office
INAGRI en
of
el
Studies
gobierno
and
chileno.
Policies
Es
from
ingeniera en recursos
Chilean
naturales con
government.
magíster
She
en
is
asentamientos
natural
humanos y medio ambiente.
resources
Además, posee
engineer with a
diplomas de
master's degree in the
especialización
environment
en
plus a
gestión del
diploma
agua y el
on
ambiente,
water management
planificación
and the
ambiental,
environment,
de
environmental
proyectos y
planning,
gestión de conflictos socioambientales.
project
Tiene
and
más de 13
so
años de experiencia en
environmental
gestión ambiental y
conflict
gestión del agua,
management.
participación
She has
ciudadana
more
y
than
resolución
15
de
years
conflictos
experience on
socioambientales, creación y
social
gestión de redes de
environmental
colaboración,
settlement
gestión
of
territorial y
disputes,
políticas
territorial
públicas.
management and public
Entre sus
policies.
logros se destaca
In her
la reformulación de procesos de
achievements,
participación
there is a
ciudadana anticipada en
reformulation of
estudios y
citizens'
proyectos de riego.
participation and
Ella va a
irrigation
participar
projects.
con la ponencia
She
Políticas
will
de Cambio
participate
Climático y
with her
Sustentabilidad
presentation,
de
public
suelos.
policies
Javiera, te
and
comento que
soil
hay 20
sustainability.
minutos
Javiera,
como
you
tiempo
have
límite para
20
tu
minutes
participación.
to
Debido a
participate,
este formato que
and
estamos moderando a distancia,
given that
en
we
cuanto te
are
queden
in
5
remote
minutos, voy a verme en
connection,
la penosa
whenever there are
necesidad
5
de
minutes before your
interrumpirte,
time, I
indicándote el tiempo
apologize
restante.
because I will interrupt
Entonces,
you
por favor,
for
Javiera,
letting you
pues
know
muchas
this. So,
gracias.
Javiera, without further ado, thank you very much,
Adelante con
and you
tu
have the
ponencia.
floor.
Perfecto, Alejandro, muchísimas gracias.
Excellent, Alejandro, and thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me. I will share my screen.
¿Se ve en formato completo?
Can you see my presentation in presentation form?
Vemos la pantalla
Yes,
completa.
yes, we can see the full screen. Excellent, okay.
El nombre de la presentación que voy a hacer
My
es
presentation's title is Climate Change and Soil Sustainability Policies to focus on carbon sequestration in soils, but I will share perhaps a longer story from the general framework of public policies of Chile, how they have been framing the decision-making process regarding this matter. And this slide is presenting the reality of Chile, which is a country vulnerable to climate change for several reasons, because we have areas prone to drying and desertification. We have areas susceptible to degradation and deforestation, and also we have the development of our agricultural practices. The Ministry of Agriculture works, and we rely on water, soils, and biodiversity. Thus, the challenge to adapt to climate change and climate change mitigation in the silvopastoral sector is really important. This is the national scenario of the catastrophic weather emergencies that we have had in the past 2 years. We have forest wildfires, flooding, really extensive drought periods, water deficit in different regions, and this speaks about climate change, how it is coming closer, it is wreaking havoc, and it's forcing us to make rush decisions as for adaptation mainly, but also for mitigation and how we can integrate these into our systems. Our commitments for sustainability in our country are several, are diverse, and the most relevant that I can change right now is that by the year 2050, Chile is committed to carbon neutrality. So today we are assuming every action to reach to this carbon neutrality by 2050. This is a commitment set in 2015 in the Agreement of Paris, and it is translated in a commitment for 2020, and in 2021 we enacted the framework law for climate change, regulating and establishing the different instruments our country will consider to face climate change and the coordination between mechanisms. Here we have this framework Act on Climate Change, and this act, law, will achieve carbon neutrality the latest in 2050 through adaptation. We must generate management systems in the short, medium, and long term with control instruments. The climate change aspects need to be integrated in other policies, and we must use these instruments in order to potentialize adaptation and mitigation before climate change. Measures are established for information systems, alert and alarm and emergency systems, and we establish an institutionality of climate change, which is both vertical and horizontal. There are powers, responsibilities across all sectors, local, regional, and federal government. This is the framework Act of Climate Change with different instruments, the long-term climate strategy for the year 2050. We have the national determined contribution updated every 5 years. That will bring us closer to the 2050 commitment. We have a national plan for adaptation to climate change updated every 5 years. The Ministry of the Environment releases it, but All the different ministries are involved. We have sectorial adapting plans and sectorial mitigation plans. These could be individual or different plans. Also, there are regional action plans, meaning that the 16 regions that come from Chile must have an action plan, and we have community action plans for all communes, which are the smallest territorial areas of Chile in each region. As for the Ministry of Agriculture, we were the first ministry that created both plans, first plan for adaptation and the first plan of mitigation approved by the Council of Ministers, where different sectors joined and they approved these plans, so they have the necessary integration. Right now, these plans are undergoing the administration plans in order to prepare for the appropriate decrees. I will share first the adaptation plan and then the mitigation plan. As a general context, this is a vulnerable sector, as we mentioned. So for the Ministry of Agriculture, adaptation is an obligation and also a need, and the efforts are there for the adaptation. In this context, we have new climate patterns with negative impacts, but there are also opportunities, and the idea is to leverage on the opportunities. The focus is in reducing vulnerability. This plan has different strategic lines, mainly to implement support systems to production systems, strengthen cooperation between institutions, consider multicultural differences, adaptation to gender inclusion, strengthen legal instruments, and this is a must for the process. And within this, the strategic lines are risk management, implementation of infrastructure, equipment, and support, promotion of agro-environmental sustainability, integrated management of water resource, and integration of adaptation techniques for the silvopastoral sector. And considering these, there were 12 measurements and 63 actions that are practiced today. This is a summary of the 12 measurements. I will not elaborate on each of them, but I just wanted to share measure number 5, that it's about promotion of conservation and restoration of natural ecosystems that sustain productive systems and contribute to adaptation to climate change. And there are several actions dedicated to soils, and measurement 6, which is to prevent and control soil degradation for adaptation to climate change. So with these two measures, they are linked to the objectives for mitigation. So now we have the mitigation plan, and the context is a bit different because here we must comply with this 2050 carbon neutrality as a country. And when we think about the sectors that represent the highest greenhouse gas emissions or greater vulnerability, the law mandates the sectors to create plans to mitigate and comply with the target. So we need to conduct efforts to mitigate emissions and also sequestrations associated to the forestry sector. With these two elements, we consider that we will be able to comply with the carbon neutrality. When we talk about emissions without considering carbon sequestration from the forestry sector, we can see that there are important challenges, that there is a link with the Sustainable Development Goals, but here we can see the first gaps and barriers to reach to this contribution from the pastoral agricultural sector. So this graph shows where the main concentrations of greenhouse gases emissions are. We can see that the energy sector is one of the most contributing sectors, and it has contributed more across time. Also, we can see that the agricultural sector's contribution is 11%. The light blue graph is constant across time. It is not increasing nor reducing. So it represents a fixed, steady value across time, and we'll see the challenges these reductions will take. When we do a double click on where we are these greenhouse gases in the silvoagricultural sector, we can see agricultural soils as a large concept on the National Inventory of Greenhouse Emissions. Soils represent 40%. There are several things in this group, but when we talk about soils, we are talking about 40%, a very large number. When we consider sources type emissions, we see that beef cattle contributes the more with 50% more. So the key to approach mitigation measure is to realize which are the main sources of emissions. So we have beef cattle, we have organic fertilizers, swine, ovine, and
the other sources are marginal to
to
production.
these greenhouse gases emissions.
But they are still important. Considering this reality, when we started with these mitigation efforts, I'm sorry, the chart moved and the figures, you cannot see them very well, but that 2% correspond to the green slice, which is the contribution of Minagri. As you can see, 65% of the mitigation efforts made in Chile today, given the national contribution, come from energy, which is a sector that can even contribute greater by doing greater efforts. And this 2% is for, according to the Ministry of Agriculture. In this regard, those efforts are quite challenging, and there are huge gaps that still have to be filled in. In the agricultural and livestock sector, there are several options to start mitigating. There are some examples of projects that were conducted in the past. Based upon those efforts, these elements, we considered some options that have better or sounder scientific evidence, and therefore we established the actions within the plan. These are some considerations that are based on the national contribution as established in 2020. The use of swine biodigesters and the efficient use of fertilizers, nitrogen-based fertilizers. Then the strengthening in 2022 with the assessment of measurements in order to reduce methane production, agricultural energy, and residues, other sectorial commitments of other change management instruments with the available techniques, and conducting workshops. With this, the measurements should comply with environmental effectiveness, political acceptance, and they should be comprehensive enough. So these are the 6 actions within the mitigation plan: biodigesters for the treatment of swine and bovine wastes, efficient use of nitrogen-based fertilizers, enhancement of bovine cattle diets in order to reduce the enteric fermentation of methane, and as well to reduce agricultural slash and burn and rice, fortified rice production. Well, what does the scientific evidence teaches us regarding the mitigation of carbon in agriculture? The sector presents several barriers to the implementation. The mitigation options are limited. We have technology solutions, but they are really at the very beginning, and it's necessary to accelerate research and development. And some of the challenges is soil carbon capture, which can contribute to a reduction of 4% in the GHGs annually at the global level. And this should be aligned with strengthening the work of food security and climate change mitigation. And it is impossible to achieve this lowering of 1.5 degrees Celsius if we do not capture carbon for our soils. This is a challenge, it's an opportunity, and I'm going to talk about the barriers and what we are doing in this regard. So, what have we been doing in Chile? We've got already technical evidence. We can work out this problem through a climate-based smart agriculture by mitigation and with the best practices, improving the carbon cycle in the soil by reinforcing in a positive manner the actions planned within the mitigation plan. We do not have directly these actions of improving carbon in the soils, but we have actions for managing better the soil and water and crop relationships. So indirectly, we're talking about carbon capture. And we also have this national experience on pilot projects through INEA, which is the Institute for Agricultural and Livestock Research in Chile, some other private projects already at the commercial level, and we have evidence that we can improve the carbon stock in our soils by these actions. And the purpose now is to increase this carbon stock in the soils. Javiera, you have 5 minutes left. Thank you, Alejandro. So the main challenges that we have are to prepare a baseline to determine the current status of our soils, to establish soil quality indexes that will enable us to use this tool to protect our resources, to foster and support sustainable management soil practices, and to improve the potential for storing carbon in our soils, and defining which are the best management practices per place and per production system. How are we dealing with these challenges in the last 4 minutes that I have left? Through 2 elements. One, which is the most important one, is a draft, a system for incentives for soil sustainable management, that is to provide public funding to the growers who make this effort of managing sustainably their soils. And we are working with soils that are degraded according to a program that began in 1996 and then it was lost later on in 2016. The aim was basically higher production. Nowadays, the same bases were taken and they are mixed with those activities that can receive state bonds, state premium So, since this draft has been amended, we are trying to promote the adoption of practices by farmers that will enable them to enhance and maintain the physical, chemical, and biological soil properties in agricultural and livestock land, as well as to contribute to sustainable food production. We are replacing the last act, and the program is decentralized. The focus is small and medium-sized landowners, and we have to submit the application through preparing a plan for sustainable management of the soils. But then, which are the best practices that we will include within this program? This is another project. This project has been funded by GEF, and it will start working next year. Basically, we're just preparing the basis for this project, and it's called Scale Up of Regenerative Practices for Recovering and Enhancing the Soil's Biodiversity and Ecosystemic Services. This project was created by ODEPA along with INDAP, which is the institution from the Ministry of Agriculture working with the small land owners and indigenous people. And the project will last for 60 months. And right now we are preparing the first stage that will begin next year. I'm sorry, will end up by January, February next year. And then the next stages will come up. These are the components of the project, the barriers identified. We will start preparing some pilots at Coquimbo and Aysén area. It will encompass a huge area from Chile, identifying the best regenerative practices based on evidence, developing standards for regenerative practices, obtaining evidence of the improvement or updating of the fostering and funding mechanisms to foster these practices, to identify and create these funding and investment models, and to identify the benefits. Among the benefits is carbon capture in the soils, facilitating these practices to the different actors, and to strengthening the demand for these regenerative products in the marketplace. Thank you. I think that I accomplished my time limit. Thank you so much.
Estoy esperando las preguntas del público.
I'm still waiting for questions from the audience. However, just like we did with Santiago, I would like to start by posing a question. First, I would like to congratulate you because you have followed a process in order to include these public issues in the public agenda, including international commitments and the current situation of the country. And you have prepared these two adaptation and mitigation plans, which are new, pretty new. They were recently made in 2024. And you are still at the approval phase by other authorities. So I would like to ask you which have been the main challenges in designing these two plans, so that they are in the final approval stage. During the design, which were the challenges, the difficulties that you encountered in your ministry? Thank you so much for this question. Yes, challenges, there are several. On the one hand, the urgency for developing these plans, because the Framework Act for Climate Change established very stringent targets and time limits, deadlines for the preparation of these plans. So we were all public entities doing plans at the same time. That creates a lot of pressure for citizens to support all those plans at the same time. And for us, it was also quite difficult to deal with our own projects and supervise others. That was, logistically speaking, a great difficulty. But the main difficulty in our sector is that it is the huge scattering in the system, we have a small, medium, large, very, very large size farmers, and there are many different types of users in the system. Also, the huge expectations that were made with regards to the mitigation plan, for instance. It is true that the agricultural and livestock sector can truly help to mitigate climate change. Nevertheless, we found that there was not scientific evidence, sufficient scientific evidence to identify the best practices and how to foster them in the whole territory. And that's where we had to include instruments to foster the adoption of such practices. So the time constraints were really, really difficult to deal with because we did not have much time to prepare the plans thoroughly in all details, deeply enough, and that's why carbon soil capture was not included as such within the first plan, but it is included in the adaptation plan, and we are working jointly with this last project that I mentioned that we're going to develop, and we're going to provide incentives for sustainable soil management, which in few years, probably in 5 years, will be revised again, and then we will include those mitigation actions associated to carbon soil capture.
Creo que espero que todos lo hayamos notado en ambas presentaciones cuando nos mostraron la gráfica.
Thank you so much, and hopefully we all saw those charts of emissions per sector, and definitely the energy sector has played a major role. In both countries, we have seen that the agricultural and livestock sector have remained at the same level despite what Santiago mentioned. Well, yes, it has remained at the same level, but the production has increased though. So, in fact, the impact has not increased. Rather, we have been more efficient.
El sector agrícola, pues es parte del problema de emisiones y de cambio climático.
Yes, the agricultural sector plays a role in climate change and the release of emissions, but the agricultural sector also plays a major role in mitigating this impact. And we can also do the same analysis for other sectors of our industry. For instance, through new products, new services that come out as byproducts from agriculture, they can also help mitigate this impact. I was waiting for questions from the audience.
Okay. Ahorita voy a leer estas preguntas.
I'm going to read these questions.
De a lo mejor juntarlas o ver si están repetidas.
Quite probably we will link them together if they are repeated. However, I would like to ask you, with regards to indicators, how can we make sure that these public policies are having a direct impact in the reduction of emissions and the capture of carbon in agricultural soils? In which way we're measuring the success or the impact of these public policies? Santiago, can you please give us your comments in a couple of minutes, and then we'll leave also a couple of minutes for Javier's answer. Thank you.
Here in Brazil,
Aquí en Brasil,
we have, of course, to have some measurements and to certify that they are implemented. For instance, if most of those reductions are associated, for instance, with free of deforestations, and you have, for instance, systems that cross the satellite image to certify that, for instance, one of projects that reduce the emission associated with biofuels, and they receive the credits for that. They, of course, they do not can deforestation in the farm. So the farm has to be certified also. So all the process has the certification steps to make sure that not only the government, but the private sector also can can certify all the steps for the accountability.
Muchas gracias, Santiago. Javiera, si tienes algún comentario.
Thank you, Santiago. Javiera, do you have any comment?
Sí, gracias.
Well, yes, thank you. With regards to the, let's see if I understood the question well. With regards to deforestation in Chile, I believe that our main difficulty are forest fires. More than the deforestation processes. In Chile, deforestation is forbidden. It is regulated. What is happening to us is that we have more frequently fires in our forests, and that's the way in which we lose this territory. And this is terrible because we can do lots and lots of efforts during a year, but in just 1 month we lose the efforts made for 3-4 years due to those fires. Today we are facing these issues by strengthening the work done of all the institutions that are trying to prevent these fires. We have already an entity that is protecting those areas that were already burned. And there is a ministry actually working specifically with projects to protect and recover those areas that suffered fires. But I think that all countries have to face the same challenges during the fall season, right? Forest fires are really a major danger.
De acuerdo, muchas gracias a ambos.
Thank you very much to both of you. And yes, there are some questions.
Nuevamente es una pregunta para los dos.
This is a question addressing both of you. How are you coordinating the efforts among your different government entities to strengthen these public policies in your countries? Is it difficult to communicate your Is it difficult the communication among your government agencies, your government entities? Because it's important, this communication to implement these public policies. Santiago, please go ahead.
Well, in the case of Brazil, of course, that depends of the mission of the sector. Different ministers has to be responsible for that. Usually, we work at the agriculture minister, and of course that we take the accountability of the amount of emissions or reductions associated inside the farm. And of course, for instance, that we have expanding some sector with infrastructure, with like roads. Of course, that this has some emissions also associated with not directly with the agriculture, but with the entire footprint of the sector. And of course that we have to work with all the ministers to get those accountabilities. But at the end of the day, when we contabilize the emission of, for instance, of 1 hectare or of 1 ton of soybean productions, we have not only account what it's emitted or avoided inside the farm, but in all the process of the issues that you use it by the farmers, for instance. So all those are accounted for.
De acuerdo, Santiago. Javiera, ¿alguna experiencia?
Thank you, Santiago. Javiera, do you have any experience with regards to the work done in your ministry and other ministries that have to deal with emission reduction? Please, can you share? Thank you. Yes, in Chile, as I mentioned before, this act was specifically created to establish governance with regards to climate issues, and it is establishing the linkage among all the different ministries. In order to prepare a plan, we always have a responsible, the ministry that is creating the action, and we establish the responsibilities of other ministries, other public entities that have to be involved with such an action. For instance, we have a plan of the health ministry, and within that plan, the Ministry of Agriculture has to comply with some actions with regards, for instance, of plant and animal health issues. We have to deal with those areas associated to food production or water quality, for instance. Definitely, those linkages were established prior to preparing those plans. And since those plans have to be approved by the Council of Ministers, once they reach the board or that council, every ministry knows exactly their duties and responsibilities. It has been a very interesting work, quite honestly. It has required a lot of logistics work and, of course, hard work with other ministries, and we will see the results at the short term once we start implementing it. It is quite challenging. However, it forced us to share experiences, to agree together, to have our to put our own experience on the table and to learn from the remaining ministries.
Muchas gracias. Hay todavía un par de preguntas.
There are
Hay
some
una que quisiera,
questions,
dos de las cuales quisiera
or two rather,
fusionar, y
that
es
I would like
cómo
to
es
merge in one.
la reacción de los productores
What is the reaction of growers
cuando llegan los ministerios, cuando llegan las políticas y
when
les
the
sugieren estos
policies
cambios en
are
la manera de
launched, when the
producir? Y va
ministries
relacionada con la
are
otra pregunta, ¿estamos
are asking
listos los
them to
sistemas
change the way
agroalimentarios
they
para
produce?
adoptar
And another question
estas
is,
nuevas
do you
prácticas?
believe that your
Adelante,
food
Santiago, si
systems
gustas,
are
por favor.
ready to adopt these new practices? Please, Santiago.
That's a good question. I would say that if you ask me that question maybe 10 years ago, I would say that the farms would not like that much, because usually they work a lot, they produce all the foods that people need, and at the end of the day, they feel that they are guilt by all the problems. That's their feelings. And but I guess nowadays we are seeing like two movements. First, we can see here that they clearly see that the climate change is really important, because we have many of really big events has happened. I don't know if most of you know, but this year we have one of the worst problems with floods in the south of Brazil, with 100 people that die. I don't know, maybe more than 100 cities were totally devastated by those floods. So usually now they are really take serious and see how important they for to be the part of the solution. And also, additionally, we can see here that now with not only with the regulated market, but also with the voluntary market, they see that they could actually profit money also if they adopt those systems. So I would say that the big farms and the big players, they're totally ready for that. But the small farmers are much less because, of course, that for instance, with certification for a company for the voluntary market, of course, they're going to go for big farmers, because just one with like one company we could do a lot of money because of the large area. And of course, that for a small farm that has many farms with small area, the process is much more expensive. So I would say that the big farms are now really engaged, because they see how they profit money, but the small farms are kind of more marginalized of the system that's going on.
Claro, sí, siempre los pequeños productores, medianos
Of course,
productores van a ser
always
los que
small and
estén en
medium-sized growers
desventaja y es
are
por
the ones
eso
who are
en
always in
este foro se
disadvantage.
invita
And
a
that's
todos
why
los
in this
participantes, a
forum,
todos los actores
we're
del sistema
inviting all
agroalimentario, pues
actors
a
of the
contribuir en
agri-food
reducir estas
system to
brechas, porque
contribute
también
closing
es
such
importante
gaps, because it is truly
los
important
pequeños, los más
to
desfavorecidos,
help
pues
those
accedan a estos
underserved
mecanismos que ya
growers
están
to have
disponibles, ¿no?
access to these
Javiera, si
mechanisms
nos
that
pudieras
are
contar
always
la
available.
experiencia ahí en
Javiera,
Chile,
can you
cómo los
tell us
productores
about the
están
experience in Chile?
aceptando o
And
no
if
estas nuevas
growers are
medidas, ¿no?
accepting or they are
Y
not
si están
accepting
listos,
these
se
new
considera que los sistemas
measures, these
agroalimentarios
new
en Chile están
actions,
listos
are they ready? Do you
para estos
believe that in
cambios.
Chile the agri-food systems are ready for the change?
Un sector bien
Well,
asimétrico.
this is
Sectores que están
a
más
system
avanzados que
that is
otros.
not symmetric at all. There are some
Hay dos formas de trabajar
sectors which
diferentes,
are
creo
more
yo.
advanced
Uno es a
than
través
others,
del
and there are two
trabajo
ways to
gremio
work. I believe one, working through the productive guilds, groups of growers. In Chile, this has been fostered a lot through what we call an agreement of clean production. This mechanism works through groups of growers in Chile. And we established the specific mechanisms helping these groups of growers to improve along the time. They have improved their water use efficiency. They have also improved in terms of the use of fertilizers. But overall, all these agreements at the industry level, we're still missing reaching growers at the field level. You know, yes, we're making some inroads, but the pace is slower precisely because the groups are more scattered. The other way in which we reach them is through providing incentives by the state government. And then we have the Irrigation Act, for instance, which supports the adaptation of climate change with the irrigation systems, and we believe that the strongest bet is through the SISSG's system for soil management. Through those incentives, we can reach growers, you know, with the carrot. You have to telling them you have to do these actions, but the state government will reward you with this incentive, and we truly believe that what's necessary. We have to believe that agriculture has to be profitable. It is a business. So we have to have a given benefit, a tangible benefit for growers. Growers are very practical. If I'm proposing something to them, but they don't see the immediate result at their farm, they want to use that technology. They want to grasp it. You have to give them some benefit either by cost reduction, the increase of yields, opening new markets, or because they will have greater access to credit, to loans. We have to seek for the proper mechanism to help them. That's where we're working at.
Muy bien, muchas gracias, Javiera. Pues bueno,
Yes,
no hay más
thank you,
preguntas por parte
Javiera. Thank you very
del
much.
público, ni
There
aquí
are
en
no
el
more
auditorio tampoco. Yo
questions
quiero
on site
agradecerles
or
a
from
ambos,
the
Santiago,
online audience. I
Javiera,
would
por el
like to
tiempo,
thank
por
you
las
both,
excelentes
Javiera,
presentaciones.
Santiago,
Nos
for
queda
your
todavía unos
excellent
minutitos. Si gustan dar
presentations.
algún
We
mensaje
still
final
have a few minutes left if
respecto
you have
a los temas
some
que hemos estado
closing
conversando,
remarks regarding
para ya
this
cerrar este panel y
topic, so we
pasar hacia la
can
recta final de
close the
este foro.
topic and begin the
Les
last
agradecería mucho si en
section
un
of this
minuto, cada uno o 2 minutos,
seminar. If
nos dan un
If
mensaje
you
final
have a
y
closing
yo
statement
nuevamente agradecerles
for
por
1
el
or 2
espacio, por el
minutes,
tiempo,
and
por
again,
las
I would
excelentes
like to thank you
presentaciones y hacerles la
for your
invitación para que en la
time,
segunda
for your
edición de este
presentations,
foro
and
pues conversemos ya sobre los
open
resultados, los impactos de las
for
políticas que
the
están implementando.
second
Adelante, por favor. En este
the
caso,
second
quisiera darle la palabra
edition
primero
of
a
this
Javiera y
workshop.
finalmente a
If
Santiago, por
you
favor.
can join us again for your comments. So I don't know, Javiera, you go first. Yes, thank you very much. As a closing statement, I ask the audience to keep your eyes on Chile's processes and our plans for climate change. We believe that it is a process, if it works fine, it could be a good model to be followed by other countries because we were obligated to coordinate and establish these horizontal and vertical links in the different sectors of government. And since we have this roadmap in a coordinated plan, we can contribute with our efforts in these priorities, and we still continue to work in other lines which are not priorities, but we will work harder on these plans. We believe this is a necessary exercise, considering that all the public services in the world, we all have endless list of needs and not so much resources. So we think we are betting on the right track, and we are happy to show positive results in the next edition of this workshop. I am certain they will be positive. Thank you, Javiera. Santiago, a few words as a closing statement.
Really want to thank you for the opportunity and see that we will be very nice if we keep and have other maybe next year. And if you want Embrapa in Brazil, we can try also to bring the event for Brazil. Maybe we could move in the Balkans. And I would say that, of course, that we have many differences between cultures. Of course, the agriculture in Brazil is very different in Chile, very different in Mexico. But of course, and we can see that many similarities exist, especially when we talk about the small farms. So maybe we think about also to keep and maybe try to get a document or something, I don't know, a project to share those experience. I would say that will be very nice to share all the experience between these different cultures. So thank you for the opportunity.
Pues muchas gracias a Javiera, a Santiago.
Well, thank you both, Javiera and Santiago, and the organizers, ICASI, MITFIRA, for giving a space to public policies in this important forum. And thank you all for your time and your attention. We'll continue with today's agenda, and I give the floor back to Camino. Thank you.
Pues muchas gracias a Santiago
thank
y
you,
Javiera
Santiago and
conectarse
Javiera
desde
for
otras latitudes
connecting from beyond our borders, and Alejandro for being a good timekeeper on this program. So I wanted to ask you, how are you doing with the conjugation of verbs, recarbonize, decarbonize? We can propose that the next generation of small children can work on this tongue twister, so they are getting familiar with these words. We are on time, so this means that you have a more flexible break. We'll have a break. Let's stretch our arms, leg, bottle of water, a cup of coffee, and we'll come back for the final section of this workshop. We'll reconvene in 13 minutes, 1-3, to continue. Thank you very much.
Invitamos a ir regresando al auditorio, por favor, para la última parte
Please,
de
if you
este
can
foro.
take your seats for the last part of this workshop.
Vamos a dar paso ya a la última parte
Okay, so
de la
now we'll move
jornada
on
y
with the
del foro.
last section
Espero que no
of
estén
this workshop. I
demasiado
hope
cansados
you are
porque
not
nos
too
queda esta
tired
intensa
because
recta
we
final.
still have this intense
Vamos a retomar
last sprint.
una temática
We'll
sobre la que hemos hablado
discuss
en un
on a
conversatorio
topic
previo y
that
que
was
yo les había
previously
mencionado que la
discussed,
conferencia magistral asociada
and
quedaba pendiente. Bueno,
I
pues ya ha
mentioned that
llegado
the
el momento
keynote speech
de rendir
associated
cuentas
with
y
this
ofrecerles
will
esa
be later,
conferencia
so
que
now is the
les
time.
dejamos pendiente. Y después de esa conferencia
And
vamos a cerrar
after
con un
this
panel
keynote
interinstitucional.
speech, we'll close
Un
with
panel en
our
el que vamos a
an
tener a los representantes de las
interinstitutional
tres
panel with
instituciones
the
organizadoras de este
representatives
foro
of the three
y en el
organized
que
institutions of
me
this
consta
workshop,
que se
and
les va a poner
I
en algún
can
tipo
verify
de aprieto.
that
Pero
they will be
aventuro que también nos van a poner en aprieto a su vez de
they will be
vuelta a nosotros,
bombarded
porque
with questions,
Alejandro ya estaba mencionando
and
una
I
segunda
think they
edición de
will
este foro. El
challenge
doctor Goebbels
us
ayer ya
because
estaba pidiendo
Alejandro
un evento para
already
rendir
was
cuentas sobre lo que pasó
claiming there
después de
will
este
be a
foro.
second edition.
Entonces,
Dr. Bram
se me hace que
Govertz
nos van a
was
dejar bastante tarea.
asking
Si creían que
for
ya con esto terminábamos y nos íbamos a
an
descansar,
answer, an
creo que
official
no va a ser
answer. So I
exactamente así.
think there will
Bueno,
be no resting
pues
period
demos
between
paso, pues.
today
Les voy
and
a
the next
presentar ahora a
edition.
la
So now
moderadora
I
de
will
toda esta
introduce the
parte final.
moderator of this
Ella
last
es Gloria
section.
Meléndez
She
Roca,
is
que
Gloria
es
Meléndez
ingeniera
Roca.
agrónoma zootecnista
She is
por la
a
Universidad Popular Autónoma del Estado de
technician,
Puebla
agronomist
y cuenta con un
engineer from
posgrado
the
en
Popular
agronegocios por la
University
misma universidad.
of Puebla and has a
Con 24 años de trayectoria
postgrade
profesional, Gloria se ha
degree
desempeñado
of
dentro del
rural
sector agroalimentario, tanto
business.
público como
She has
privado,
worked
por
in
lo
the
que cuenta con amplia
agribusiness sector,
experiencia
both
en
public and
diseño y
private.
ejecución de
So she
políticas
is
públicas
experiencing the
para
design and
pequeños
execution of
agricultores,
public
programas de
policies
asistencia
for
técnica,
small farmers,
capacitación
technical
y
assistance programs, training,
transferencia,
and
de tecnología, integración de
technology
cadenas
transference,
productivas,
integration
asuntos
of productive
corporativos,
chains,
relaciones
corporate
institucionales
business,
y
interinstitutional
sostenibilidad.
affairs, and
Desde
sustainability.
mayo de
Since
2023
May
se integró al
2023,
equipo de Syngenta como
she
gerente de
joined
desarrollo de
Syngenta
negocios
as
rurales.
Rural
Gloria,
Business
un gusto tenerte aquí.
Development
Bienvenida.
Manager. Gloria, it is a pleasure to have you with us. Welcome. There are so many microphones here.
No sé cuál está encendido.
I don't know which microphone is on.
Hola.
Hello.
Listo,
can you hear me?
gracias.
Yes.
Pues ya en la recta final, sé
Okay,
que
well, yes, this
ha
is
sido
the
una
very
jornada
last
muy interesante estos 2
section.
días de
I
trabajo
know that these past 2 days have
y el
been
cierre
very interesting
va a ser espectacular.
days,
Eso,
and the
eso no es una
closing
promesa, es un
section
hecho.
is
tengo
going to be
la verdad
spectacular.
la enorme distinción
That's
de
a promise.
presentar a
And I have
nuestro
the distinction
conferencista magistral,
to introduce our
Alan Elizondo
keynote
Flores. Es licenciado en
speaker,
actuaría por el
Alan
Instituto
Elizondo
Tecnológico
Flores.
Autónomo de México, el
He is
ITAM,
an
y tiene una
actuary by
maestría en
the
finanzas y
ITAM
economía por
and
el
a
London
master's
School of
degree in
Economics,
finance and
con una
economics by
sólida
the London
trayectoria en el
School
sector
of Economics.
financiero.
A
Ha
solid
ocupado diferentes
journey in the
cargos dentro del
financial
Banco de
sector. He
México
has held several
y
positions in
hoy
Banco of Mexico,
es,
and
desde el
today,
2019,
since
el
2019, he is
general de
General
FIRA.
Director of FIRA.
Alan nos va a
Alan
compartir
will
una interesante
share
conferencia
a
sobre
very interesting
todo el
presentation
esquema de financiamiento
on
que
the
ha
whole scheme
desarrollado
for
FIRA
funding that
en estos
FIRA
temas
has
de
developed
descarbonización de
in
sistemas
these areas
agroalimentarios
of decarbonization of
recarbonización de suelos
agri-food
agrícolas. Creo
systems
que lo dije al revés,
and
pero
recarbonization
ese es
of
el objetivo.
agricultural soils.
Adelante, Alan, por favor, bienvenido.
So with this, Alan, welcome. You have the floor.
Yo te espero ahí abajo.
Hola, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo están todos? Muy
Hello.
buenas tardes.
Hello, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. First, I would like to thank for the invitation to be a member at the closing section of this workshop, and I think it's timely in time and matter, given the challenges we have as humanity. I think this is one of the major issues that we face, and this is global warming. So I will talk about on how a public entity approaches agriculture that is friendlier from the environment. Given that we are a public entity, one would wonder which is the role we can play and how we can collaborate with the primary and private sector, trying to achieve this objective, which is to recarbonize soils and decarbonize systems. So, if I may, I will continue with my presentation.
Déjame ver. Ya está. Para empezar, creo que sería
To begin with, I think it would be smart to present the instruments this institution has and then see how they can be deployed in this target. FIDA, as you know, this is a second-tier institution, meaning that it operates through a network of intermediaries. Now we have 145 intermediaries, and this network is distributed across our country, meaning that if it is a button that activates, so this FIDA can do it across the country through one of these intermediaries, if it is a financial button, and also through FIRA's employees, which is an infrastructure of 88 offices nationwide. So the first message is that our action lever is installed nationwide, so it is in two directions. It can be read from farmers across the country, which are their issues, which is the type of recarbonization pertinent for farmer across their value chain. That would be one reading, and the returning action could be through funding or through technical assistance or through any instrument like the ones I will describe. FIDA, not only a second-tier institution, as I say, it has four instruments. One is credit. The next one is guarantees. These guarantees allow to cover the risk incurred by financial intermediaries when they fund a project. So projects that could seem high in risk, they are not so because they have this coverage from the institution, which is valuable not only as a risk coverage, but in regulatory terms is an effective instrument. The third instrument is technological transference provided with our own resources by the network of colleagues nationwide, but also through a network that with time our colleagues have built of extensionists or technicians that know about crops in every region. They collaborate with us, providing assistance to farmers. And also we have transference of technology like our fourth arm. So this is the infrastructure of this institution. And as an advertising, I want to say that this is the year where we celebrate FIDA's 70th anniversary. It was created in 1954. And across all these years, we have built processes that are repeatable in economies of scale and providing FIDA the strength to conduct actions as I will present. I don't know if I can change my slides or... Okay, thank you.
Ahí está. Bueno, no lo mencioné,
So,
pero
well, I
toda
didn't
institución de la
mention,
administración
but
pública
like every
de este país
institution of public
tiene una obligación que
administration of
está
this country,
establecida
there
en
is
varias
an
leyes,
obligation imprinted
la cual
in
tiene que ser un plan
several acts
institucional. El plan institucional
where we
sigue
must
los
be part
lineamientos
of an
del Plan Nacional de
institutional plan
Desarrollo. De
following the
hecho,
guidelines
ustedes lo van a
from
ver,
the National
en
Plan for
2025 se va a
Development. As
publicar
you
el Plan
will see,
Nacional de
in
Desarrollo. Es una lectura
2025, the
muy
National
relevante para
Plan
todos,
for
pero más para
Development
nosotros
is
como
relevant
institución
for
pública. Y en ella, de ese
our
Plan Nacional de
country,
Desarrollo derivan
especially for
tres
public
documentos que son
institutions, and
planes
stemming
sectoriales.
from these, there
Hay
are three
uno
documents:
que es muy relevante
sectorial
para nosotros, que es
plans,
el plan económico, donde viene toda la
and
acción
one relevant for us is the
económica
economic
financiera del
plan, where
gobierno.
all
Son
the
muchas las
economic
entidades que
financial
se siguen a ese
actions
plan.
of the
Y FIRA
government
entra
is
en
printed,
lo que
and
es
FIDA
hacer llegar
is
recursos a los sectores
included
productivos del
in
país. Y de ahí se sacan prioridades. Entonces, las
delivering
prioridades que se han
resources to
establecido
farmers in our
son tres.
country.
Una
So
es,
we have
que no son
three
estas tres, sino es
pillars,
la inclusión financiera,
which are
la
not the
elevación
ones
de
on screen, but there are
productividad
the other.
en todos los eslabones
Financial
y cadenas de valor
inclusion,
del campo. Y la tercera, muy
increase
importante,
productivity across
es
the
el
field, and the
financiamiento y
third,
apoyo del sector con
funding
responsabilidad
and
tanto
supporting
social
for the
como ambiental.
sector with
Entonces, esa es
social and
exactamente la tercera,
environmental
la que se asocia
approach.
con esta
So
línea.
the third one
Cómo
is
FIRA
the one
ha
associated with
podido
this slide.
construir sus
How
procesos
FIDA has been
para
able to
honrar
build
esa
our
prioridad.
processes to
Lo hemos
honor
puesto en
this
palabras sencillas.
priority.
Se deriva
This
de esa
is written
estrategia
in
muchas
simple
acciones,
words from this
pero son
strategy,
tres ideas básicas, ¿no?,
several
que hay que considerar. La
actions
primera es que no dañes.
stem. The first
Por no
one
dañar,
is do not
nosotros
harm. And
nos
by
hemos
do
puesto el
not
objetivo de
harm,
que
which
los
is pillar one,
financiamientos que
our
da FIRA
objective is that
no
FIRA's
tengan un impacto
funding
negativo
will not
ni
have a
en
negative
materia de
impact,
sociedad ni
not
tampoco de medio
for the
ambiente.
society
Entonces,
or the
esta no es una
environment.
idea
So
que se haya aparecido en
this
nuestro
is
mapa
not an
pues
idea
en estos
that
últimos 5 años,
appeared
sino
in
que es
our
una
map
idea
in the
que
past 5
pues,
years. No,
como
this is idea
comunidad global
that as a global
se inició con los
community
principios de Ecuador
began
a
with
principios
the
de este siglo,
Ecuador
y en el
principles
cual
at the beginning of
se
this
ha hecho
century,
una metodología
and after
cuyos
that, a
principios
methodology
nos
was
obligan
developed
nos
whose
autoimponen
principles
disciplina en el otorgamiento de financiamiento.
impose
Entonces, lo que se
discipline
hace es,
when
al igual que hay
providing
una
funding.
capa de análisis
So
crediticio para que
also
cuando das un
there
crédito,
is
este
a
crédito
layer of credit
salga bien,
analysis when
tenga
you
buenos mitigantes de
give these
riesgo.
credits
De la forma
with
espejo,
good risk
esta metodología
mitigation
que
instruments.
administra
So
FIRA y que
this
proviene de los principios de Ecuador
methodology
hace exactamente lo
from
mismo, pero
FIDA
en materia
stemming from
ambiental y
the
social.
Ecuador
Entonces,
principles
se
does the
evalúan
same
todos los
in the
proyectos que se
social
financian
and
con una doble
environmental
capa,
way.
la crediticia, pero
All the
también la ambiental y social.
projects that are
Y esa
funded
capa
have a double
nos ayuda
layer
entonces a calificar los proyectos
evaluation.
según esta
So
dimensión
we
y a
rate
poner
projects
mitigantes si
according
es
in
necesario o
to
incluso a no
this
financiarlos
dimension,
si
and we
no tienen
fund
los
or
mitigantes.
even we decide
Esto,
not to
pues como se
fund if they
imaginarán,
don't have
en
these
algún momento
mitigation
de
instruments.
la década del 2010,
Picture that
pues
around
rompió mucho los
2010,
estándares de operación porque un intermediario
operation
financiero que quiere
standards were
operar un
disrupted
crédito,
because
pues
if
lo
a
que menos quiere
financial
es adherirle a
intermediary
más
wants
capas de
to
burocracia,
operate a
así es como
credit,
se ve
they don't
con un
want to
lente
add
una metodología de
more
esta naturaleza, de
bureaucracy
decir, oye, pues
layers,
ya analicé
because
el crédito,
that could
solo
be a
quiero otorgar,
perspective.
pues no, ahora tienes que hacer otra
And
capa de
now
análisis, ¿no? Esa
it's
capa de
not only
análisis
about
mete una
credit
disciplina muy importante
analysis,
en
you
el
need
proceso de
to
crédito
add these layers.
y una gran ventaja que tiene
And
FIRA
this
es que
imposes a
es una institución
discipline.
transversal
And
al
FIDA
sistema.
is a
Como es
cross-sectional
transversal, opera con
institution in the
145
system.
intermediarios,
Since
entonces
it
no
is
impone ningún
cross-sectional, it
requisito
operates with
en 145
146
intermediarios. Yo solo
intermediaries. So
resalto
I
de
just
ellos
want to
hubiera querido
highlight
hacerlo
that if
por
either
iniciativa y
one of
con
them
visión
would
propia
like to have
y no hubiera
one
ningún
by
otro
their
actor
own
interesado en
initiative
hacerlo,
and there was no
la propia
other
competencia en el
stakeholder
sector financiero
wanted to
hubiera
do that, the
empujado esa práctica
competition in
hacia
the
afuera.
financial
¿Por qué?
sector
Porque
would
pues
have
se convierte en un
pushed
banco complejo de
back
operar
this,
y
because
entonces se
then it
requiere
would
mucha
become a
convicción
complex
para
bank
persistir.
to operate. So
El que lo haga una institución pública que es
given
transversal,
that
pues
this is a
ayuda a que una práctica
cross-sectional
se haga
public
sectorial
institution,
y hoy en día
helps
podemos afirmar
for
en
a
FIRA que
practice to become
todos los
sectorial.
proyectos,
And at
eso sí,
FIDA,
hay un
we can
umbral
state
arriba de
that
10 millones de
every
dólares
project, there is a threshold
tienen una
above
capa
$10
obligada
million.
de
They
análisis
have a
ambiental y social
mandatory
y cumple con una
layer
metodología de
for
administración de riesgos
social and
ambientales y
environmental
sociales
analysis, and they need to meet some requirements, and FIDA and intermediaries use this to prevent the negative impact. So this is a mandatory pillar 1, and we can all agree here that we want to do no harm with our funding. Not only you want to stop something, but you want to create no harm also. Our second pillar is do good. So it is not enough that you stop a bad practice, but you need to promote that there are better practices, particularly if you want to induce a change and through the adoption of good practices. So FIDA has done several taxonomies with multilateral entities like the French Agency for Development, the GIZ, the IBD, the World Bank, the Corporation de Fomento. These 5 multilateral entities have sought FIDA as a catalyst of European policies or policies that are aligned to the SDGs from UN to transform an idea to benefit the environment into taxonomies that are used by entities like ours and, of course, with farmers. So we have taken the benefit of these partnerships to build taxonomies. A taxonomy is nothing more than a list of concepts that we call investment concepts that have a benefit for the environment. FIDA has divided them in renewable energies, energy efficiency, water management, and the fourth one is agriculture friendlier with the environment. Stemming from these, there are investment concepts that today conform a taxonomy that is used across the system because it's cross-sectional feature. So what is the consequence of this action? The consequence is a natural one, that intermediaries, whenever we talk about positive for the environment impact, we are talking about reduction. So they grant credits and they add to the benefits. And talking about benefits with Banca Mifel, here joined by Rafael Gamboa, his representative, we had a project and Banca Mifel is funding projects that cross these taxonomies, and based on that, there was the issuance of a green bonus, green bond. So this taxonomy, FIDA, along with Banca Mifel, developed similar values at a very competitive rate. This is just an example because this taxonomy was published prior to the federal taxonomy. The Ministry of the Treasury here has published a sustainable taxonomy for our country. If you Google the agro section, you find there is a convergence with the taxonomy FIDA uses. So this is a communion that has been raised to a level that the financial system perceives the same ideas. And there's another taxonomy for adaptation to climate change, a taxonomy for resiliency before climate change, and there are other social aspects, although they are not part of today's topic. And our third pillar is to make of this a shared movement, meaning involving third parties in this task to change the way on how farmers operate. Because they could be involved in practices that pollute. So on the third pillar is the issuance of a thematic bond, which is a green bond. This is an issuance where the resources go to these 55 investment concepts. But this thematic bonus bond is that the issues affecting the agricultural sector, given that it is the sector that has higher participation on emissions. So there are some funds and like funds for retirement, and we can discuss which is the impact of agricultural greenhouse gases emissions, understanding the offsetting instruments, and we can use these retirement funds to fund the other projects. These added to other investments that could be from banks, stock exchange, or retirement funds. So this is a well-known topic. We do what we call in the financial jargon an asset class. It is like issuing twins. We generate volume, adding liquidity to these funds, so the financial mass goes in a cheaper instrument to the intermediaries, and with this, it can be invested in agricultural projects. And now, this is like the frame of thought of FIDA's instruments. This is specific to the action, and you can see how an institution have these instruments converging in the recarbonization of soil. The first one is adapted financial services, which is a service that yields a benefit to those that adopt a good practice. I describe these instruments in funding. FIDA grants greater funding percentage to those that add to sustainable practices. Some of them are up to 100%. Some banking intermediaries, if the project is not sustainable, we don't give them 100. It is less. We have a premium of the guarantee that we provide. It is at a lower cost, and the other constant could have the same credit risk, but the guarantee is greater if you have a sustainable concept. Risk coverage. We provide 65% coverage to a financial institution that funds something from our taxonomy, such a way that it's up to 50. And the French Agency for Development with European Resources for FIDA presented the possibility to have discounts on interest rates. So a sustainable project, and the agency requested that it should be a marginalized municipality, and more so if it is an indigenous community. FIDA reduces some percentage of this. So to push this funding forward, this is for the benefit of the environment. Second, the use of biofertilizers. Given the war between Russia and Ukraine in 2022, there was an important increase on fertilizing prices. A mechanism that FIRA used to validate these and introduce at the same time a good practice was a strategy to use biofertilizers. So today, FIRA with some farmers can deliver funds to reduce the fertilizers cost up to 70% and up to 80% in terms of purchasing costs and even technical assistance, so they can be properly applied at 70%. I must admit that there are several issues because of the circumstances of this industry, biofertilizers. It's very difficult to operate this subsidy. First, the biofertilizer industry, similar to the traditional fertilizing industry, doesn't have the capillarity of the arms to take them down at the required volume, at the required time to every farmer. And now it's an issue. If we wanted to conduct these practices in Chihuahua or perhaps in Campeche, we have the experience. So we need the biofertilizer producer to be present. There are barriers of entry. However, the farmers in this program are interested in it to grow in. And also, it's
para uno o dos productores.
complicated to
Tienes que
deliver
ser
this
por un grupo
subsidy
de
for one
productores,
or two
entonces
farmers
necesitas
only.
sumar
There has to be
asociaciones
a
en el
group of
esfuerzo
them. So you need to
de
add
cambiar la mentalidad
associations
del
in this
biofertilizante.
effort to
Y las
change the
asociaciones
mindset
en
for
ocasiones también observamos
biofertilizers.
que ya
And we
tienen
have
una
seen that
convicción sobre el uso de algún
associations
tipo de
already have a
fertilizante
conviction on the use of a
no
specific
natural,
fertilizer that is
y hay,
not
a lo
a
mejor ese proveedor
non-natural
de ese insumo
fertilizer,
al
and
productor, entonces
perhaps
hay un molde ahí que romper,
the
que pues se puede romper, yo estoy seguro,
vendor
con
for
algunos
this
beneficios para
input
toda la
can
cadena,
be
pero que hoy es
included.
una barrera importante
And today
para
it's an
que un
important
descuento que es hasta
barrier.
el 80% del
So
insumo
an
se
effort
pueda
up
bajar.
to
So that up to
80% of the
80%
input
Con ese
is
descuentote, pero no lo es tanto.
can be
Entonces,
is
en 2025
available
ya
to
tenemos
them.
buenos
You may
planes
say,
para
well, it's
activarlo de
easy
forma
if you have
masiva,
such a discount.
pero
Well,
bueno, les dejo
it's
la
not so
idea
easy
y también las
sometimes.
barreras, ¿no?
So we
Sería
will
segundo
start
esfuerzo.
next year
El
doing
tercero,
this as a it's a mass
pues no concibo
effort.
yo que se pueda hacer una recarbonización de suelos,
We
al
believe
menos no
that
tan
doing
eficientemente
a soil
con la
recarbonization
tecnología. O sea, la tecnología
is not
es uno de los
going to be based only in
elementos
technology.
facilitadores y
Technology
un
is
buen
one of
manejo
the
de la tierra.
facilitating
Entonces, hemos
tools for
identificado en
good
FIRA dos
soil
procesos. La
management.
primera,
At FIRA, we
prácticas
have
de
identified
sobrefertilización.
two
Cuando
things. On the
analizamos
one hand, some
los tres
practices
gases, ¿no?,
of
más
excessive
importantes de
fertilization.
efecto
When we were
invernadero,
analyzing the three
bueno,
most
el dióxido de
important
carbono, por supuesto, es como la fuente
greenhouse
más voluminosa, pero
gases,
el
is
metano
of
y el
course
óxido
CO2,
nitroso
but
son
as well nitrogen
muy
and
como
NOx
identificables por
are
industria. En México el
can
metano
be
pues es
well
con la ganadera,
identified by
pero el
industry.
óxido nitroso es
Methane in
muy
Mexico is
identificable a
coming
ciertas
from
zonas del
livestock
país donde se hace un uso
production,
excesivo
and
del
NOx comes,
fertilizante
I'm
nitrogenado.
sorry, and
Todo ese
yes, and
fertilizante
NOx and CO2 come
que se
from
va
the
la
excessive
escorrentía
use of
a los
nitrogen-based
ríos y luego al mar,
fertilizers.
o que
It
luego
goes
se volatiliza,
in the form of runoffs
es
towards
un
the
impacto, una
water
huella de
bodies,
carbono muy importante.
streams,
Entonces,
lakes,
¿cuál es el efecto
and
de tecnología?
the carbon
Bueno,
fingerprint
pues
is
hoy
huge.
en día
What's the
con la
effect of
convergencia
technology nowadays?
de cámaras
With the
multiespectrales,
convergence of
drones que son muy
multi-spectrum
eficientes,
camera
y
and
no voy a decir
drones, which
inteligencia
are
artificial porque esta ni
highly
siquiera la requiere.
efficient. I
Tú
want to
puedes hacer
even
mapeo de
talk
campos
about
de
artificial
ese campo
intelligence because we
con
don't
un
require
índice
it.
muy
We
sencillo que es
can
el
map a
NDVI.
field with the
Te puede dar lecturas de
NVDI
cuánto
index, and you can get
nitrógeno se requiere
readings
arrojar
on
en tu
how much
parcela
nitrogen is
por zona,
required per
según
plot,
las necesidades
per
o la
area,
lectura que tú
surface
tienes
area, according
del
to the
vigor de las
readings
plantas.
that you get
De esto, bueno,
from
pues
the
ya hay
plant
proveedores
vigor.
múltiples,
And
pequeñas
in this
startups
case,
en
are
México de
many
estos drones.
suppliers. There are some
Y estos
small
drones,
startups that
pues lo
use
vuelas, te hace el mapa de
these
calor
drones.
y tú
They
puedes hacer una
fly
aplicación
over the
variable
field, they
del
prepare a
nitrógeno
heat
con
map,
ese
and
mapa de
you
calor.
can
No
have
solo eso, sino que ya
information
hay,
on the
eso no lo
nitrogen
hemos
content
practicado
of
aún, pero
each
ya hay proveedores
part
de
of the
drones
field.
que
There are
primero
some
pasa el
drone
dron con la cámara
suppliers that first they
multiespectral, que
sent
es
a
un
drone
dron
with the
convencional chiquito,
multi-spectral
y luego
camera,
pasa
a
el dron de la misma
conventional
marca
drone,
con
a small
fertilización
size,
que
and
es
then
aplicada según
the
las
next
instrucciones del
drone
primero.
comes with
Eso
the
es bueno,
fertilizers,
esto fue motivo para FIRA
applying
de
them
una
as
aplicación en el Valle del
necessary.
Yaqui,
This was
en el
done
Valle
at
de Mayo,
Valley El
y la
Yaqui,
evidencia fue el ciclo
and
22-23.
the evidence
Fue
comes
que
from crop
hubo
season
un ahorro del
22-23.
20-25%
The savings
de
reached
la
20
aplicación
up
del
to
fertilizante a aquellos que
25%
decidieron
in
adoptarla.
fertilizer
Otra
applications for
historia que
those
podríamos
growers who
platicarles en otra
decided to
ocasión
adopt
es
this
cuántos
technology.
productores la
Another
adoptaron, que yo a números
subject is
rápidos de
how
una muestra
many
de 350, solo
growers
50 la
adopted this
adoptaron,
technology. Let's
cuando
say
había un
out of
subsidio del
150, only
80% del costo de
50%
los
adopted
drones.
it, and the
Entonces, y
subsidy
también
for
de la
drones
máquina
was
fertilizadora, la renta
80%,
de
and
ambas
also
cosas.
the
Entonces,
leasing of the
dejo eso como un
fertilizing
punto
machine was
que también es una
subsidized by
barrera, ¿no?
80%.
Porque
So
la evidencia puede ser
this
muy
is a barrier
contundente
because the evidence
desde
can be
nuestro
quite
escritorio
strong,
y
quite
también
sound,
desde
if we
varias
see it
parcelas que
from
así lo
our
demostraron,
desks and
pero
also
el
from
productor
some
no se va a convencer a
demonstrative
usarlo hasta que tenga
demonstration
evidencia
plots,
tangible, ¿no?
but the
Entonces,
growers
de
will
allí que
not be
pues es un
convinced
movimiento
unless
que
they
va
get
creciendo. En la
tangible
primera ronda
evidence. So
tuvimos
this number
yo diría
of growers adapting this technology is growing. I don't know exactly how many joined these efforts in the second round, but I think there were 250 or 300 in this second crop season. The number of growers adopting the technology has double-folded. Besides, we got the support of a company that was very well convinced about this technology, and they got great benefits, and that benefit went into the hands of the end consumer. I have to pinpoint this. The end consumer was a driving force to apply these technologies because they were demanding this kind of technology. And in this group of growers that work for that company, a specific company, the number who adapted the technology was larger. So this company was really gearing this technology and many more, many greenhouse gas emissions were impaired by this project. And basically, what we do is to demonstrate and work at the field level with this conservation agriculture. There are many lessons that we can quote here, lessons learned by many others, many other of my colleagues at FIRA. At the beginning, if you wanted your project to become feasible, you had to prove evidence, to provide evidence of it at the field level. And that's how FIRA, at the Center of Technology Villadiego, we started fostering conservation agriculture since several years ago. And I told Pedro about it. You know, the land at Villadiego is pretty similar to what we can see here at the entrance of these premises. It's like a sponge. The soil is completely different to the soil that you can see along the road. Well, it's the same for Villadiego land. What we have invested a lot in FIRA is in the costs, the financial aspects. We have spent a lot of time quantifying the savings that conventional agriculture gives. I'm showing it in those bars versus conservation agriculture. Increase in costs and maize and wheat in conventional agriculture versus conservation agriculture. We are not only saying that the growers can get higher yields, more tons, but these technologies also help lowering the costs. Definitely those costs will be lower, and this cost-benefit language is the ideal language that we can use to sell our products. Look, your cost-benefit is 1.5. With conservation agriculture, you can increase it up to 1.25%. The benefit will be the same, maybe the same tons, but the costs will be lower, the production costs. And if you see this at a medium term, your yields will be sustainable throughout many more years.
Y bueno, estoy seguro que Carlos Torres les habrá
these practices have already been expanded into many other states. And Carlos already talked to you about what we are doing at the field level with this kind of agricultural practices. And this other project talks about the better management of water use efficiency, a private-public project fostering better irrigation practices. And here we have another example with several institutions. ProInfra is a banking group that has been helping Mexico a lot, and we also have a forestry investment. KfW does two things. They loan money to us. They lend money to us, and these resources are quite important. There are companies where we see GFA on the left-hand side. This is a consulting group that helps entities, forestry community entities, shown in green, by providing them a diagnosis, helps them to prepare business plans, strengthens their competencies with tech transfer, with preparing the credit files, everything that they need to get loans, and then they can be certified also based upon good practices, which form part of the Forest Stewardship Council, which is promoting good forestry management. FSC, you have to respect the populations, the tree populations. You should not overexploit forests, and you should have good management throughout the supply chain, being
certificación,
efficient at the
pero lo
energy
hace muy
level at
fácil
the same
el
time.
banco alemán porque pone una empresa
Well,
que
this
acompaña en todo
German
momento a
bank
las entidades
is
forestales, no solo
helping
sino
a
ayuda
lot
a
these
encontrarlas y luego
growers.
entonces FIRA
They
conecta toda
accompany
su red
those
para
entities
financiarlas, da
requesting
garantías
that
y
certification.
bueno,
FIRA
pues se
provides
cierra el
the
círculo, ¿no? Entonces, el
collaterals
resultado de
for
este programa, tengo
the
que decir,
funding
todos estos que estoy
that they need
presentando,
to receive, and all
quisiéramos que fueran
these
más
different
volumen, pero son
entities help
programas que avanzan más
these
lento.
projects.
Porque también
Hopefully, we
estamos en
will
una
increase
época
the
donde
volume
esto
of this
no es
kind of
tan fácil, o
actions.
sea, va
However,
creciendo su
the times are
relevancia,
not easy.
pero es
Yes, the
difícil porque son
importance is
prácticas
increasing,
nuevas
but
o
remember
pues que
that
son
these are
recientes
new practices,
diseños que a veces son experimentales. Este
new
ha funcionado
designs that
bien y bueno,
sometimes at
justo
an
recibimos a este
experimental level,
banco
but they have been
esta misma
successful
semana
so far.
para empezar a pensar en
By
una
the way, we
siguiente
started
ronda
working
de este
with
programa
this
ProInfra.
bank next in the next round of this
Bueno, el modelo
project.
de extensionismo de productor a productor, algo
The
también
extension
que la trayectoria de la
work
institución
model, grower to grower.
da cuenta,
We
es
also
del
have
hecho
this
de que
project in the
no hay
institution
mejor forma de
based upon a
transmitir a un
good
productor
strength.
una
There is no
práctica
better
si no
way
es en boca
to
de otro productor. Entonces, nosotros
convey a
contratamos
given
a la
cultural
Universidad
practice to a
Autónoma
grower
Chapingo
than through
a
the
que nos
voice of another
diagnosticara del
grower.
trabajo que se hace en
We
los centros de
requested
desarrollo tecnológico y
Chapingo
nos dijo, oye, pues no pueden pretender ser
school
el centro del
to
universo y
help us
pues
in
que
this.
los
They
vayan a ver
said,
todos los
look, you are
productores
not the center of
y
the universe. Growers will
entonces,
not
bueno, ni
go to
siquiera
you.
beneficiarse del conocimiento local. Entonces,
You want
instrumentó
to do
FIRA
this, you have
un
to
esquema
benefit
recomendado
from
por
the
Chapingo
local
de
knowledge.
productor a
So
productor, donde
according
FIRA se
to
vuelve más bien
Chapingo, we
un
used this
facilitador de
system,
estructuración y
grower to
transmisión del
grower.
conocimiento.
Well, FIRA is only a facilitator
Se
for
hace a
conveying
través de
knowledge,
buscar
but
que
the knowledge
nuestro personal de los
is
centros
conveyed
sale a campo,
through the
identifica lo que
growers
llamó la
themselves.
Universidad
Our
Autónoma de
people,
Chapingo
our
el desviado
staff
positivo.
go
Y
to
ese
the
productor que
fields
tiene
seeking for
una
that
mejor
grower, that
práctica, se
positive
le ayuda a
grower
documentar su
that
mejor
has the
práctica
best
y se le
practice. We
pide
help
si
those
tiene la
growers to
voluntad
document their best
de
practices, and
transmitirla
we
a sus
ask them
vecinos.
if
Entonces,
they
así,
would
bueno, pues
be willing to
se han
teach
hecho
those best
estos
practices to
proyectos
their
en 21 cadenas
neighbors.
productivas
We
en
have
11
done these
entidades
projects in
que tienen
21 supply
290
chains,
videos
in
con 6
12
millones de reproducciones.
states,
Hay una app de
26
FIRA que tú
videos with
puedes
6 million clicks.
visitar y ver estos
There
videos,
is
pero lo
a
que nos gusta
website
es
of
que
FIRA where you
ya
can
la
watch these
multiplicación
videos,
de
and what
transmisión de
we
conocimiento
really love about
sí
it
se hizo,
is that we're
pues, no sé si viral,
multiplying
pero mucho más
our knowledge
compartido que lo que era en
spreading
los centros que tienen una
efforts.
capacidad
The
limitada
knowledge does
de
not
operación.
remain any
Entonces, bueno,
longer at
este es
the centers which have a
otra acción.
limited capacity for communication.
Y
So
bueno,
this
este es
is
el
another
modelo
action.
de
And this is the
desarrollo de
model
proveedores.
for
Lo pongo
growers
como el
or
trabajo más
suppliers
ya del
development,
corazón de
rather.
operación de
This
FIRA,
is really the
pero
heart
voy a poner un ejemplo
of
donde se puede
FIRA's
inducir una mejor
operations,
práctica de
the core.
recarbonización de suelo. O
And
bueno, en
we're
este
going to
caso
talk
es
about the best
no solo
practice
eso, sino
for soil
también agricultura
recarbonization.
orgánica.
And in this case, we're also
Esta pirámide
talking
que
about
ven es
organic
un modelo
agricultural
excelente
production.
para la
The
inclusión
pyramid is an
financiera en el
excellent
sentido
element
de que
for
lo
financial
que
inclusion,
provoca es
in
que
the
los
sense
productores
that
que son proveedores de una industria
those
encuentren un
growers
mercado,
acting as
ganen
suppliers for a given
habilidades y
industry
sobre
find
todo
a
calidad en
market,
su
they
producción
build up
y puedan vender
capabilities,
sus
learn new
productos
skills,
pues,
and
de manera mucho
they
más segura, con una
sell their
buena
products
asesoría
in a
técnica.
safer
Entonces,
way
FIRA
with good
identifica
technical support.
1.566
FIRA
productores de la
identified
zona norte de Chiapas, los
1,566
ayuda
growers from the
a
northern
contratar
region
con
of
Jack's
Chiapas.
Coffee, esta
They
empresa
help them to
que
become
produce para
suppliers of
México y
Jack's
Austria
Coffee.
el café,
Jack's Coffee
lo exportan,
provides
pero
coffee
que
for
requiere esta
Mexico and
proveeduría.
Austria.
Entonces,
It is
el
exported,
hecho de
but
que
they
se pueda
require
dar esa industria
these
es
suppliers.
benéfico
So
para la
we
industria, pero
acted
también para
as
el productor.
linkage
Por supuesto, en
into
estas
with the
condiciones,
industry and the
pues ya es mucho más
suppliers.
fácil que fluya el financiamiento porque tú le generaste
So
al
with this
productor una
company
fuente de pago.
behind
Y sin
the
fuente de pago,
growers,
pues por más que me digan,
you
es muy
can
difícil
really
generar
give
crédito. De
good
ahí que FIRA
funding.
ponga mucho
If you
énfasis
don't
en
have that
generarla, ¿no? La
support
fuente de
of a
pago.
buyer,
Pero
it's
el
very
punto de
difficult
la recarbonización es
to get funding.
que aquí
Well, now
se facilite y se
recarbonization.
paga
this example,
el recurso necesario para
we
certificar a
pay
los
for the
productores. La
necessary resources to
certificación se vuelve
certify
también
those growers.
un elemento
Certification
positivo,
becomes
por
therefore a
supuesto, para la
positive
industria,
element,
pero
both
también
for
para
the
los
industry,
productores,
of
porque
course,
pueden
but
obtener un
also
mejor
for the
precio
growers because they
por
can
sus
get a better price
quintales de café que
for
son
their
transmitidos a la
products,
industria, ¿no? Entonces, en esto, bueno,
for their
nuestros equipos
coffee
ponen énfasis
beans.
en sumar las certificaciones
And
para
in
que
here, what we are
pues haya
adding is
un
to
círculo
help
virtuoso, ¿no? Que es
getting
lo
more
que busca.
certifications in order to
Bueno,
create
y finalmente este es un proyecto, es el último que les voy a presentar, es
good cycle, good economic cycle. And in this example, we are including smallholders, small growers to the market of carbon bonds. We did not much in this regard for many years at FIRA. The market is not yet of high volumes. This is a voluntary-based market. But we still believe that there are barriers that FIRA can help
intermediar carbono hay una cierta analogía
eliminate.
En tu infraestructura e instrumentos para poder lograr lo mismo.
We need infrastructure, we need instruments to recarbonize the soils. We have hired a consultancy firm that is helping us preparing maps on these carbon bonds. Hold on, because I have a slide on this matter. This is a chain that we were able to map with the consultants. Look, this is Google as the supplier, then we have a platform, then we have a verifying entity, a developer of this project, and of course the landowner. And in FIRA, we say that we are not a substitute of Acorn Rabobank. In fact, we would not add value at this stage. Our value is found at the left-hand side, helping the landowner first to get knowledge about these opportunities so that he can learn about all the certification standards applicable to their supply chain. It's just like a translator. And then
cumplir con una certificación, pues
everything that they can get if they comply with the certification. And FIRA can help them to get that certification. And we will also help them with funding if the project requires funding for recarbonization of the soil. In this case, Rabobank, what they are paying for is planting trees in plots which are producing other crops. It's very easy to monitor this, and FIRA can very easily participate in these projects for nurseries.
Alguien paga por eso y que sea un agente que facilite.
FIRA at the same time is telling the grower, look, these companies would be paying for these services, and at the same time they are helping growers to have access to this market.
Nos hemos tomado en serio esto.
So this is quite beneficial for both parties. We're very serious in this regard. FIRA is not a specialized entity in soil recarbonization, but rather in providing financing. Hopefully through this presentation, you were able to witness what funding can give for soil recarbonization purposes, and especially the level of priority that we have established for these soil recarbonization projects. Thank you.
Gracias, Alan. Para no interrumpir el diálogo que ya traemos, le voy a pedir
we don't want to interrupt this dialogue, so I would like to ask our panel members, a Jelle, Diego,
por favor,
and Alan, to please come forward, come to the stage, so that
nuestro último panel,
we can begin with the last panel.
Tiene que ver con las oportunidades interinstitucionales para el desarrollo
interinstitutional opportunities for the development of
de una agricultura baja en emisiones
low
de carbono
carbon
en América
emission
Latina y el Caribe.
agriculture in Latin America and the Caribbean.
40 minutos.
In the following 40 minutes,
comidos de tiempo,
because somehow we are running behind time, we will learn about the opinion of our three panel members.
En términos de cómo podríamos ir visualizando colaboraciones que contribuyan a tener una agricultura más sustentable y de bajas emisiones. Ya hemos mencionado durante el día de ayer y el día de hoy las semblanzas de los tres, pero quisiera dar un pequeño recordatorio para los que se están recién conectando o los que no tuvieron la oportunidad de escuchar un poquito más de ellos. Diego Montenegro es el representante de ITA en México. Y además de ser un
Diego
apasionado
Montenegro is
del
representative in
sector
Mexico,
agropecuario,
and he
él
feels
recibió
passion for
una
the
distinción
farming
por parte de
sector.
los
He
agricultores
received
de
a
la
recognition by
Asociación
the
Nacional,
growers of the
de
National
Productores de
Association
Oleaginosas y
of
Trigo en Bolivia en el 2016,
Wheat
el grano de oro, que es una
Oily
máxima distinción que se le
Seeds
entrega
in
a stakeholders, líderes de opinión.
Ecuador.
Pero además a Diego le gusta la
A
lectura
great
de
accolade
novelas,
indeed.
de
Diego
cuentos
loves
y
reading
mucho
novels,
hacer ejercicio al aire libre.
short stories,
Gracias, Diego, y
and
bienvenido.
he practices
Alan, bueno, ya se los presenté hace
exercise.
un momento. Él es desde el 2019 el director de FIRA.
Diego, since
Esta
2016, has been
institución
FIRA's director.
de gran liderazgo en el sector
This
financiero para
institution,
el
which is
campo.
considered a leader
Y
in
además de ser un
funding for the
genio de los números,
fields,
como ya lo pudimos escuchar,
besides
tiene
being
una
a true
pasión
genius in terms of
la verdad
numbers,
es que me dejó
as
sumamente
you
sorprendida
already know.
y curiosa. Alan pasa su tiempo con la
Alan
observación de las estrellas y
loves
toda la física que hay
watching stars,
detrás de
and
ellas.
he loves
Y
all
además
the
hoy
physics behind
nos comparte
the
su reciente
stars.
enamoramiento hacia el sector agrícola. Gracias,
He
Alan, por
is
acompañarnos.
sharing with us
Y Jelle,
his
que
passion
hoy
for the
es
agricultural sector.
representante
Thank you,
de CIMIP
Alan, for being with
en
us.
Latinoamérica.
And
Jelle
Loon,
inició
who
su
is
colaboración
a
en CIMIP
representative
siendo el
of CIMIT
pionero
for
y el
Latin
creador
America. He
de
was the
todo lo que
pioneer
tenía que
at
ver con el
CIMIT
diseño de
in
maquinaria para
creating
pequeños
and
agricultores.
designing the
Así nos conocimos
small
cuando
machinery for,
fue el,
I'm sorry,
no
it's
sé si el
machinery, pieces of
lanzamiento,
machinery
Jelle,
for
de
small
esta
growers.
sembradora
That's the way
manual,
we
la
met,
famosa
remember?
matraca, no sé
You
si
remember
algunos ya la
the
conocen, pero bueno,
famous
esto creo que este
manual
desarrollo y
planter.
este gusto por la maquinaria y las
His taste,
opciones
his
que se le
love,
pueden
his
dar a los
passion
pequeños
for
agricultores
machinery
viene
and
de
the
una
great
pasión
options
bastante
that they
interesante que
can
tiene Jelle, que es
offer
sobre la
small
carpintería,
growers
que
come
es una
from
actividad que le
another
da un respiro hacia toda la actividad y las grandes responsabilidades que tiene.
area that
Un poquito más
he
de
loves,
los
which
tres
is
expertos que nos
carpentry.
acompañan hoy.
And thanks to it,
Y
he
muchas gracias a los
has
tres.
also
Gracias al comité organizador
benefited the
por
fields with
distinguirme con esta
his
invitación.
machinery designs.
Está sumamente retador. El panel
So thank
es
you so much to
de
the
primer
three panel
nivel.
members for being here. It's
Y
quite challenging because
me
we
gustaría
have a very
iniciar
high level
con una
bar
pregunta
to
que
begin
tal vez
with.
no tenga mucho que ver en
I
un
would like to start
principio
by a question that
con el tema
maybe
del foro y del panel,
is not
pero que me parece
really
sumamente
directly
importante.
related to
En
the
estos años
subject of this
que llevan
forum
trabajando
for
en el
this
sector
panel, but it's
agroalimentario,
extremely important. You know, these years that you have been working in the agri-food
me gustaría
sector,
que me compartieran o nos
please
compartieran a todos
share with us
cuál ha sido esa
which has been
lección,
that lesson,
esa gran experiencia
great
que les ha
experience,
dado un agricultor y que hasta hoy
the
llevan porque los
greatest
dejó
experience,
marcados.
the greatest lesson that a
Diego,
grower gave you, and
cuéntanos.
it really made a change in you.
Creo que
Diego,
no está
please go
encendido
ahead.
tu micrófono.
Your mic is off.
Gracias. Gracias, Gloria, por la presentación.
Thank
y
you, Gloria,
pues,
for
una
the
vez más, estamos en el segundo día de
introduction.
este
And yes, this is the
importantísimo
second
foro
day
que
of
ha
this very important
reunido a
forum
más de 800
that has gathered over
inscritos
800
que han
people
venido participando del mismo de manera interrumpida. O sea que,
who have
sin
been
duda alguna, el tema
participating
ha traído muchísima
consistently.
atención.
Indeed, this
Pues
topic is
a la
quite
pregunta,
enticing
Gloria,
to
¿qué es
many
ese
people.
aspecto en particular
Your question, Gloria, what's
que
that
habría yo
particular
de identificar que me ha marcado en todos estos años que vengo trabajando con la
that
agricultura?
has
Creo que la lección
stamped
más
a
relevante y
seal
más
on me
importante que traigo de
throughout
todos
these
los
years that I have
años
been working
que
in
venimos
agriculture? I think
promoviendo
the
una
best
agricultura
lesson that I
sostenible, una
got
agricultura
from all these years in which we
inclusiva,
have been
una agricultura
promoting an
competitiva,
inclusive,
ha sido
a competitive
la importancia de la
agriculture
asociatividad y la
has been the
búsqueda de
importance
visiones
of creating
compartidas de grupos de
associations,
agricultoras o
seeking for
agricultores en diferentes
commonly
regiones de las
shared
Américas y del mundo.
visions
donde los agricultores, donde los líderes agrícolas, las lideresas
growers,
agrícolas
women,
se
and
reúnen,
men.
se organizan y
Those
promueven cambio,
organizations where leaders,
detonan mecanismos para mejorar sus niveles de
growers,
vida, para
get
acceder a
together
nuevas
and make
tecnologías,
decisions
los
to
resultados son
change for
visibles.
the better their living
Vengo de un país
conditions and
donde
have
la
access
agricultura es un
to
sector
other kind of
más de
technologies
varios sectores que
that
contribuyen a la economía,
has
pero son esos
really
grupos de
made a
productores
difference in me.
organizados
I
que
come from a
desde los
country where
diferentes
you can
roles
have
que me han
access to
tocado jugar a
technology.
mí,
I
sector
have seen
público, sector
those people,
privado,
those
académico,
growers, and I have
pues
played
han
different roles in the
promovido y
academia, the
han
private and the public
gestado
sector, but
y
I
han
have seen those
insistido en la necesidad de tener
growers
que desarrollar
insisting
y
upon the
buscar
need
mecanismos de
of
apoyo para su
developing
desarrollo.
and
La asociatividad,
creating
las visiones
and
compartidas y el
getting
empuje de
those
los agricultores
means
organizados.
of support for developing agriculture.
Ya
That
tuviera
energy coming
respondido yo
out from
primero porque
those groups,
el mensaje
from those
te iba a dar
associations.
justo el ejemplo
Quite
de
honestly, I wanted to answer this
los
question first
productores
because that's
menonitas que
precisely
conocimos.
the example
Ellos eran
that also
productores de
marked me.
algodón. Y
Mennonite
la cadena del
growers,
algodón pues
they
tenía la queja
grow
muy
cotton,
importante
and in
del
the
intermediarismo,
cotton
¿no?
supply
Desde
chain
Chihuahua
there
a
was a
Puebla,
huge
pues
claim.
ese algodón
Coming from
perdía mucho
Chihuahua down to
de valor
Puebla,
para
there were lots of
el que lo emite
intermediaries in
y el que
that
lo
chain,
recibe.
and the cotton
Y entonces me
was
tocó
losing
platicar con
value
un grupo de
for
ellos
both the
que
growers
de
as
hecho
well
en
as
el
for
momento
the
en que
end
fuimos ya estaba
users.
consolidando
And
la
we
unión de
visited
productores
that group of
de
Mennonites. They
algodón, de
already had
menonitas
an
ellos, y
association
estaban
of cotton
consolidando un vehículo
growers.
en el cual estaban
They
poniéndose de acuerdo para
were agreeing
unificar todo
among
su algodón,
themselves
cosa
to
que
unify
ayer estaba platicando
all their cotton
del gran
production.
salto cultural, porque
And this
pues
was a
el
huge
algodonero
cultural leap
eran un grupo como de
because
20, 25 productores. Pues el 23
cotton was
decía, oye,
grown by
pues a mí no me importa que mi
20-25
algodón se mezcle
growers,
con el
and
del
the
14 y
grower
el 12, pero yo me
23
puse a
would say,
pensar en nuestra
I don't
lógica,
care
si
if
tú
my
quieres,
cotton
más
is
pues
mixed
mexicana.
with the cotton coming from the
Cuesta
13 or
mucho
the
trabajo, ¿no?
14
Porque siempre
grower.
vamos a tener el
And then I
argumento
started
que a lo mejor
thinking
mi maíz
about
trae un poco más
the
calidad
way
que
in
el
which
vecino, pues
Mexicans think,
unificarlo
and I said,
ya trae un costo, ¿no?
maybe it would be
Lo
very
digo porque en el
difficult,
sector
how to
financiero lo
blend the
vemos cuando
cotton that I
intermediarios
grow
quieren
with the cotton
bursatilizar
from
cartera,
other grower.
pues no la mezclan tan fácil
Well,
con el del
maybe we
intermediario de al
will
lado y de al
lose
lado.
value
Entonces es un fenómeno
altogether. So
que el
this
menonita
is
pues
quite
me
difficult, to
impactó. Entonces, ¿qué
understand. But
pasó? Pues con esa
in this case, with
unificación,
this Mennonite
incluso hicieron una
Mennonites
plataforma
group, I
tecnológica
was
donde
very
podían
impressed.
ofrecer
They even prepared
algodón en
a
gran cantidad
technology platform
y
where they
eso
were
evitaba el
able
intermediarismo,
to
incluso les
market
permitía brincar
cotton
ciclos, porque un
in
algodón
large
almacenado en
quantities, and
ese
they
volumen
skipped the
te permitía
intermediaries. Cotton was
almacenaje
stored in
y
huge
los costos del
volumes.
almacenaje.
The
Y
storage
como ese ejemplo,
costs
pues
went
también
down
los
as
proveedores de
they
insumos
got
dan
together, and
mejores
also
precios. O
the
sea,
input
coincido
suppliers
plenamente
were giving
y bueno,
them
este
better
ejemplo no
costs. So
pongo
I
el
agree
de los
with you,
menonitas, que es el más obvio,
definitely.
pero
This
hay
is the most
algunos otros, varios en
obvious
el resto de la
example of
República.
these Mennonites groups, but there are many other examples of this nature
Sí,
throughout
muchas gracias.
Mexico. Thank you.
No, claro, son puntos muy relevantes, ¿no? Agricultores siempre son muy
These are very
ingeniosos, ¿no? Buscan
relevant
soluciones en cómo
points.
organizarse,
Indeed,
¿no? Y hay cierto
growers are
poder de
inventive
convocación,
and very
¿no? De
inventive,
comunidad, de
and
cohesión que es la actividad, ¿no?
they
A mí lo
look
que más me
to
queda
work
marcado
together through
todos los
groups,
días
through
es
associations. Something that
la
is
capacidad de los
still
agricultores
impressing me
de
every day
entregarse
is the
a lo
capability of
inconocido,
growers
¿no? O lo no
to
conocido. Cada vez que siembran
go
algo,
into the
entregan
uncertainty
su
itself,
esperanza
into
a lo que
everything
viene,
that
¿no? La
is
situación meteorológica,
unknown,
todo lo que
they
puede
are
ocurrir,
always
¿no?
willing
Y
to
siempre me
take
hace
that
pensar un
risk,
poco
even climate conditions.
en algo que leí en unos textos latín
Nothing is
cuando estaba
certain in
en la
agriculture.
preparatoria,
I remember
de
when I was in
admiración por lo
high
inconocido,
school,
¿no? Y que
I
es diferente
read
de un
these
miedo, ¿no?
words,
Sí, todos tenemos
admiration
miedo,
for the unknown.
pero es
It is
más bien
different to fear
confiar a
completely. Yes,
pesar del
you may be
miedo en
fearful,
que algo
but
puede
you're
dar bien.
trusting
Y creo que
despite
el
all that
trabajo
fear that
que hacemos en
something
CIMIT
good
es
will come out
justo
from what
acompañar
you
al
do. And that's
productor en
precisely what we
este
do at
paso al
CIMIT.
desconocido,
We
¿no? Dar ese
accompany
paso a algo
growers
nuevo, algo diferente,
in
pero que
these
tiene
steps that they have to
alta
make into the
riesgo de
unknown,
poner en
something
peligro su
different, highly
sustentabilidad o su
su
key
manera de
because
trabajar, ¿no? Y me
they
sorprende cada vez más que
work
siempre hay los productores
in
que buscan
agriculture as
ese paso adelante
their
y
form of
entregarse algo
livelihood.
nuevo.
So I'm really
Pues como
astonished by
ven,
that
sí tiene
passion
mucho que
of
ver
always going into
estas grandes
something new.
lecciones que nos dan los agricultores
Yes, indeed, these great lessons of the farmers have to do a lot with our topic in this forum, decarbonizing agri-food systems and recarbonizing soils, agricultural soils, have to do a lot with the capability of learning, teaching from getting into groups in order to become stronger, being resilient enough to face adversities.
Dar mucha línea hacia el conseguir las metas.
Growers
Decía
can be
Henry
great
Ford
teachers
que el verdadero progreso es poner la
terms
tecnología
of achieving
al
our
alcance de
goals.
todos. Y
Henry Ford
entonces,
said,
en este
well,
sentido, Jelle, me
technology
gustaría
has
que
to
nos contaras cómo
be
CIMIC
in the hands
ha
of
implementado
everyone.
innovaciones
How
tecnológicas para
has
recarbonizar
CIMIT
suelos
created
y
technology
descarbonizar
innovations to
sistemas agroalimentarios
recarbonize
sin
soils and
perder de vista
decarbonize agri-food
el
systems
contexto
without
socioeconómico de
losing
los
sight
agricultores?
of the social and
Sí, por
economic
supuesto.
context of growers,
Mira,
of
creo que
course.
está claro en la estrategia
I
que
think
nuestro
that this
director
is
general
very
siempre presenta, ¿no? Que
clear
tenemos un
in
mandato de
the
investigación para el
strategy
desarrollo,
that
¿no? Entonces hay
our
un
director
componente de
general has
descubrimiento, ¿no?
proposed
La
for us. There
investigación
is a component
pura,
of
qué es lo que
discovery,
funciona, el
pure
por qué y el cómo,
research
¿no?
work
Y justo estaba viendo hace unos
that
minutos
works.
Simón Fontaine, aquí nuestro elite de agronomía, subió una imagen de dónde
Mr.
tenemos
Fontaine, our
parcelas de
leader
investigación.
in
Creo que son
agronomics, showed a
99
map with
ahorita
our research plots.
plataformas de
We already have
investigación y ensayos con
99
agricultores, ¿no?
platforms working in those
99
plots,
sitios donde estamos
trials
probando
as
qué
well with
funciona,
growers,
qué
99
prácticas, qué
places,
tecnología,
sites where
qué
we are
componentes
testing
científicos
out what
conectan
works,
con la
which
realidad.
technologies,
¿Por
which
qué
scientific
distribuido en diferentes
components
lugares? Pues
connect
porque tenemos que
with
ser
reality. Why in
específico al
so many
contexto.
places?
Las
Why
necesidades del
so
productor son
different
diferentes en una zona que es
purposes?
más vulnerable
Well,
a
because
sequía
the
o
needs
una
are
zona que es más
completely
vulnerable
different.
a
Let's say we have
enfermedades, ¿no? Eso
regions
es
that
una
are
parte,
prone
¿no?
to
Basado
drought,
en evidencia
whereas there are other
científica,
regions prone
en
to
un
heavy
sistema de
rainfall.
protocolo
So
riguroso de
providing
investigación,
evidence
¿no?
following a
Validamos lo
stringent
que puede
protocol
funcionar.
of
Y la otra
research
parte
work,
que
we
mencioné es el
validate what
desarrollo de
can
sistemas,
work
¿no?
out.
Y
And
tuvimos varios
I also
representantes en la mañana
mentioned
también del
system
sector
development.
agroindustria,
This morning
con
we
quien
heard
trabajamos
about
en
it from the
conjunto para
agricultural
traducir esos
industry, with whom
conocimientos
we
al
work
alcance
together
del
in order
productor,
to
¿no?
translate that
¿Qué pueden
knowledge and
hacer
put it
ellos
into the
para
hands of
conectar mejor
growers.
con los mercados, ¿no? ¿Y qué
What can they
significa
do in order
este
to
cambio
connect
que
better
tienen que
with the
hacer
markets?
para poder
What does
tener,
that change
para ser
mean to
proveedor
them?
de
Because they
alguna
have to
industria,
change in
¿no?
order to become
Entonces creo que
suppliers
esas son
of
las dos
huge
partes, ¿no?
companies.
Recarbonización, en
So
qué
those are the
prácticas
two
pueden ser
parts on
más
the
sustentables, más
recarbonization. Which
regenerativas,
kind of
y
cultural
descarbonización
practices
de
can be
las
more
cadenas o
regenerative,
la
and
red de valor, digamos, ¿no?
decarbonization
En
of the
hacer
supply
conexiones
chain in
de
order
cadenas de
to
valor más locales, de
connect
producción más
with
local, de
local
abastecimiento responsable,
production
todo esto que
networks, local
fomenta que sea
distribution networks, more
el sistema
responsible
agroalimentario más
consumption,
sustentable
and
o de
more
baja
responsible
emisión.
logistics, so that we can
Diego,
have
¿qué estrategias está
sustainable
empleando el ICA
systems.
para colaborar eficazmente con estos pequeños
Diego, which are the
agricultores
strategies
y
ICA
asegurarnos que adopten
is
estas tecnologías que nos
adopting
permitan a
so
cumplir este
farmers
objetivo de
will adopt
recarbonización
technologies
y
that will help us
descarbonización,
to meet this
otra vez
objective
sin
of
perder de vista el contexto
carbonization
socioeconómico
and
del
decarbonization
agricultor?
without losing sight the
Mira,
socio-economical context of farmers.
el ICA en
Well,
su rol de
you see, ICA
cooperación
in its
técnica
role of
como agencia de
technical
cooperación internacional,
cooperation
operando en
as
todas las
an
Américas y todo el
agency of
Caribe,
international cooperation
viene
across the Americas and the
militantemente
Caribbean,
trabajando en la transformación de los
has
sistemas
been
agroalimentarios.
working in the
El
transformation of
cambio
agri-food
climático
systems.
es una
Climate
urgencia que nos
change
afecta
is an
a todos y cada
urgency
uno de nosotros
that
en el día a día.
impacts all of us
Y es en ese
in our daily
contexto
lives.
que
So it is in this context
partimos de
that
la premisa de tres
we
elementos fundamentales que
start.
están en
We
el
begin from
corazón de la
3
transformación de los sistemas
statements
agroalimentarios.
at the core of the
Primero, que
transformation
las y
of
los
agri-food
agricultores,
systems. First, that
y con esto
men and
amplío
women
a el
farmers,
grupo de
and with
investigadores,
this
de
I am
ingenieros, ingenieras,
including the
agrónomas, agrónomos,
researchers,
veterinarios,
agronomists,
zootecnistas, especialistas,
veterinarians,
investigadores, en fin,
zootechnicians,
están en el
specialists,
núcleo de la
they all
transformación de los sistemas
are
agroalimentarios.
at the core of the
Segundo,
transformation of agri-food
que
systems.
la agricultura,
Second,
si bien reconocemos que es parte del
agriculture,
problema
as we see,
a partir de las
it is
emisiones que
part of the
emitimos
problem,
al,
considering the emissions
al medio ambiente,
to the
somos también parte de la
atmosphere.
solución
We are
y somos
also
parte
part,
central de la
it is
solución
also
y
part
hay
of the
prácticas y hay una
solution.
serie de ejercicios
core part of the solution, and there is a series of benefits as proof of this in different countries. And third, technology, innovation is another central axis for the transformation of agri-food systems. And yet the climate change is global, solutions are local, and the adoption of science, technology, and innovation should be appropriate to the specific conditions of each region, of each country, stemming from proper public policies, specific strategies, and from a specific willpower of farmers groups that are interested in adapting to this. So ICA becomes a bridge, a mechanism for transference of other countries, other regions, other territories' experiences in order to promote sustainable transformation of agri-food systems. Thank you very much. Now, Alan, you just presented, so the question could be repetitive, but just let me change it a little bit. You are not getting away with no answer. We all know that we need motivation to accelerate some adoption processes or some concretion of objectives or goals, and more so if these are economic motivations, they contribute a lot more.
Y en estos procesos de adopción
and in these processes of adoption or the transference or the promotion of technologies to recarbonize soils and decarbonize systems, and how carbon could be an extra income for farmers, which institutional arrangements have been the most challenging for FIRA to have financial instruments to contribute to this. Yes, well, let me tell you first with a reflection that per se will explain this inclination from FIRA to have an economic instrument for technologies to penetrate. Something that we have noticed, and I will give you two historic examples. First, the technology leap with tractors. If you research how tractors in the early years of the 20th century managed to facilitate the production. And also there was a lack of parity in the field. This was a technological leap that people were thankful for, but very small farmers were left out of it. So production was concentrated, but there was a displacement of small farmers. And then the next example, the Green Revolution. Let's talk about hybridization of seeds, technical assistance, all the elements on this second generation, and you can realize it's just a matter to find out about the corn production in the south of our country. This generation of technology didn't reach small farmers. We saw a leap in productivity, but the disparity grew broader, something similar to tractors. And now think about today's technologies. We have digital technologies playing here, our industry 4.0, AI, large volume management, the IoT, connectivity, remote sensing, all of these technologies. The hypothesis now that we are in full bloom of these technologies is that there will be an important displacement if there is no timely intervention to close the gap. So this gap is not only happening in Mexico, but I think it will happen between countries. I would like to know if CIMMYT has followed concentration on world production of corn with the implementation of heavy machinery and the Green Revolution. And I could be certain that this has concentrated in different countries. So in Mexico, this disparity will render Mexico not to be relevant, because I can tell you that large technology platforms come later to Mexico, like Hammett Hillville. It was implemented this year in Mexico, but in Brazil, it has been there for 5 years. And let alone the US, it was when this was created. So we are witnessing that humanity will have corn, but the other side of the corn, of the concentration, may render irrelevant farmers. So what do we think in FIDA? We realize that we have an inverse issue. By all the years our colleagues have worked, has full penetration nationwide, has access to small farmers, but we lack technology. And the opposite side, the startup or the vendor with satellite vision has the technology but doesn't have the customers. So we can build a bridge. If you want to be in the middle, if you don't want to become the vendor, like saying FIDA will not win buyer over a platform, but we can be a facilitator with an economic and financial instrument. So these are two elements that could be in a single platform, and you subscribe farmers. There is no other way. When I say there is no other way, it's like, are you a member or are you not? And it is not that I force you to click on some questions for them. So this instrument needs to be joined by a subsidy. This leasing cost of platforms, and FIDA has proved that if you are a user of these platforms, there is a hypothesis that the credit risk may decrease, or perhaps the cost of a credit can be lowered, because from your desk you can oversee a financial entity with all the intelligence in the process, so there is room for subsidies. So this project that will begin in January 2025, FIDA has already subventioned 3 platforms to groups of farmers that are testing at least 3, and they are gaining knowledge on the technological service. And I want to finish by saying, on first sight, this technology seems like a threat because it will lead to disparities. But it's such a technology, and it is under intangible assets that have the potential to reach to the remote locations in our country, like when they use emojis, because they have similar visibility. So this is not like an issue and we are not acting on it. No, we are acting on it. Thank you. Now that each one of you have presented on your perspective, given that you are developers of knowledge, you are articulating the transference of knowledge of different stakeholders in these agri-food ecosystems, creating exchange of experiences, not only local, but from other countries, and doing efforts for the development, for the innovation in your own institutional processes in order to take technology to farmers. Well, it's evident
que podemos llegar a esta
that
agricultura
we can
de
have
baja emisión, de
this
bajas emisiones
low emission
y que
agriculture,
además tiene evidencia científica.
and it is
Y no nada más
science-based,
es institución por institución,
and this
sino
is
que
not
nos han
only
visibilizado
institution
un
by
poco dónde podemos
institution.
tener las
No, you
coincidencias
have shared
para
an
generar
outlook on where we
estas
can
relaciones interinstitucionales
converge to
y que no,
promote
y
these
que no es nada más lo que nos hace
interinstitutional
falta, sino lo
relationships.
que ya
And this
tenemos
is not
y hacia
only
dónde
what we
seguimos
are
caminando.
missing, but
Esta
what we
pregunta
already
quisiera hacérsela a
have
los tres.
and where are we going.
Ya
So
Alan se
this
adelantó un
question
poquito
is for the
en el
three
rol
of
que
you.
tendrían que jugar estas nuevas
I
tecnologías,
already
pero
hinted
sí,
to it in the
con esto
role
que nos
these
han
technologies
compartido,
will play.
¿qué
But after you
podrían
shared your
estar
perspective,
sugiriendo
what could
que
you
nos
suggest
pueda ayudar a acelerar la adopción de
that
estas
can help
prácticas
us
que nos lleven a
accelerate
una
the
agricultura de
adoption
bajas
of these
emisiones
practices that will take us to a low
en una
emissions
relación
agriculture
interinstitucional,
in an
hablando específicamente de
interinstitutional
FIRA,
relationship
ICA y CIMIT?
in this conversation of FIRA,
Diego.
ICA, and CIMIT. Diego?
Gracias.
Yes, thank you.
Pues el hecho de que los
Well,
logotipos
the fact
de
that
CIMI, de FIRA y el ICA
our
estén
logos,
presentes los tres en este
CIMIT,
evento es una
FIRA, and ICA are
demostración
present in
y es
this
un
event
ejemplo de
is
varios casos
an
donde ya
example
venimos
of
trabajando de
several
manera
cases
coordinada.
where we work in
Las misiones
coordination.
y
The
alcances que tenemos las
missions
tres
and
instituciones,
scopes that the three
pese
institutions
a tener
have,
diferencias en sus
in
alcances,
spite
un
there are
CIMIT
differences in
a
our
nivel
own
global,
scopes,
un
CIMIT at a
ICA a
global
nivel de las
level,
Américas y el
ICA
Caribe, y
at the
un FIRA
level
a
of the
nivel
Americas and the
de
Caribbean, and
México,
FIRA for
pues
Mexico.
nos regimos por los
We
mismos
are
principios
ruled
de
by the
promoción
same
de una nueva
principles
manera de
to
hacer agricultura
promote a new way
en
for
México, en las
agriculture
Américas y en el
in
mundo.
Mexico, in the Americas, and in the
Estamos
world.
convencidos de que tenemos
We
que
are
cambiar
convinced that we need to
la
change
narrativa, tenemos
the
que cambiar el
narrative. We need
escenario
to change
de
the
lo que se ha
landscape
venido hasta la fecha
of
planteando como la
what we have
agricultura
seen,
de las
what
Américas
we
o del
have
mundo,
practiced as the
como
agriculture of the
pues
Americas or the
la
agriculture of
corresponsable
the
de un
world
porcentaje muy importante de
as
emisiones
a
de gases de efecto
co-responsible
invernadero,
of an
de
important
que
percentage
somos
of greenhouse
causantes
gases
de
emissions,
un
that we
porcentaje muy
are
alto de erosión de los suelos,
the
que si bien
same,
es
we are
evidente en muchos
the
aspectos, partimos de la
responsible
premisa, y
for
aquí
soil
repito lo que dije en las
erosions,
palabras de
and
inauguración de este foro,
as I
donde
said
quiero
in
plantear
my
más bien una
opening
voz
words yesterday,
optimismo,
I would
de
like
que
to
hay
convey
ciencia, hay
optimism through
tecnología,
my
hay
words.
innovación,
There is
hay
science,
mecanismos
technology,
innovadores de
innovation,
financiamiento,
innovative
hay
funding
programas de
mechanisms. There are
transferencia
programs
de
for
conocimiento y de tecnología
knowledge and
que están
technology
ya contribuyendo y
transference that
generando
are
resultados concretos
already contributing
para
and
precisamente
leading
lograr
to
esa
specific
transformación de los sistemas
outcomes to reach
agroalimentarios y la
to this
recarbonización de los
transformation of
suelos
agri-food
agrícolas y
systems and
ganaderos y la
recarbonization of
descarbonización de los
soils for
sistemas
agriculture and
agroalimentarios.
livestock and the
O sea que creo que
decarbonization of
ejemplos
agri-food
como,
systems.
por
So I
ejemplo,
think that
el trabajo
there are
coordinado
examples
de
like the
CIMIT y de FIRA, y
coordinating
donde el ICA
works of
está
CIMIT and FIRA,
trabajando
where ICA
intensamente para
is
difundir los conocimientos que se tiene
intensively
en
working
el
to
centro demostrativo que tiene
disseminate
FIRA
the
en
knowledge
Villadiego.
on the
Es un ejemplo concreto
demonstration center FIRA has in Villadiego.
que
That's
hay que
a
hacer mucho
specific
por
example.
delante, por
There
supuesto que hay que
is a
hacerlo.
lot ahead
Tenemos
of
que
us to
difundir
work, of course,
masivamente
certainly. We
lo que se
need
viene
to
haciendo en promoción de una agricultura
have this
regenerativa,
massive
de una agricultura
dissemination
que
in the
deje el
promotion
barbecho,
of
la materia
regenerative
orgánica en el
agriculture
suelo, que
that
haya
will
rotación de
leave the
cultivos,
crop
que
residues
regenere los suelos,
on the
que
soil,
capture
that there is
carbono
crop
y que
rotation,
contribuya a
that
la
will regenerate
descarbonización de los
soils to
sistemas agroalimentarios.
sequestrate carbon,
Ejemplos como
contributing to
días
the
de campo en
decarbonization of
diferentes
agri-food
regiones
systems.
del país para
Examples
difundir esas
as field
tecnologías,
days
el
across the
traer
country to disseminate these
expertos o
technologies,
traer
to bring
experiencias de
experts or
productores
bring
en esa
experiences from
transferencia de
farmers
productor
in
o de
this
productora a productor, o de productora a
farmer to
productora de
farmer
otros países
transference from
hacia
other
México y de México
countries
hacia otros países
here in
resulta también
Mexico or from
fundamental.
Mexico
Y ahí
to the
vuelvo a la
world is
pregunta inicial
critical.
con el
And
cual
I
comenzó este foro.
go back to the main
Los
question of this
productores
discussion panel.
organizados tienen que
Farmers
contribuir
organized
decisivamente
need to
a lograr esa
contribute
transformación comité sus propias
in the
condiciones de
meeting
vida
of this
y sus propios
transformation
campos de
of their
producción.
own
Es ahí
life
donde se genera
conditions, of
el
their
cambio
own
verdadero.
field
Pueden haber
conditions.
grandes
This
políticas
is where
públicas,
true
pueden haber
change
grandes
will breed.
incentivos,
There could be public
subsidios, mecanismos
policies,
de apoyo, pero
incentives,
si el agricultor,
subsidies,
los
support mechanism,
agricultores,
but if farmers
individualmente y colectivamente y
individually and
organizados,
collectively
no
and
tienen el
organized
interés y la vocación de
do not
promover ese
have the
cambio,
vocation or
hay
the
poco
interest to promote
podemos
this
hacer desde
change,
las
there is
instituciones.
not much
Y
we
ahí
can do
inclusive
from
podemos
our
colaborar
institutions, and we
como
can
CIMIT, como FIRA,
contribute as
Comunica,
CIMIT, as
en mecanismos de
FIRA, as
asociatividad,
ICA,
a través de
in
cooperativas, a través de
association
asociaciones,
mechanisms
a
through their
través de
own
ejidos,
associations,
a través de
cooperatives,
diferentes
to
mecanismos de
ejidos through
asociatividad que
different
unan las visiones de
association
grupos de productores
mechanisms
en un
that will
territorio
link their
que los
visions
ayuden a
in a
definir visiones
territory that
compartidas,
will
a
help
definir
them to define
prácticas
shared
agrícolas, ganaderas
visions,
compartidas,
define
en la promoción
shared
de sistemas
livestock and
agrosilvopastoriles, en la promoción
agricultural
de sistemas de
practices
labranza mínima, en
in
la promoción de rotación de
agroforestry
cultivos, en mecanismos
systems,
de
in minimum
comercialización
tillage, in
conjunta, en
joint
mecanismos de comercialización
trading
conjunta para acceder a
mechanisms
mercados
to
verdes,
access
en
green
mecanismos
markets, in
conjuntos para producir
joint mechanisms to
iniciativas o
produce
generar iniciativas para añadir
or
valor a la
generate
producción primaria.
initiatives adding
¿Por
value
qué no
to
dar un
primary
salto en la cadena de
production? Why
valor
don't we
y
have
procesar
this
un poco los
leap
productos,
in
producir
value
semilla
chain
o producir el
and
primer eslabón industrial,
process some products,
mecanismos de industrialización local?
produce seeds
O
or
sea que son
local
muchos aspectos donde estas tres
industrialization mechanisms?
instituciones
There are so
venimos ya
many
trabajando, pero
aspects
podemos
where
hacer
we
mucho
have been
más.
working,
Y creo que este es el
but
punto de
there
partida,
is
el
so much
futuro
more we can
de
do,
la
and I think
agricultura
this is
de
the
México y del
starting
mundo es
point
hoy. Y hoy
of
tenemos que comenzar a trabajar
Mexico's
a través de
agriculture,
acciones
of the world's
concretas y
agriculture.
específicas
It
en
is
los
today,
territorios.
and we need to work on
Gracias.
specific actions in our territories. Thank
Sí,
you.
Gloria.
Alan,
Pues mira,
yes,
Diego ha
Gloria.
mencionado
Well,
ya algunos
Diego
ejemplos puntuales.
already
Hacer
mentioned
quizás la
specific
visión más macro
examples.
de la
Perhaps
pregunta.
I would like to
La visión más
present a
macro es que FIRA no
macro
es un
vision.
generador
Sofía
de
is
conocimiento
not
del
a
manejo
knowledge
ambiental
generator
sostenible.
on
Es
the
más bien un
environmental
potenciador
sustainable
pues, de la
management. It
ola de
is a
conocimiento que bien se
potentializer
sabe a
that
nivel
we
regional en
know
ICA y que bien se sabe en maíz y trigo y en muchas otras cosas más tiene el
ICA
CIM.
has this on the region,
La
and
pieza de
CIMIT has
rompecabezas está
more
muy
on
clara, ¿no?
wheat and
Por ejemplo,
maize.
tuve una plática
This
con
jigsaw
Jelle aquí
puzzle
apenas
is
hace unos
clear.
minutos donde
A
me
few
queda muy
minutes
claro
ago,
que
I was
si
chatting with
nosotros
Jelle
queremos
here,
implementar
and
un
it is clear
paquete
to me
que
that if we want to
beneficie al
instrument
productor que
a
adopte una
package that
práctica
will
sostenible con el
benefit
medio
a
ambiente,
farmer that adopts a
tenemos muy
sustainable
claro en FIRA
practice
cómo
for the
operarlo.
environment, in
A
FIRA,
través de
we
quienes
have a clear
se
picture on
podría
how
bajar
to
el mensaje
operate
y la
this. We
práctica.
could
Muy claro los productos
deliver this
financieros que
message in the
pueden empujar
practice.
al
We have a
productor a tomar la
specific
decisión.
financial
Pero a lo mejor no
products
está
that
tan
will
claro el
help
contenido
farmers
del paquete
decide on
porque
this, but
si bien
perhaps
nosotros podemos
the
decir, oye, pues
package
este es el
content
paquete
is
que
not
aplica en
clear,
este país,
because we can say
pues
this is the
acertadamente me
package
puede decir
that is
Jelle, oye, pues no
applicable,
es la
but
misma
Jelle,
la
as
problemática
he was saying,
de trigo en Sonora
the
que de maíz en
wheat
Guanajuato
context
o
in Sonora
Chihuahua, ¿no?
is
Donde
not
la
the same as
problemática
the
puede
maize in
ser falta de
Guanajuato
agua.
or
En
Chihuahua,
trigo
where
en
they
Sonora
could
es la
have not enough
sobrefertilización
water,
y
or
en
in
Guanajuato a lo
Sonora
mejor
and
es que el
wheat is
rendimiento
over
es más bajo
fertilizing,
por
and
X
in
otra razón.
Guanajuato yield may
Entonces,
be
el
lower
paquete que
because of
tú
any
armas
other
con los
reason.
mismos
So
instrumentos
the package
financieros
that you have with the same
se
financial
dirige de mejor
instruments
forma o con una
is
aplicabilidad más pertinente si
better
colaboramos todos.
applicable if we
Entonces,
all
esos son solo
collaborate
ejemplos,
on that. So
pero a
these
lo
are
mejor yo
just
dejaría la pregunta con
examples.
pues que son
So
piezas de
I would leave the
rompecabezas
question
casi
saying that
perfectas.
these are jigsaw puzzles and you
nos
need to
podrías
assemble the whole jigsaw.
sumar
And
a
Jelle,
estas dos
what could you
propuestas,
say
sugerencias?
Sí,
contributing
difícil
to
de
these two
complementar algo,
proposals?
pero
It's
sí
very
hay
difficult to complement
un
on
tema
something, but
que estamos
yes,
hablando de la integralidad, ¿no?
there is
Integralidad,
the
¿para qué lo hacemos,
capability
¿no?
to
Aparte de
integrate
juntar los
these.
esfuerzos y
On why are
complementar
we
cada
doing
uno
this?
en
Not
la
only
expertise
that we
o
join
las
forces
metodologías que
and we
tiene para implementar.
complement on the
Se trata
methodologies.
de llegar a
No,
muchos,
I
¿no?
think
Y
it is
llegar a
about
muchos sin
reaching
dejar
more,
los pocos atrás,
reaching
¿no? Como
many
Alan estaba
without
diciendo.
leaving very
y
few
ese
behind.
tema tengo un poco amor y odio para la terminología de escalamiento, ¿no? Queremos llegar a
Like a
muchos,
love
queremos
and hate
escalarlo a
story
diferentes lugares.
for
¿Cómo lo hacemos?
scaling up. So how can we
Y
do
esto
it?
tiene que ver
And
con
this has
los
to
tipping
do
points, las masas críticas,
with
los puntos
these
de
tipping
cuando
points, this
caiga el
critical
castillo de
mass,
arena, ¿no?
when the
castle sand crumbles to the ground. How could we reach every angle together to reach faster to this point where we can all move forward? And we have seen this with technologies like tractors or cellular phones. If our supply is big enough, the critical mass will help to have an organic response. So the first step is carbon to reach that motion point. We are together and we are on a common mission and understand from the perspective of our institutions and the public sector, the private sector, and private individuals, understand where is the angle for each one of us to address the issue. We can work on the roadmap, and I have the next session in my mind. We need to work on the roadmap to reach that, to reach where we want to go. Critical mass, progressive motion forward in order to reach our goals. And I think this is what we represent with our institutions' logos behind this, trying to find this common work. Thank you. Thank you very much. I'm a bit pressured because of time. So I have a comment, but I prefer it to be at the end. So I would like to begin with the last segment of this panel, which is the Q&A. I already have a question for the three of you, whoever wants to answer. How such an important panel of institutions could help promote modern agriculture in a country that is not advanced. Let's remember that the institutionality is not our force. How could a company have access to technological packages in order to reach the goals and the applicable supports? This is like the $1,000,000 question.
Si me permiten, muchas preguntas en uno.
If I may, there are several questions in a single one. Okay. Well, the first question of a country that is less developed, how can there be action or connect with that initiative? And I think it's what I said earlier, trying to find those institutions that work from different angles, recognize that they are there and which are the reasons for the actions they do. There is work at a sectorial level to find about which are the drivers, their motors. This could be done in any country. Perhaps it's a bit more difficult in countries that have some limits of constraints of infrastructure and resources. And I think we want to incentivize that when we are sitting with institutions that have the mandate, we should organize these spaces for exchange, for connection, but also for exploring possible partnerships. And which are the others questions? How can a public and private sector connect? I think I will leave the remaining answer to our colleagues here, but I think there is a scheme trying to find in the private sector these transition schemes towards sustainability. These can be implemented under tangible, intangible parameters in the field of where they want to implement change. So I think we are exploring this, how to find schemes for these transition periods and how they can link to this supply or technology development projects and understanding the connecting mechanisms with the needs of farmers to install them. And it doesn't have to be like
like a trade-off. No, it can be a win-win situation, understanding how products are designed in the most appropriate way, fit for purpose, fit for the situation. I think this is as far as my answer goes, and I will gladly hear what my colleagues have to say.
Bueno, gracias por la pregunta.
Yes, Gloria, and thank you for the question. I think that the perspective of credit can add to Jelle's answer. We bet more on credit and we receive somehow negative feedback because in 2022, when the census was published, the data showed there was a delay on credit penetration, and it referred to 6% of production units. And I want to say that 6% of production units are about 5 million. And to my surprise, now that I saw the data from the US, it's 2 million. So there are far more production units in Mexico than in the US, in spite of the differences between our countries. So 6%, when you analyze these data, it's impactful. The credit volumes is
Hicimos un recorte
large, but not credit to individuals. We had a deeper exercise for the census, and between 3.2 and 3.5 million are farmers that are only for their self-supply. They are not connected to the markets, and they need a source of payment. It helps to understand, not to explain, it helps to understand the issue. So in FIRA, this leads us to reflect. If you want to promote credit, and this is approaching the answer to the question, will jump into a train with new technologies, you need to connect this to the source of payment, connecting them to the chains. And this is not done with a financial instrument. It is with the presence, as I showed on the coffee pyramid, of approaching farmers with value chains where they can find a market, and with that you find your payment source, giving you access to inputs, new workers, and technologies. And this is the question. So I will say what I will take from this question is the emphasis we have as a society and we as a financial entity to generate cases of people that are connected. In fact, there are good opportunities because there are programs to support vulnerable communities like Sembrando Vida. If we add this effort, adding to this generous problem, we can find a linkage to deeper value chains, as many as there are in our country. And I think this is the link that is missing. FIRA is working on it, but the problem is not solved yet. Okay, so now
vamos a tratar de complementar lo que
tanto
Jelle como Alan comentaron a una pregunta tan amplia como la que nos hacen.
Alan's answer to this big question. To begin with, to talk about agriculture in the Americas, agriculture in Mexico, we are talking about different types of agriculture: smallholders, family agriculture, medium-sized, large extensions. Each one has a differentiated approach. Each one has different requirements.
Cuando se hacía mención en la pregunta de que hay
When
una débil
in the question
institucionalidad de muchos de los países,
they say that there is not a strong institutionalization in countries, in these different types of agriculture, We must identify which type of agricultures have the capability to link along other links from the chains. That is why to talk about value chains or food systems for some types of agriculture is critical. I emphasize that the primary farmer will partner trying to find better conditions for trading with the local government or with central governments. But I would like to expand this concept in saying that these organized farmers are in conversation with the next link of the chains, which are the buyers of their production, the ones that add value to these and trade these products in local, domestic, or international markets. This link between or liaison between farmers and processors and traders is crucial, and it is where the organized private sector plays a fundamental role in their capability to find partners between natural partners in the value chain beyond the concept of buyer and seller, because there are other elements that join farmers, processors, traders, which are more relevant than the price and trading conditions of a product in a specific moment in time. So for me, that is critical as well. And perhaps like agencies for cooperation, perhaps this is self-criticism we do not incorporate in our analysis, in our proposals for development, for cooperation, to a more regenerative culture. So this need to see all the value chain as a single entity instead of drilling down on the specific needs of links. That is why I think it's appropriate that this workshop is about decarbonization of agri-food systems, where the agricultural and the livestock sector contribute to the percentage of emissions, but the link of industrialization, the link for trading, the cold chain link, perhaps they are even more co-responsible than the primary production. If we don't see it as a whole, I think we will miss a comprehensive view. And instead of that, we see it as fixed compartments. How a private company can be connected here? Well, I think that through an analysis of what they are doing and what they are not, through an inventory of this company, regardless of its size, and collect good practices, the technology that is available, and approach into institutions like ours and many others similar. So within this approach of links, to see how could there be room for collaboration mechanisms. Yes, just to add on Diego's answer, I think it's very interesting. And I want to share 3 examples. We have seen that channel where connection for companies and markets have underscored the use of technologies or better practices. An example of Sonora, we were surprised for the responsible management they had with their employees, because it was how they were connecting with the end buyer. It is a high volume buyer from private sector demanding better practices.
The same goes for the example of wheat and the use of variable fertilization. The market provided a benefit to that company that processes wheat meal, and the same for coffee. In an example, the plants used by these people who were highly resistant to pests, they had great benefits. So this connection is very important, because at the end of the day, we can have better access to technology and at the same time to responsible practices.
una última pregunta
A
para que
last
entremos a las
question,
reflexiones finales.
so that we can go into the
También
final
para cualquiera de los
reflections.
tres o los tres. Una pregunta interesante porque este actor
This
no
question
está
is
hoy con
addressed
nosotros.
to any of you or the three of you.
Desde la
A very
visión de
interesting
organismos
question.
internacionales,
From the
¿cuál debe ser el
international
papel del gobierno
agencies
federal para llegar a los
standpoint, which would
productores?
be the role
¿Debe
of the federal
coordinar?
government
¿Debe
to
subsidiar?
reach the growers? Should the government coordinate, provide subsidies, etc.?
Pues se ha mencionado dos, ¿no es cierto? La de coordinar o la de subsidiar.
Two of these roles.
Pues yo diría esas dos y muchas
Coordinating,
más.
providing
Yo creo que
subsidies,
se nos ha metido
those two,
en la cabeza
and
muchos de
many
nosotros
more.
que los subsidios son
Many
una
of
mala
us
palabra.
think that
Los subsidios
subsidy is a bad
pueden y son muy
word.
necesarios y muy
Subsidies
importantes
are
en
important,
sectores
extremely
estratégicos, en
important
sectores
in
que requieren un
strategic
apoyo,
sectors, in
particularmente en una
sectors which
etapa inicial
require support, especially
de
at the
arranque.
beginning,
La cosa se
at the
complica cuando el
startup.
subsidio se convierte en un
Things
subsidio
get
permanente.
complicated when
La
subsidies
idea es
become
generar
permanent.
una innovación,
The
generar un
idea is to
apoyo
help in
específico
order
a una
to
industria
create
estratégica, a un
innovation,
sector
to provide
estratégico,
support
a un
to a
territorio
strategic
en
industry,
particular
sector,
que lo
or a
requiere.
territory in particular
Las políticas
requiring such
públicas,
support.
desde la perspectiva del
Public
ICA y
policies
mía
from
personal, son
ICA's
fundamentales,
perspective and myself at a
son
personal level
rutas
are crucial.
orientadoras
These
de los
are
mecanismos de
pathways
apoyo
that
que
are
vienen desde
gearing
el gobierno
those
federal
support
y que pasan por
mechanisms
los
coming down from
gobiernos
the federal
intermedios y
government,
los
going
gobiernos
through
locales.
the
A
state
veces
and
nos
the local
olvidamos del
governments.
rol fundamental que juegan los gobiernos
Sometimes we
locales en el
forget about the
desarrollo
crucial
de los
role
territorios, el desarrollo
that
local.
local governments play in
La identificación de la
local development.
problemática de los
Identifying
problemas
the
locales resulta
problems,
fundamental
local
a
problems,
partir
is
de la
also essential.
identificación de los actores que pueden generar cambios a
Based
nivel
on
local y que
identifying
deben
also
necesariamente
those
poder construir
actors
una
that
visión
can bring
compartida
about
en 3 o
change
4
and
temas que son
build
fundamentales
upon
para ese
a
territorio, para ese
commonly
municipio.
shared
Los
vision
presidentes
in
municipales y sus
areas that are
autoridades
crucial to
y el
that
pueblo que los ha
specific
llevado
territory, to
democráticamente a
that
sus
specific
elecciones,
area.
pues
The
deben
government
trabajar de manera
and
coordinada
the
y conjunta
voters, the
para lograr
citizens
que
have
eso
to
se
work
logre.
together
Entonces,
to
los tres
achieve
niveles del
that
gobierno
end.
tienen
So the
roles
three levels of the
fundamentales.
government
Las
have
políticas
crucial
públicas
roles to
son
play.
fundamentales.
Public
Hoy
policies
día
are
que
also
hablamos de
crucial.
un gobierno nuevo que inicia funciones en México,
We're talking about
pues
a
ya
new
sabemos las líneas
administration
principales
in
por las cuales
Mexico. We
transitará
know
esta política
already
pública.
the main
Y la
lines
idea
of
es que,
action of
pues,
these
dentro de
public
ese marco,
policies.
el
And the
sector
idea is that
privado juegue
within
su
that
rol,
framework, the private
no
sector
esperando
will play
solamente
also its own
recibir
role.
apoyo y
Instead of
mecanismos
just expecting
de
to
subsidio
receive
o de apoyo
support
directo,
and
sino también
subsidy
contribuyendo
mechanisms or
al
direct
cumplimiento
support,
de los grandes
but also
objetivos y grandes
contributing to
de
the
retos que tiene México
huge
hacia el
goals, the
futuro. El
huge
sector académico debe jugar su parte
targets that Mexico
en la
has
generación de
in the
ciencia, tecnología e
future to face
innovación, que mi
challenges
criterio
in
ha
terms of
estado de
innovation,
alguna manera
science,
invisibilizado en
technology,
los
that
últimos
according to
años.
my own
O
opinion
sea que
has
aquí
become an
hablamos de la
invisible
necesidad de tener que
sector in the
trabajar
last
todos de
years.
manera coordinada y
So we
conjunta
have
sobre
to
la
talk
base de los
about the
grandes
need to
lineamientos
work
que se plantean en
together
la política pública,
based on
pero con
those
roles y
guidelines
responsabilidades
established
claramente
by public
definidos de un
policies, but
sector privado,
with
de un sector
very
público,
specific
en sus tres
roles
niveles,
to play: the
un sector
private, the
académico con
public
sus roles y
sector in
responsabilidades y
its
la
three
sociedad
levels,
civil,
the academia
¿ah?
with
Como
its own
consumidores y
duties,
como
responsibilities,
fiscalizadores
and
de que
citizens
esas visiones estén
surveilling,
respetando y cumpliendo
supervising that
adecuadamente.
the vision
Gracias,
is
Diego.
respected.
Muy completa esta pregunta y me parece que es como
Thank
casi
you,
ya el
Victor.
camino para hacer el cierre de nuestro panel. Alan, ¿quieres
I think
mencionar
that
algo?
you
Ok.
led us into closing this panel. Alan, would you like to add?
Sin ser con mucha, se me fue la palabra, discúlpenme, no quisiera ser irresponsable en lo que voy a
I
decir,
don't want to be
porque la
irresponsible
verdad es
or
que todo lo
sound
que nos han compartido
irresponsible
es
with my
muy
words, because
interesante.
everything that you have
Quisiera
shared with
dejar
us
que
is very interesting,
este
but I would like to
foro,
say that
este
this
primer esfuerzo
first forum,
ya
this
está
first
cumpliendo
effort is
el
already
objetivo
accomplishing the target.
del evento, esta coordinación, no nada más entre estas tres instituciones que han
This
liderado el
coordination,
esfuerzo,
not
sino
only
de todos
among
los
the
actores
three
que han
institutions
participado
that have acted
durante
as
estos 2
leaders in these
días.
efforts, but also among the
Diego, hace
rest
rato
of the
mencionaste
participants in these
los
2 days.
consumidores. Ayer
Diego,
escuchamos
you
cómo los
mentioned
consumidores somos
the
responsables
consumers.
de un
Yesterday we heard
porcentaje
how
de las
consumers are
emisiones por el
responsible
desperdicio
also
de los
for
alimentos.
a
Ayer
huge percentage
escuchábamos a
of
la
emissions
industria
due
y
to
hoy en la
food
mañana
waste.
escuchábamos también a la industria
Today
cómo puede
we
ser esa
heard the
tractora y
voice of
ese
the
motivador
industry, and
para
yesterday as
la
well, and how
adopción de
the industry
tecnologías y
can be
contribuir a estas emisiones, a disminuir
leading
esas emociones,
towards the
cómo la
adoption of new
ciencia, como el
technologies, and
CIMIC,
how can
desarrollando todas estas tecnologías,
also
cómo las
companies can
instancias
help
de
reduce
financiamiento
emissions, as well as science institutions
pueden
such as
contribuir
CIMIC,
también a
how
hacer
the
más
funding
accesibles
institutions can contribute
todos estos
to give
procesos tecnológicos que
access
puedan
to
adoptar los
these
agricultores de
technology
acuerdo a
processes so that
sus
growers
condiciones
can
locales.
use them according to their
Este
local
primer esfuerzo, este
conditions.
primer foro,
So this
ya
first
en sí
forum,
es una muestra
these
de
first
la
efforts are indeed
coordinación
an
interinstitucional para
example
lograr esa
of
recarbonización de los suelos
interinstitutional
y
coordination
descarbonización de
to
los sistemas
achieve
agroalimentarios.
decarbonization
Son muchas
of
las
agri-food
preguntas que
systems
tenemos por
and
delante. Es importante
decarbonization
recordar que
of
apenas
agricultural
hace
soils.
50
There are
años
many
atrás
questions
no
that are
sabíamos si
still
íbamos
pending. It's
a poder
important to
alimentar
remember
a
that
una
50 years
población
ago we did not even know if we were going to
y un
be able to
visionario nos
feed
enseñó que eso
such a
sí era
huge
posible.
population.
Hoy,
And
50
the
años
dictionary
después,
taught us
todos los que
that
estamos
it was
participando en el
possible.
sector agroalimentario
Nowadays, 50 years
tenemos la
later, all
oportunidad y el
of us
desafío de
working
hacer
in
esta
the agri-food
agricultura
system
sustentable
have
y
this
baja en
challenge ahead of
emisiones
us,
que
having
contribuyan a
agriculture with low
revertir
emissions
los efectos del cambio climático que estamos
in
viviendo.
order to
Y con
contribute
esto
to revert
les
the
dejaría
effects of climate change.
el micrófono para que nos dieran una reflexión final
And
y
with
cerrar
no further
este
ado, I would like to give you the
conversatorio.
floor to close
Jelle.
this panel.
Muchas gracias.
Jelle.
Una reflexión final. Mira,
Yes, a final
pensando también un poco en el
peaceful
tema
thought.
del rol
Thinking a
del
little
gobierno
bit
federal,
about
¿no?
the role of the federal government.
Un cambio, ¿no? En una persona, en nuestro sistema
Any
neurológico.
change in an
¿no?
individual,
de
in
neuronas,
our
¿no? Neuronas se crean
neural
porque haces
network.
algo y se hace de repente una conexión.
You
Más que uno hace
prepare your neurons,
ese efecto, esa acción,
and
se fortalece
then
el vínculo
you
con el
trigger
neurona, ¿no?
out
Y creo que
the
un cerebro
neural
funcional es uno que
network
tiene muchos
to
vínculos, ¿no?
connect
Como una red, ¿no? Estamos
with
hablando de cadenas y
each
muchas
other.
cadenas
So
juntos,
here
como,
we're talking
como
about the
Adam y
same
Diego
thing, a
explicaron,
network.
¿no? Son
Many
muchos
supply
conectores
chains together,
juntos, ¿no?
like
Es
Diego
como una
said
neurona,
very
¿no?
well. There are many
Más conexiones
connections
que tiene
together.
una
It's just
neurona,
like
más
a
funcionales y
neuron.
más rápido se puede hacer.
The more
Y
connections, the
regreso al
more
tema del
functional it
gobierno. El
becomes, the
gobierno
faster
creo que
it
tiene
can
la
work. The
responsabilidad de
same goes for
fomentar
the
ese
government.
crecimiento de
The government is
conexiones, ¿no?
responsible for
De
fostering the
organizarlo, de
growth
convocarlo, de
of those
consultarlo, pero
congressions.
también ver
Yes,
cuáles neuronas a lo
coordinating
mejor
is
están
also,
fortaleciéndose,
organizing is also
que es
another task
un
that
mal
the
hábito que
government
tenemos,
has.
¿no?
But
Y tal vez frenarlo un
we have
poquito
to
ahí,
understand
fomentar otras
that
alternativas
we
para
should
poder
not just
sustituirlo,
leave everything
para
in
que
the hands of
tenemos
the
un
government.
cuerpo
If we have a
sano,
poor
ágil,
habit,
¿no?
we have
Reflexivo,
to
¿no?
replace it with
Y
something
creo
else, right?
que eso
So
es lo
that our
que
body
al mismo tiempo
can
queremos
be healthy and
instalar
more
aquí, ¿no?
flexible, full of energy. The same
Tal vez
thing
instalar
we're doing here,
un hábito que
exactly the
suele
same
ser un
thing.
reflejo,
Maybe
pero
we should
refortalecerlo, ¿no?
substitute the habit
Invigorarlo para que
or
podamos hacer esa
replace it
conexión más rápido
or
cuando hablamos de
re-energize it
carbono,
to
cuando
make a
hablamos de
faster
agricultura
connection. Whenever
regenerativa,
we
cuando
talk
hablamos
about
de
carbon,
sistemas
regenerative
alimentarios,
agriculture, whenever
entender
we
que
talk
somos
about
actores
agri-food
que
systems, we have to
nos
understand
potencializamos
that
cuando
we
hacemos esa
are
conexión
actors
y
that
cuando lo
become more
hacemos muchas veces,
powerful as we
¿no?
enter
Porque
into a
no es una
connection with
vez
others.
que platicamos, no es
And
una
we
vez
have
que
to
nos
replicate
encontramos.
these
Más
efforts
que
because it's not
refortalecemos
just
el camino,
once.
más
We have
rápido
to
vamos a poder encontrar
re-strengthen
esas soluciones
this pathway
y realmente crear
by
un sistema
combining
saludable
efforts, and
o de
we
cambio,
will
¿no?
walk faster,
Gracias.
we'll move towards the change that
Sí,
we're seeking
claro
for.
que sí. De hecho, encuentro muy interesante lo que dice Jelle.
Yes,
Mira,
thank you,
en
Jelle.
el
I
caso de FIRA,
believe that
como
what you have
reflexión
said
final, yo
is
te
very
diría,
interesting, but
tenemos siempre
in the
una
case of
inquietud
FIRA, as
antes de
final
entrar a
reflection, I
cualquier
would like to say
tema
that we're always concerned whenever we talk about
en el
public
sentido de si
policies,
eso no necesaria la intervención de un
because
brazo ejecutor del
we
gobierno,
have
¿no?
to think,
Entonces, en el caso del crédito,
if
creo
it's
que
truly
la tenemos
necessary,
muy clara ya,
the implementation
que
side of the government.
cuando hay una falla de mercado que se
Whenever
identifica,
there is a market
hay
flow
algún
or a
instrumento
flow in
que
the
nosotros podemos
marketplace that
proveer
we
para cerrar la
identify,
falla.
Then we start thinking,
por
maybe
ejemplo,
we can
un
create an
crédito
instrument to
de
close
un gran banco o
that
una
gap.
gran industria,
For instance, a
por
loan
decir nombres de BBV a
granted
Bachoco,
by a large
ya no
company
encuentro una falla o ya de
from
mercado porque
BBW,
la empresa es grande, consolidada,
BVA
el
to
banco tiene
Bachoco
muchas
company,
fuentes
the
de
large
financiamiento,
company.
no
The bank
sufre
has
de,
lots
digamos,
of
de
funding
carencias
sources, right?
y
They
puede
do not lack
intervenirse,
liquidity.
puede
And
intermediarse ese recurso sin necesidad de entrar. Entonces vemos reticencia, ¿no? En
resources
entrar
given
a
in an easier
insertar
way.
artificialmente un instrumento del Estado, mejor usar esa
So
energía y
many
recursos
a times we
escasos
don't
donde
use
sí
the
hay
resources
una
of the
falla de
state. We
mercado.
rather
La muy
use
clásica
those
en el
resources
círculo
whenever
o
the
ecosistema
market
crédito es
fails.
la simetría de información, donde
In
esa la hallamos mucho en el
this
campo,
market, we
pues
talk a
porque es
lot
difícil
about
supervisar los
information
créditos, los
symmetry.
riesgos son muy
It's very
aparentes y para
difficult
el
to
que no conoce
supervise a
las
credit.
entrañas de
Loans
un
seem to be
cultivo en una
pretty
región,
transparent.
pues
However,
hay
if you
una
do not know
asimetría de
very well
información
what is
y eso
happening with a
encarece el
given
crédito y
crop in a
luego
given
nos
region,
lleva a la
that
exclusión. Entonces,
creates
esa es
lack of
la
symmetry
forma en
in
que
the credit,
diagnosticamos y
and that
entramos y
makes a
priorizamos, ¿no?
credit
En el
to
caso
become more
de
expensive.
recarbonización y
Also, the way in which
descarbonización,
we rate
se
that
pregunta uno
credit and we charge for it.
papel de gobierno puede haber.
In terms of
Nosotros
recarbonization, we start asking ourselves,
interpretamos como una
what's the
externalidad
role of the
negativa
government? Many a times we
cuando un
interpret
productor
this as a negative
pues a lo
intervention.
mejor está
For instance,
cultivando
let's say
y
that the
no tiene un
grower
cuidado
is
con el uso del
working the land,
fertilizante,
but
o
he's
está
not
degradando
careful
una
enough
tierra
with the
o
use
está
of
contaminando un cuerpo de
fertilizers,
agua,
or they
son
are
externalidades
or
negativas
he is
que pues,
contaminating
tenemos
the water
catalogadas
body.
como algo donde la intervención del
Negative
Estado
impacts in
adecuada,
which
¿no?
we believe
Hay
that the
formas
government or
de
the state
intervenir.
intervention is
Algunas son
necessary.
pues a través de la
There are
fijación de
different ways
impuestos,
of
cómo
intervention.
internalizas esa falla para que
For
a alguien le
instance,
cueste. En FIRA creo que hemos identificado que sucede con el tema de la emisión de gases de efecto invernadero en el campo, por poner uno solo, y creemos que hay un rol para el Estado. La forma que no somos la entidad dedicada en el Estado para frenar la emisión de gases de efecto invernadero, pero sí nos concebimos como un potenciador de acción para revertirlo. Y lo hemos encontrado no tanto a través de la fijación de impuestos, porque más no podríamos. Podría cerrar el brazo de financiamiento, pero entonces se pelea con otra de tus objetivos de política pública, que es potenciar el crecimiento del campo y la provisión de alimentación. Pero sí hemos encontrado un canal muy efectivo en dar los incentivos positivos. Y los incentivos positivos, pues es muchos de los que yo puse en la presentación. Entonces, mi reflexión final es que sí hay un rol, que lo tenemos claro, que quisiéramos no, bueno, que se sumaran más a ese rol. Ya aquí nos dieron las posturas CIMIT y el ICA, que pues son convergentes, y que bueno, que FIRA debe de ser estar presente en como objetivo prioritario, tanto que en el siguiente plan institucional va a estar, si no en el mismo lugar, con más prioridad. Y bueno, pues el desarrollo de instrumentos también ya lo estuve platicando, está conceptualizado de esta forma, ¿no? Entonces va a ser difícil pues sacarnos de esta intervención por la misma forma que se concibe el llamado, ¿no? A un brazo del Estado.
Pues ya está demostrado que los mecanismos de incentivo funcionan mucho mejor que los mecanismos coercitivos. Con eso no quiero decir que los impuestos que se puedan aplicar a futuro cuando no se cumplen ciertas normas que han sido acordadas de manera colectiva, pues no se cumplan, pues haya este tipo de mecanismos coercitivos para lograr sus objetivos. Pues se ha demostrado que los mecanismos de incentivo en el marco de las políticas públicas tienden a funcionar mejor cuando se habla de incorporación de nuevas tecnologías. Y aquí yo quiero nuevamente plantear esta visión de optimismo de lo que podemos hacer desde México, desde las Américas, para promover una agricultura, un nuevo paradigma de la agricultura que fue hace 50 años y que hace por lo menos 15 o 20 años se encuentra ya en un proceso de transición.
15,
Yo creo
at
que no estamos
least
comenzando de
15
cero.
years ago, if
Yo
it's
creo que
not
en muchos
20 years
países,
ago,
de los cuales incluyo
agriculture has been
México,
going through
hay
a transition
muchas
process.
buenas prácticas, hay
In
muchos buenos
Mexico, there are
ejemplos de
many
aspectos
good
positivos que deben
agricultural practices, many
masificarse y deben
great examples
utilizarse como
of
ejemplos claros,
higher
pero que debemos
efficiency
continuar con un
in
gran marco de
agriculture that
políticas públicas,
should be
con un gran
followed
marco
and
de orientaciones que sean
disseminate, and
compartidas y que
should also
sean
serve as a basis for
mutuamente
public
aceptadas entre el
policies
sector
that will be
productivo,
mutually
entre el gobierno, los
accepted
gobiernos locales, la sociedad
by the
civil, para
local
promover una visión de
governments,
país,
by the
hablando de
civil
México,
society, by the
una visión de
private
continente,
entities, by
hablando de
the
las
funding
Américas.
institutions.
Desde
Starting
ICA
from Mexico and
trabajamos
going throughout
la
the
hipótesis de
Americas.
que las
From
Américas
ICA, we have
ya
this
producen
hypothesis.
30% de
The
los alimentos
Americas
para el mundo
grow
entero
already
y que las
30% of
Américas
the
son un
food
ejemplo muy claro
supplies for the
de
whole
cómo
world.
podemos hacer una
The
agricultura
Americas
sostenible,
are a very good
regenerativa,
example of having
devolviendo
regenerative, sustainable
fertilidad a los suelos,
agriculture, giving back
plantando,
fertility to the
haciendo uso de la
soils,
siembra
making
directa,
the best
el plantio
use
directo,
of
de los
direct
mecanismos
planting,
de rotación de
direct
cultivos, de
cropping,
producción de
crop
biocombustibles.
rotation,
En fin, hay una
biofuel
serie de
production.
iniciativas.
Indeed,
Por
there
cierto,
is a
vengo llegando
huge
hace
list
2
of
días del Brasil, de
initiatives.
una
I
misión muy
came
interesante para ver lo que están
days
haciendo de
ago
manera
from
conjunta
Brazil.
el sector público,
We
académico,
visited
gobiernos
that country in a
locales,
very interesting mission
fundaciones,
to understand
para
what the
promover todo el tema
government
de bioinsumos,
is doing along with
bioeconomía
private
circular, economía
institutions
circular,
and
ya
private
como políticas
companies in
públicas.
a
México
circular
está en ese camino.
economy.
Tenemos ya una
They
primera
already have
estrategia
their
sectorial
public
de
policies in place.
bioeconomía para
Mexico
México.
is in its way to
Hay otros países que ya han
do it.
adoptado la economía y la
Other
bioeconomía
countries have
circular como políticas
already
públicas. Hablo de Costa Rica, hablo de
adopted
Colombia,
as public
hablo de
policies
Argentina,
the
donde el tema de
bioeconomics
los
or
bioinsumos, donde
the
el tema
circular economy. Bolivia, Peru, for
de la
instance,
descarbonización
the
de los
subject of
suelos,
imports,
de la
soil
descarbonización de los
recarbonization,
sistemas
decarbonization
alimentarios ya es un tema de
of
todos los días.
agri-food
Entonces yo
systems
creo que
is a
estamos en
topic
esa
well
etapa en la
known
cual
by
tenemos
everyone.
que tomar una gran
And they
decisión
work
y yo
every
creo
day on
que
it. So we
y a
are
partir de
at
las
a crossroads
señales
here.
iniciales
We
que
have
vemos
to
de
make
lo que se
a
viene planteando
decision,
como
a firm
política pública,
decision
creo que
based
vamos por el
upon the
buen camino.
signals
Ahora
that we're
tenemos todos
receiving
que
from the
abrazar
government. The
esa
public
visión,
policies are on
tenemos
their
que
way, on the right track.
jugar un rol
Now we have
importante en
to
lo que nos
embrace
compete,
our mission.
¿no?
We have
Nuestro
to
grano de
play
arena para contribuir a
our
ese
role
objetivo
in the best
y
possible way.
eventualmente
We have to
fijarnos
contribute
fechas,
to
fijarnos
accomplish that target,
metas
establish
y llegar
deadlines,
a
establish
cumplirlas
goals,
para
and
lograr esos
accomplish
objetivos
them to
comunes.
reach those common
Pues muchas gracias a todos
Thank
por
you. Well, thank you everyone.
participar en este panel de
Participating in
oportunidades
this
interinstitucionales
panel
para el
of
desarrollo de una agricultura
interinstitutional
baja en
opportunities for the
emisiones
development
de
of an
carbono.
agriculture low
Muy
in
buenas tardes.
carbon
Gracias.
emissions. Thank you.
Muchísimas gracias, Gloria.
you
Por
so
favor,
much, Gloria.
ayúdenle a tomar una foto a Gloria. Además de la selfie, pero
Please
ayúdenle
help
a tomar
Gloria to
una
take
foto,
a
por
picture.
favor.
Besides the selfie that she already took.
Aquí para la conclusión y el cierre. Gracias.
Muchísimas gracias, Gloria.
Thank you very much and have a good day.
Y efectivamente, caballeros, les vamos a solicitar que todavía se queden aquí
Gentlemen,
unos
we would
minutos
like to
más,
ask you to
aprovechando que
remain
los
with us
tenemos
for
a los tres
few
aquí
more
reunidos.
minutes
La
since you are
idea
already
de
here.
este
Now the
foro
idea of this
surgió
forum came up
día arriba, día abajo, por ahí de septiembre, octubre de 2023.
bottom in October
De
2023,
ahí fue
September, October
germinando,
2023.
empezó todo el proceso
It
de organización, se fue
grew,
sumando
the
cada
whole
vez más
process
gente
of
a la
organization
organización
began, many more
hasta
people
llegar
began
aquí,
forming
a
part
ayer y a
of
hoy,
the
a este espacio.
organizers group
Pero pues, todo lo
until
que empieza
today
tiene que
and
terminar,
yesterday,
y
and
hasta
everything that
aquí
begins
vamos
has an
a
end.
llegar
So
con
in here
este evento y
we
este
will
foro. Y para ello
close
les
this
pido
event
a
and this forum,
nuestros
and for this
tres
purpose
caballeros
I
acá
would like to
presentes,
ask our three gentlemen,
líderes y cabezas de las tres
leaders
instituciones, organizadoras que hagan brevemente, porque sé que ellos y todos los demás ya están cansados, pero hagan algunos comentarios y reflexiones finales sobre lo que ha ocurrido en estos últimos 2 días. Creo que no necesitan moderador y que pueden.
I don't think you need a moderator. I think you can do it yourselves. Okay, thank you. Yes.
Sí, creo que me acuerdo cuando brotó la idea de hacer el foro, ¿no? Creo que fue en el día Diego, en el CEDETA, donde estuvimos viendo prácticas de agricultura y conservación en conjunto y lo platicamos un poco, oye, cómo damos camino a todas estas conversaciones que tenemos en diferentes lugares sobre el tema del carbono. Y gracias al trabajo aquí con los compañeros también, José Ayala, ¿no? Muchas gracias por dar seguimiento a esa idea, ¿no? Creo que logramos formular de una manera amplia, pero no demasiado disperso, un foro aquí para justo conversar de los temas que están dentro de nuestro ámbito de trabajo, ¿no? Creo que por eso el doble título me gusta mucho, ¿no? Son justo dos elementos de las partes donde podemos contribuir en conjunto. Y instalar un foro, la idea era originalmente, y creo que lo logramos en ese sentido, lo mencioné en la mañana, es justo planchar un poco el panorama, ¿no? ¿Qué hay hoy, ¿no? ¿Qué vive hoy? ¿Qué son los temas pertinentes? ¿Qué son los obstáculos? ¿Cómo es esa situación en México, ¿no? Comparada con otras experiencias, ¿no? Y cómo podemos en este planchada, ¿no? generar un espacio de conversación abierto entre diferentes entidades, diferentes grupos, ¿no? diferentes representaciones, ¿no? En ese sentido, me da pena que no pude estar Ayer estaba en Oaxaca en una conferencia de uso de tierra, de uso de land use, de paisajes, ¿no? Entonces va muy vinculado a lo que estamos platicando, ¿no? Es entender cómo podemos dar pauta a cómo se utiliza tierra agrícola, tierra urbana, ¿no? Y cómo los cambios afectan la ecología, la sociedad y todos los diferentes sectores, ¿no? Entonces, pero me da pena no poder haber estado aquí ayer, porque sí me hubiera gustado escuchar más a profundidad los diferentes componentes. Sin embargo, creo que en ese primer foro logramos justo encontrarnos en esas diferentes aristas, ¿no? Creo que el tono del foro también no fue la idea de exigir metas, ¿no? Creo que en otra parte del mundo ahorita están batallando con este tema, ¿no? Pero sí exigir una reflexión, ¿no? Reflexión de que cómo abarcamos ese tema de una manera más tangible en México, ¿no? ¿Cómo lo empezamos a trabajar en un camino visible, ¿no? Con acciones e intervenciones posibles a corto y mediano plazo, ¿no? No creo que, y en ese sentido, voy a terminar aquí, no queremos que siga siendo un sueño, ¿no? El sueño del año pasado de hacer un foro, ¿no? Se realizó, se hizo realidad, pero también empezar a trabajar en ese camino, tenemos que hacerlo realidad y ya tenemos las pautas para hacerlo, ¿no? En ese sentido, creo que ha sido bastante exitoso ese foro.
Yo seré muy breve. Bueno, solo serían 3 puntos. Primero, agradecer a Ica y Simi por esta. Estoy convencido de que no hubiera cobrado la credibilidad ni la difusión ni por supuesto el contenido de no ser por ustedes. Entonces nos llena de mucho orgullo poder participar en un foro así, acompañado de ustedes. Felicito a los organizadores, en particular a mis colegas que estuvieron también pendientes de ello y sobre todo a los ponentes que por la calidad de sus pláticas y sobre todo el conocimiento, pues me parece también fue
because their
foro de
talks were
bastante
given at a
buena
very
escala.
high level,
Y
and the
también
forum
cierro
really reached
reiterando nuestro
very
compromiso de
good
FIRA.
levels.
Es una institución financiera,
Now,
pero
FIRA
tiene un
is
brazo
an
ejecutor de
institution
transmisión de
that is
conocimiento
devoted
y de
to
inversión
funding, but we
en
also have this
difusión
task of
y sobre todo de
investing
nuevas tecnologías
on
que está
spreading out
activando cada vez más.
communication on
Entonces
new
aprovecho el
technologies.
cierre para
So
reiterar
this is
el
another
compromiso de
task
nuestra
that we have.
institución para
Once
que no sea el
again,
primero,
I
sino sea el
close
primero de muchos más
my
donde podamos
words
estar
by saying
participando
that FIRA will
pues en
like
este
to
mismo
support
orden
this kind
diverso.
of
Muchas
efforts
gracias.
in the near future as well. Thank you.
Bueno, muchas gracias, Jelle. Muchas gracias, Alan. Gracias a CIMIT,
Thank you,
gracias a
Alan.
FIRA.
Thanks to CIMIT,
Ha sido un
thanks to
esfuerzo
FIRA.
mancomunado de las tres
It has
instituciones y
been a
muchas otras
well-coordinated
instituciones que se han
effort
sumado acá,
by these three
empresas,
institutions and many other institutions that
productores,
helped us, private
investigadores que se han
companies,
sumado
growers,
a este foro,
researchers who have added on
que recalco,
value
como bien
to
indica
this
su título, es el
forum.
primer foro, lo cual implica que habrá un segundo
This is the
foro,
first forum, so this is
en algún
already
momento
implying
en el
that we'll
futuro,
have a second
donde
forum,
posiblemente
right?
podamos
In
hacer
the
una
future, at a given time,
recapitulación de lo que
where
se
maybe we
plantearon como
can recap
acciones o como
all the
iniciativas
actions or
que
the
surgieron de
initiatives that
las
were
excelentes
proposed here
presentaciones y
after
disertaciones de
listening
los
to the
últimos 2 días
excellent
y que
presentations
podamos
of the
comentar de
last
algunas
2
actividades, acciones
days.
concretas que habrían
So maybe we can talk
derivado
about
de
concrete
este
actions
foro, que si
coming out
bien
from this
el
forum,
objetivo, como bien decía
which
Jelle, y bien
indeed
está
the
planteado en el
target,
objetivo
as
del evento,
Jelle said,
no es de aquí
the
generar un plan de acción como
event
tal,
has a
pero
target
sí ir documentando acciones
of
concretas,
preparing
casos,
the means for
estudios de caso,
communication
buenas
and reflection,
prácticas que
not
podamos en un segundo foro
specific
pues
actions,
comentarlas
but
acá y
however,
demostrar de
now
que
we have
estas tres instituciones y
pretty
muchas más
tangible
pues estamos con el
guidelines
compromiso
on
de
where to
avanzar
start
hacia
acting,
un
what to
nuevo tipo
do.
de
So
agricultura,
maybe in
a
the
un
second
nuevo
forum we can
paradigma vinculado con
strengthen
el
this
desarrollo
commitment,
agrícola y el desarrollo económico de nuestros
reaching a
países y
new
de
kind of
México en particular.
agriculture,
Pues un
conservation
agradecimiento muy
agriculture
especial
that
a
can
las
help our countries,
850 o
Mexico in
60
particular in this case. Thank you so
personas
very
que se
much
inscribieron a
to
este
the
curso, que en promedio
660 people,
participaron
more
a
or
este
less in
foro, que
average.
participaron en promedio entre
They were
300 y 400
participating
en
consistently
diferentes
between
momentos.
300 and 400
A
people
quienes
at
están
different
aquí
times.
presentes
Thank you to
presencialmente,
those of
pues
you
un
who are
voto de
here in person.
confianza y de
Thank you for
de
trusting us.
compañerismo, de habernos acompañado
Thank
2
you
días
also for
presencialmente,
accompanying
y esta
us
enorme
for
cantidad
these
de
2
gente que nos ha
days.
acompañado
Thank you so
desde
much
diferentes
to the
latitudes.
large
Hemos
number
tenido
of people
gente
coming
desde
from so
Europa,
many
desde
different
las
countries,
Américas,
people
desde
joining
el
us from
Caribe, que nos han
Europe, the
acompañado en este
Americas,
foro,
the
generando mucho
Caribbean.
interés en lo que se viene haciendo acá desde
Thank you for being with
México
us in this
y desde
forum,
las Américas.
for your
Pues el
interest in what we
compromiso
are doing in
del ITA,
Mexico and in the
ratificado también por
Americas.
FIRA y
ITA's
por
commitment
CIMIT, de continuar
ratified by
trabajando en esta
CIMIT and
ruta.
FIRA is to
Quién
continue
sabe, aquí
working
lo fundamental
in
es que
this
toda esta
area.
gama amplia de proyectos e
What
iniciativas
is
que tenemos
truly
todos
important to
en
understand
nuestros
is that
proyectos e
all
iniciativas
this range of
propias por
projects,
nuestras agencias,
initiatives
debemos tratarlo de hacer
in our
converger
own
hacia
institutions
objetivos
should
comunes.
converge into
Y
common
aquí tenemos
goals.
2 grandes objetivos
And
que
here we
creo
have
que
2
pueden ser
large
perfectamente
goals which
planteados
can be perfectly
para que estas iniciativas variadas
established
que
in such a way
desarrollamos cada una
that
de nuestras
the
instituciones
different initiatives
tengan a
that
la
we have in our
recarbonización de los
institutions
suelos
will lead
agropecuarios y a la
to the
descarbonización de los
recarbonization
sistemas
of
agroalimentarios como los
agricultural
grandes objetivos
soils and the
allá al final
decarbonization
del
of
túnel. Pues un agradecimiento y una
agri-food
felicitación y un aplauso
systems
a
as
todos
the
quienes han
ultimate goal of all
participado
of us.
virtual
So
y
thank you very
presencialmente
much
de
to all
este
the
evento, y un
participants,
agradecimiento y
both in
un
person as well
cierre,
as
por lo que tengo
virtually.
entendido,
And
ya de este primer foro de recarbonización de
this
suelos
we close
agrícolas
this
y
first forum
descarbonización de los
of
sistemas
recarbonization of
agroalimentarios.
agricultural
Muchas
soils and
gracias.
decarbonization of agri-food systems. Thank you so much.
Pues ahí quedan esas tareas, ese segundo foro que ya Alejandro mencionaba, Diego ahora otra vez, ese evento para revivir cuentas de lo que pasó aquí, que Bram nos exigía ayer y que se resume en lo que ellos decían ahora, que
many
es
others
dar
have
seguimiento, que
mentioned,
esto no sea el
and
punto final, sino el
just
punto
like Bram
de
Grover said,
partida.
please, this is not the end,
Pero
this
por
is
hoy
just a departure
descansamos.
point. But for today, let's go and rest. Very well deserved. It's important also also to meditate, to ponder upon of what we have heard of here in order to continue. Thank you once again to the panel members, to the speakers, to the moderators. Thank you for attending our invitation and being here. Thank you to our public in the audience, over 150 people in the 2 days. Thank you to our virtual public, over 980 people registered online, almost 400 people yesterday, and today we do not have yet the number. Thank you to the interpreters for their hard work in these 2 days, and thank you too much to all the colleagues who have been accompanying us throughout the logistics and the organization. Of course, thank you too much to CIMIT, FIRA, and ICA. And with this, we leave you, and please follow up on social media so you will have access to all the presentations and what we have heard of here. And thank you so much. For those of you in the audience, let's have lunch.